but it was hardly a.
And also, you also have to
major
take
facet.
it into account that it is a spell tax,
Right.
Like
Well,
if it's part of the game, you have to have it on your character sheet. There's a spell tech component to that, so
Yeah,
if
you
you
gotta
want to have
lock
it,
in
you
it.
gotta.
And you've got to burn up a third
It
level
eats a slot, yeah.
It eats a slot, and you're finding yourself carrying this stupid spell around for days and days and days
Yep.
without actually using it.
Yep.
And if you miss guests, you might miss the roll too. So you may be using higher level slots because you're dealing with, oh geez, what's he throwing? Hope I figure it out and guess the level right. Oh, he threw that fireball at 5th level. I thought it was 3rd. Now I have to do my spellcasting roll. So I would have to run one and actually see or play in one where it was really used to see how bad it could or couldn't be.
In comparison to Pathfinder First Edition, we found loopholes in that game that were so severe they were game breaking.
What, in Pathfinder?
Pathfinder, yeah, absolutely game breaking. Like, in fact, the whole game was broken largely from their touch attack system being so dysfunctional.
What's the worst makes?
So, in 5th edition, I'm fine with everything except for one thing: sword of awareness.
Is that the not surprise one?
Yeah, just takes the prize out of the game. Sword.
Surprise is so rare.
I mean,
for
Alert
me
does that too.
Yeah, Alert does that too.
Say, surprise
And
is
I was
so
gonna say,
rare
that
for me
character.
that
Surprise
that
doesn't
character.
come out much in 5th edition, but
I
I
guess.
think that's actually as a reaction to those things. That there's a feat in the game, there's a magic item in the game that negate them anyway, so why I don't use them because I
and a
feel
lot
like-
of magic items that give you the power of another class. I've noticed, especially having been the monk. It's like, oh, those are monk ability. You just have them in a glove.
Right, but
Yeah.
the sword is an uncommon item, and
Right.
it negates surprise for everybody, not just your character. And I
So,
was like, oh, that's
I have a question. The game next Sunday when I'm running Dragon Heist, hopefully we're gonna get to that first warehouse
Okay,
where
yeah,
you
with the
find
Kinkus.
Raynar.
I know it's forgotten.
And would it be a dick move to throw alert on those on a couple of those Kenkus? The alert feat on a couple of those Kenkus so they can't be surprised by.
I mean, give it to one. That's all it needs. But,
Yeah, the whole group can be surprised.
Or have an alarm spell. You know, one of them can cast first
yeah.
level spells.
Yeah, I did throw the apprentice wizard template on one of those Kenku already.
The other famous early alert system is the man behind the secret door, like the painting with the eyeballs cut out, right? You know, or there's like a secret door, somebody's watching, like they have a lookout. You know,
Yeah.
actually give them something that they can circumvent. That's more fun.
True.
Carries it, doesn't wear the stuff.
So have a watchtower, or have a lookout, have a dog. Ooh, dogs are good because they bark when they smell you.
All right, so someone willing to run our human rogue? I should put Lisa's basic name on here. Gideon? Or do you want me to NPC him? I don't care, but
A human rogue?
he is the human rogue. It's
This is Trevor's character.
this is Trevor's talker.
Oh, jeez. Usually I'm happy to run a second character, but in a system that I'm not super familiar with,
Nope, I'll get it.
makes it more challenging.
And everything is planned on tonight being the last night of Hackmaster.
Cool.
I have about 12 ways to make it the last night, depending on how you guys wander. So, so I'm just telling you that if it feels a little rushed at any point, it's because I'm going, okay, last night, we got to
Yeah.
move on Shadowrun.
Yeah. Okay.
So I apologize in advance if I wind up feeling more rushed.
It's alright. Who's running next? Who's
I
running?
think Joe's
I
running
think
next.
Joe,
Yeah.
the original plan was at least Shadowrun next for Joe.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
then I'm running
I'll
after Joe.
I'll bring
And
pretty
then,
gen characters, but if you're
Trevor's gonna run to get us off the
Right.
spot.
Never played Shadowrun either.
We're doing pre-Pathfinder with Joe with
What edition are you
Trevor.
doing?
Trevor's.
Yep.
shit 5,
5. Okay.
not
That's
the latest.
Not 6. I don't like
Not
6, so
6.
I'm glad.
Yep.
I like 5.
What's wrong with 6?
Nothing really.
For me, when I tried to play it repeatedly, the mechanics are just
D20?
clunky. No,
D-
it's
D6.
The
Shadowrun
mechanics are
is
just
D6.
clunky, and
Lots of D6s.
they
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
the feel of it for me just changed very
on a
dramatically for
5
6th
and 6
edition.
is a
It
success.
became much more
You
of a
roll a bunch of
mechanical
dice
game
to see
Yeah.
how many successes you need.
and less
Alex
of
Webb
game
says it
challenge.
felt overly.
Is it like
Well,
Vampire?
It felt overly complex to me.
and
Six.
too much of a
Yeah, a little.
okay, check this box, then
Right.
this
Yeah.
box,
Aren't
then
they
instead
D6
of
too?
game
They're
4.
D10.
To me, it was like you
D10s.
have to look at like, okay, I have to do these 6 things
I'm-
in order to
I've
do
never
the
played
action I want to do.
D6.
And it's like instead of
plus,
finding an easy way to do the action you want to do.
there's artificial limits on a lot of abilities just to be there. Like
It's heavy.
You can gain this
It's a little
benefit, but
heavy.
only twice.
It's the hardest
Yeah.
game I know.
And then
how
it
to
stops.
run.
So I'm
But
really
it's a hell
tough.
of a
But
lot
if
of fun to
someone
play.
hits me with a stick twice,
It's
then the
just
next guy
really
shoots
hard
me
to
with a
run.
cannon.
Is
I'm
it-
not tough
Yeah.
anymore because I've
Largely
been hit
because
twice.
it's 4 games in one.
You know, and stuff like that. That I just
Right. There's
and a lot of
there's the combat.
only the GM
There's
gets
the
to do
cyber
this, which
combat.
I've always hated.
There's the magic combat.
I don't mind
and
if
then
it's
there's the,
only the GM gets to do this
social
because.
Okay.
and all of those
You
things
know, especially in the Shadowrun
Is
world,
you
okay,
can-
their hackers
you
don't
can
have to deal with this
be
issue that you do because they have
social.
supersized
You can be
mainframes.
socially attacked.
But there's none of that. It's
and
no, no, that's a
lose your
game
will
balance
to,
issue.
you know,
And they
fight
literally
or
state
something
it's
like
not that we care why.
Get scared.
Because as a player, I'm like,
Interesting.
okay, they can, like,
That's
yeah,
cool.
wizard. He's casting spells that aren't in his spell book. How did he do that? Okay, there's a reason, and maybe I could learn to do it, but it might take me years, but at least there's a reason. But the GM says, because I love the wish spell, so I just gave it to him. That's going to piss me off.
Right.
When I get my hands on a spell book and there's one wish spell, I want to know how come he can do that. I want there to be a reason. And Shadowrun 6th edition.
The sorcerer.
Well, and that's fine too. Maybe he's got some way to do it. I don't even care what the spell
But
is.
6th edition just kind of has
6th edition is much more
the
a
Deus
feel
Ex
of-
Machina, like just
Yeah,
Oh,
it's just, and Shadowrun has a lot of that because it's supposed to. That's the feel of the game is you're always overpowered. The corporations are bigger, they're badder, they're better, and you live in the shadows because you don't want to die. So it's supposed to have that feel, but when it's mechanically built into the game, I don't like it. It annoys
Right.
me. Because as a player, especially Shadowrun where it's all about the plan, I hate the feeling that I can't even plan on how to counter that. I can't sneak in and kill their hacker, the corporate hacker, and plug into his system, and now I have his advantages. And sure, it might be impossible to do, but it should be theoretically
That's
work
kind
if
of
I pull it
crap.
off.
Is that what you found in 6?
That's 6th edition for me.
Huh, yeah.
And I even
Definitely
talked to the
not in 5.
designers because I talked about that, and they're like, "Oh no, we just put that in because we needed a game balance." And I'm like, "That excuse I hate. I hate the excuse that we just wanted a game balance. You give me a reason."
Yeah.
I mean, you can have what's called like ritual effects, which is like maybe a magic spell that takes forever to build, and it's incredibly difficult to
Absolutely.
take down.
right, absolutely.
But I could do it. If
Right.
I
Difficult
learned it
is fine.
and spent 12 years
You
building it
can't
up, I
do
could
it.
pull it off.
Yeah.
You can't do it because of game balance. That's not fine.
Right.
Yeah.
And if
Like,
that's the only
5th
reason.
edition has the same thing implicitly, though it doesn't have any actual rules for what can an evil mage do in 12 years.
Yeah.
Right.
I have a question. It says here, human,
Folky.
folky.
Most humans you're going to run into in the area you're in are from the country of the Young Kingdoms, which is the country of Kalamar.
Okay.
They're one that's, you were more like a Norseman. They're kind of a mid-European.
I figured out why people don't like
French
Twilight Cleric.
area.
It's
You're
this
a
one right here.
Norseman because you're a barbarian. So you're
Channel
the big
Divinity
blonde,
lasts 1 minute.
which is part of
It grants
being
temporary
the-
hit points equal to
the,
1d6 plus your cleric level
the
when they
barbarian
end within that
is that
sphere.
you are a different total.
So like at
experience
the end
than
of
them,
each of their
which is why I
turns,
put a note.
let's say you're level 5, they're going to
It
get
has
9
any
temporary hit
effect in the
points.
game other
Yeah.
than thinking
It gets
yourself as
progressively
kind of a
more.
Norse
Temporary
barbarian
hit
type.
points are like pretty good.
So
They
at
mitigate
20th
a-
level, you're getting 1d6 plus 20.
Okay,
That's
I named
crazy.
my character.
It mitigates
Awesome.
a lot of damage.
Torvin Half-Yoten.
And so for an entire battle, basically, you're mitigating so much damage.
So we all
Yeah, that
hopefully
is
remember.
what the glory.
I have
glory-
another character named Torvin Half-Yoten, who is
That's
a
what Bentley
rune
was doing.
knight
Ah.
in 5th
Bentley was doing
edition.
that.
And I believe your character has a
Strong.
bad sense of humor.
Yeah.
So basically, that means you tell jokes that are totally not funny and think they're hilarious.
Yeah.
So dad jokes.
Basically.
Yeah.
And it works
Sweet.
great for a
I
barbarian
think it was
because they
my,
can
like,
just be
7.
cultural.
Yeah,
You
but
know, the
Yeah.
jokes
But
you
here's
tell
the
don't
thing.
make any sense
You
to
can
all
do
of
that
these
how
Doesn't
many
make sense
times?
in your
But back
tribe,
home,
right?
everyone thinks it's hilarious,
my
but here
charisma
no one
mod.
laughs at your
Charisma
jokes.
modifier, so say 4.
That's all it is.
right?
It's a
4 or
very
5.
fairly small quirk.
This is for an entire
I had an
minute.
actual experience of
Yeah.
that when I was in the
So-
Navy. I had
So
a guy
10
who I
rounds.
knew
In 10
was
rounds,
from,
you save for boss fight, obviously.
um,
But it's Channel
Dominican
Divinity,
Republic,
so
good
you
friend
get
of
like
Everybody
one point-
has
I think
that
one channel
one
Divinity
guy.
first,
and he
but
would
then-
tell these
then it
jokes.
goes-
That's kind of an I win.
And he,
It's kind of an I
I
win
remember
option.
one was it
I
was
saw
about
that.
this kid. And I don't remember the Pepito or something. Is like, and
saw
Pepito
the
went to
Druid
the
had something
store and
similar.
like, and when he got to the store, they had orange soda and grape soda. And he came home, and his mom said, "What kind of soda did you get?" And he said, "I got grape." Like, what?
And everyone just goes,
Yeah, like
That's him.
But he's like, if you heard it in Spanish, it'd be hilarious.
It's much funnier in
Like,
Spanish.
sure.
I'm sure it is,
Yeah.
but none of us are speaking Spanish.
Right.
So that's basically what you have. As opposed to the inappropriate sense of humor I believe we have
Right.
right here, which means he thinks things are funny that no one else thinks are funny. Like,
I do a
"Haha,
pretty good job."
I smeared poop on the guy's hair,
Right.
you know. Or I painted his hammer to look like a clown and put a soft nose on the
There's
inside.
always that one friend who takes a prank a step too far.
That's
That's him. Yeah.
And all gnomes in this game have that problem. They all take pranks a little too far and a little too seriously. Gnome titans are mean about it. They'll like do things to hurt you. Regular gnomes don't want to hurt you, but they do things that are just a little beyond.
That's funny.
All right. In any case, before we do that, I am going to do a little bit of hand wavium to get our barbarian in the group.
Okay.
So you knew these guys. You were all caravan guards. You were traveling to become a group of adventurers. Was your goal? You went to a major city and found out in this major city there was a guild that was in charge of basically mercenaries or adventurers, and you didn't have the cash to join. These guys left pretty quickly because they heard rumors of another town oh my god, why did I forget it now? Tiwadu.
There you go.
This town of Tiwadu down the road that didn't have a guild and was supposed to be on the edges of civilization. You stuck around because you weren't going to let any guards scare you out of town. Unfortunately, being a barbarian, you were not too familiar with the social situations and you wound up in all kinds of trouble, both legal and social trouble, and eventually figured out they were right, I should have left, this town sucks. So you headed down road to Tiwadu. And you got there finally, finding lots of traffic going into town, which was very weird. All these people traveling, different races, different people, you know why they were traveling. But they even gave you a ride because having a large barbarian who would theoretically protect them seemed like a pretty good deal. And when you get to town, you heard a commotion in the center of town. Got there and you saw your old friend staying there in the center of town. Around what looks like some kind of a stage, maybe it's a play. You're not sure, but there's people up on this stage like holding up stuff and shaking and talking quickly, and your language skills are limited enough. You just know they're yelling numbers and waving stuff around, and it's probably some kind of a silly like entertainment thing that you don't get.
What's the barbarian's name?
Torvund.
And he's Fecky?
Yeah.
Folky, yes.
Folky.
I speak that language.
Well, there you go. You speak a lot of language.
And barbarian. Okay.
He is a very big human.
But he's our friend. We know him.
You knew him from the adventuring group. You just chose to move on because you weren't feeling threatened by the guards, and he was unwilling to let some skinny guards scare him off, but apparently changed his mind.
All right.
We're going to do a quick recap for the rest of it.
What it took you so long? I'm waiting for you, you big lump.
Oh, my puppy want dice. I'm just going to make up my numbers for the game today.
Just make up.
I'm just going to, whatever seems like a good roll today.
Right.
I believe you're up to 100 spell points.
I believe.
So roll your d12s. Who's going to do the recap?
Oh man.
Or do you just want me to do it?
Yeah, you should do it, man.
No, that's not fair. A loser needs to roll, needs to do the recap. That's the way
This
that
has been our tradition.
It's
I'm not
true.
sure it's a good one,
It's
but
an old tradition.
I rolled a
you don't
one.
have to roll. You
This
weren't
is
even
good.
here.
I didn't know Jack.
Hey,
10.
no, that's a
We
0,
didn't find shit.
I rolled an 11.
10.
In the interest of getting through the thing, I rolled a -2. I'm doing it. Sorry, guys. Normally I'd let you, but I don't think looking at Joe's panicked face.
He gives amazing recaps.
His last recap, last time we did this was I got nothing. So let's just go with it.
No, there was this town, and then there was this gnome ride, and then we got dared people to drink the fire beer, and then the gnomes laughed, and then we went into town, and if I remember, our dwarf friend here challenged the gnomes to prank him, and then the gnomes had him arrested as an
Would you
escaped
do
slave.
percentile for me, please.
And,
Rural percentile? What does that mean?
and
D100.
they did that
Oh.
so that they could take his hammer and then paint it up like a clown.
Right.
You guys did all that without me.
36.
Thank you.
And so now his hammer, I don't know if he's cleaned it off since, but his hammer looks
He
like
is
it's
not.
got a clown face.
Clown's face with a big soft nose on it. So for the things you
Jackson
missed,
goes,
you guys were in the Kobold Caves
That would be funny.
before this all happened.
Yep.
You found what seems to have been the boss Kobold and killed her, as well as her helpers, although you took some serious damage, especially from the animated boar skeleton.
Yep.
You found the treasure from that, which was mostly items to sell, and brought those back to town.
Ooh, that traitor escaped too.
The rogue that you rescued, who the dwarf for some reason has taken a massive hate for, fled.
True.
Because he was terrified of the dwarf, the lawful good dwarf, who kept threatening to kill him, for warning him about an ambush. Which
Lawful
still doesn't
good
make any
means different
sense.
things to
Was
different
that
people.
He
that
should
was
have used reverse psychology.
that also wasn't the guy with the hat though?
That was the guy with the
That was
hat.
the guy with the hat. Okay, I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I
that
thought we
was
had two
that was
different-
the final thing. Was he was wearing? He took his hat with him when he fled. Left you his money, took his hat, and apparently that was.
And the
horrible.
dwarf insisted that was our hat, part of the treasure that we.
It was our hat, I'm telling you.
In any case, we found that town, which had been fairly
get a fourth
quiet,
of
was
that
much
hat.
busier.
That's all I care.
A fourth of the hat.
When you got the part of the reason you found out why it was busy was apparently one of the major merchants in town has started having an auction once a month, which was tomorrow, now today.
Right.
And they auction off many goods, including slaves. The only legal slaves in Tubadu, and in this part of the world, as a matter of fact, are dwarves. Because, as you finally did learn, there was a recent war in this area against dwarves. Dwarves lost, the humans and hobgoblins won. And as part of that, if dwarves are raiders or war criminals, they can be enslaved. This set some people's teeth on edge for not too surprising of a reason.
Yep.
So
Kill them all.
you had gone to the auction. The slave issue was the next one. This was the first one, which was sundry goods. And the rogue and Gideon had spent some time convincing people that the dwarves that were being auctioned off weren't really criminals. Your dwarf then piped up with, we should just kill everybody here,
Yep.
which undid most of the hard work that Gideon had done to convince them that maybe dwarves shouldn't be slaves, because people are quite afraid of him now. And yes, he was arrested and is now carrying around his warhammer, which is painted like a clown face with a big soft nose on the end. And we left off with the auction proceeding. He's coming up just as they're proceeding and selling basically clothing, it seems like, at this point. Well, one of the merchants is selling various clothes, most of which is not practical for you guys, unless you're looking for work clothes. Oh, and
And none of it will
was,
fit me.
probably nothing they're holding up right now.
Yeah.
But you're not even sure what they're doing. Because, I don't believe your language skill is that high with Kalamaran, and the second page has all of your skills. Down near the bottom of the first column is languages.
Yeah, so Kalamaran is a 26.
So you understand basics, but when people talk fast, it leaves you confused and you don't know many fancy words.
Oh, okay.
You're a
So
person who's
like
taken
real
about
life.
You've taken about 4 years of high school
Whereas
language.
Whereas I have 23 and
Folky.
Folky.
So he's even a little worse than you.
Which means that I understand the complete breadth of your language, including all of your complex words.
He knows the
because they're
swear
just-
words really well.
Right.
They're just not.
Well,
they're
those
just-
are important.
I know Kalamaran.
All of you know that because that's the native language of the land.
Is that the equivalent of
In
common?
this part of the world, it
Okay.
is. There is no common in this. Merchant's tongue is probably the closest to common.
Okay.
Which some or all of you might.
I was
speak
going to
very
ask
well.
you about that too. The
Merchant's
merchant's tongue.
is kind of the common trading language. So it's not the most full language, but a lot of people speak it, and it's commonly used when there's a language barrier because it's easy to learn, especially among humans. Non-humans don't learn it as often because they're not humans, but humans learn it. Most humans learn it. In fact, as a human character, you learn it at twice the normal speed because it's very commonly used as kind of a pidgin language. So in any case, they are continuing to do that. If any of you want to buy clothing, there certainly are a variety of things on sale, and they do actually have everything from sizes that would fit half hobgoblins and the folky, down to halfling size and gnomish size clothing. You are feeling just itchy. I mean, you're always a little itchy because you're not the cleanest guy, and you did get all bloody and didn't take a bath, so you're still kind of covered in dry blood. But this is itchier than usual under your armor. You're trying to figure out how to scratch under your armor while you're watching this.
I'm gonna kill those gnomes! They put itching powder in my armor!
Might be that spicy beer that I noticed it created a rash.
It burned on the way in, it burned on the way out.
That's a good sort of burn.
It is getting bad though. I mean,
It's like a potion of fire breathing, except it goes on the other side.
You're watching a dwarf try to figure out how to itch inside his leather armor.
Is there like any sticks or anything laying on the ground?
I want a
Not in this area.
horse trough. Is there a horse trough? Full of water
Actually,
somewhere?
not. You've seen one not far from here, kind of around the corner.
I'm breaking out into a run toward the horse trough full of water.
All right. So you see as you're pulling up to the group and realizing that's them, you see the dwarf who's been all of a sudden goes, ah, and goes running through the group and knocking people out of the way. I assume leaping into the horse trough.
I'm leaping into the horse trough.
And there's a splash as he jumps in the horse trough among lots of Well, you're pretty sure they're obscenities from the way they're said. Even your limited grasp of the language, you're pretty sure what people are saying. The auctioneer is looking over it and then goes back to selling. And you do feel better after swooshing in. But, I mean, it's under your armor. You're going to have to get that armor off.
Looks like I came right at the right time.
Alright, so I'm gonna start stripping my armor off.
So the dwarf is there, standing in a horse trough, stripping down. The water is now all bloody and dirty and full of nasty things.
It's gone, and I mean, it's probably on my clothes too, so I should take my clothes off and just start.
So now there's a naked, hairy dwarf in a horse trough.
And I'm gonna rinse everything off. And that. Now, is there any other horse trough in town, like other side of town or something?
There are other ones. There was a different merchant who you did see at the other side of town.
Okay, so I'm gonna rinse and wring everything out as best as I can in that horse trough, and I'm just gonna gather everything up into a bundle and carry it to a new horse trough to do like a fresh rinse.
All right, so he's wandering off with his clothes over his shoulder.
You might want to cover up.
And I'm saying in Dwarven, I'm gonna kill those gnomes, every last one of them!
Don't worry, I speak Dwarven. He is saying, "Oh, what wonderful gnomes we have. I'm so glad that they played pranks on me."
Knock, knock.
You did dare them, I will say. You stood right up in the wagon and said, "I dare you."
Oh, do come in. Who's there? Can I offer you some tea?
Interrupting cow.
What? Oh dear, I've never done. Have you ever? He's an interrupting cow. I've never seen one.
Moo.
I'm glad I left.
So you do eventually, and surprisingly, no one seems to care that you're wandering through town hairy and naked.
Well, the hair covers up most of
You know what cows are, right? Those things.
Yes,
they
there's
walk
a dimension
around.
of them, I believe.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, I
So
remember
yes,
that.
you do eventually wash it off. So
I
you no longer
am
feel
absolutely sure you are correct.
You soon get redressed in your now soggy leather clothing.
Yeah.
Because I definitely know what cows are.
Yes.
So I am sure that
Yes.
you are right.
Yes.
I did not forget anything about cows.
And
I
as
know
you guys
all
are
of the
having this
things.
discussion, you see the clothier finishes up. He sold most of his goods, not all of them.
I'm kind of glad that the dwarves, that the gnomes didn't dye the water troughs, because that would have been hilarious.
And as you are getting back, you see the clothier's stuff and some of the. They seem to have people who are dedicated haulers that are kind of helping him carry the stuff on and off. They also have 4 bodyguards, or guards of some sort, that stand by the stairs to keep people from rushing the stage. 2 of them are half hobgoblins, 2 of them are humans.
Correct me if I'm wrong. We're here to get supplies and then go off to.
That was the original thing, and then there was some discussion of you're going to do something about the slavery.
Right,
So
that's correct.
yes, you guys had supplied up, and you were planning on heading off. Oh, that was the other thing I didn't mention. You had found when you got back, you found that your friend who ran away, Beledo, had left a note to you thanking you for the rescue, but saying he was too afraid of the dwarf to meet you, a pile of money for you, and a map that he claimed was to the second cave that the kobolds had spoken about. That from the best of his memory and their information, that he didn't have an exact area, but he had a basic area he believes it's in, which is close to the
So,
mountain.
speaking of cows,
Yes.
isn't it about time that we depart town and get our naked friend out of the streets?
I think I've rinsed
He's coming
off.
back dripping and
Yeah.
slogging, but
What?
cleaner than he's been since you met him.
I definitely know why we should be doing that.
Yes.
But are you sure you know why we should be doing that? Leaving town. Do you know why? I'm sure you know why. I know why.
Certainly. It's probably this astrological.
Yes, that is what I was thinking.
I'm all for heading out. If we're going to leave, though, we might consider coming back, say, at a less busy time to investigate the whole slavery issue.
Alright, look at here. We got a new priority. Forget about slavery. Oh, slaves should have gotten caught. Gnomes.
And in fact,
We gotta kill all the gnomes in this town.
we have a map leading to the gnome stronghold.
Oh, we do.
See, it was the gnomes. I knew it was the gnomes all along.
And at this point, you
That's what we
see
were doing.
being led on
Prior
stage
to this,
a
we
group
were
of
going to
5
find
dwarves
the
in
gnomes.
chains.
Yes, that's what I remember.
All of them looked surprisingly hale for being chained up. I mean, they've obviously been being fed. They're all, they're not dressed a lot because they're showing off their physique for selling them, but they're, covered modestly. None of them have any whip marks or any sign they've been abused. And you also notice, if you remember, the temple has a cleric who was the acolyte, apparently. There's actually a couple of them. She is actually there with the dwarves. When they bring them up, she's there as well. And
Is she like the owner of them?
you don't know yet. She just walked up on stage with them.
All right. Well, I want to go up towards the stage.
Naked?
No, he's dressed now.
Oh,
He's
you're
just
dressed.
okay.
I
Just
dressed.
soaking wet. Yeah.
And you see some poor unfortunate guy who's dumping out the horse trough and bringing buckets of water to refill it for the
I
horses.
don't care.
Yeah.
It's the gnome's fault.
I figured you didn't, but just so you know.
So I wanna see what. All right, listen, y'all. We gotta buy these dwarves.
The auctioneer immediately starts calling these fine specimens. Obviously, they need some discipline issues. They were raiding settlements to the east of here, or to the west of here. And after being captured, the fine merchant Kalinda is now making them available for sale for those who might be interested. You know the usual terms is a 5-year term of servitude. At that point, assuming their behavior has been appropriate as slaves, they are to be freed. So you're paying for 5 years of service, and you must keep them in good health. The dear Lady Melinda here from the Temple of Everlasting Hope has certified they are currently disease-free and fully healthy and has healed any injuries they have received. So they are ready to begin work as soon as you would choose to begin the purchase. So I gotta find slaves.
Instead of, paying the slavers, right? Why don't we just come back later and take the slaves, liberate the slaves from the slave owners? It's probably a lot safer, and not to mention, put a bad reputation on being a slave owner.
So wait a second. So what you're saying is we let someone buy them, and then we find out, we follow them, find out where they live and all that kind of stuff,
Right.
and then we go in, rescue the slaves, and
Right.
kill the owners.
Right. Right.
Or
Am I like
And this
standing
is-
with them in this?
You guys are all standing
this
down
is
in the middle of
this
a
is far
crowd.
more diabolic.
Oh,
We
Observation.
tell the gnomes that those slave owners
is there
dare
any?
them to
Observation rolls from
play a
everyone.
prank on them.
Observation.
I was gonna say, is there any way to like
I like this
just
idea.
look? I don't know if it's capable for my character to do this, but to look around and see if anybody's like is eavesdropping on.
Observation roll, please. So,
Okay.
you don't have to do this, I forgot. You can do it. Second page is all of your skills.
Yep.
Okay.
So if you look, it's all alphabetical. Observation is kind of top second
Nothing.
column. All right, so see how it's in blue?
Yes.
That means that you can still make the roll.
Okay.
But the W tells you it's based on wisdom. So if you look in your front of your sheet and find your wisdom, roll percentile, you're trying to roll under that. And this is an average roll, so you get minus 40 for what you
So
roll.
under the second number,
First number.
first. So I need to roll
Setting
under
these up
that.
here,
Yes.
So you can see.
I believe you
You
have
have
a really
minus
bad
40 to
wisdom.
the
Well,
roll.
no, you have a 12. But you do have minus 40 because it's an average roll.
So just add 40 to your number.
Yeah, whichever way you want to do it, that is totally irrelevant.
46.
So it would be an
Yes.
06. Do you roll a 46?
Yes.
So it would be an 06, there's minus 40, so you pass.
I have less than 0.
I have 30. I can roll 59, so I rolled a underneath of 79.
So we'll assume that he does or doesn't. So the rest of you do notice a lot of people seem to be watching you right now. Most of them, there is suddenly a very large gap around you guys. And you have noticed that a few people seem to be heading over towards the guards that are nearby.
Ah, yes. Remember the part about leaving town? The stars are in alignment, I believe, right now.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be having my sword on my back. That's impractical. It's gonna be
It's a broadsword, it's
Yeah.
not that long, so
yeah. So I'm just gonna like have my shield like this, and I'm gonna, while I'm looking around, just kind of have my sword hand just resting on the handle of the hilt of the blade. Just
Checking around, or you guys
Just in
trying to head
case.
out? What's the plan?
Trying to leave.
All right, what's the plan?
Leaving.
Leaving now?
Yes. I mean, what time of day is it?
It right now is morning.
Yeah, let's leave.
Right now.
So yeah, what you realized with the rest of your group is that a lot of people were hearing this conversation about murdering the person who buys the dwarves, and
They were They were listening to us.
What
they
did
were going over to talk to the guards about it.
what did one sheep herder say to the other?
I don't know.
Let's get the flock out of here.
Wait, we're not going after the slave thing? What happened?
No.
You were standing in the middle of a crowd discussing it.
We are
with
leaving
your
to-
quiet,
And a lot of people
solemn
were looking
voice.
at us, and then
people
started
started
making noise
quickly
about it.
spreading out and going over to talk to the guards about these people talking about
What they're hearing us
murdering
say.
the person who buys the dwarves.
We're leaving right now, so that we'll come back at some other
Well,
time.
I would have been quiet about it. Like, I'm gonna.
I rolled an 01 for the listen check. You were not quiet at all about it. And you're in the middle of a crowd, you know.
Hey, Mom. Sometime in there, early morning, before noon, probably.
Is that the dog you got from the I'm going to do this again next year. These are my extra life dice. That was a lot of fun. Doing extra life, raising money.
Yeah, she'll
Children's
probably
hospitals.
end up going in her.
Extra Life. It's a charity group that I was doing Twitch at the time, and so I was raising money. I raised like $400 for. It's for children's hospitals. So it's for
Cool.
Kids.
Okay.
Like, it helps out.
It always feels so good to do that.
I love it. Yeah. It's just fun to me to do that. Like, just doing that is fun. Like, it's enjoyable to raise
The
that.
accounts will
money.
be good until
So-
Tuesday. Yep. Okay. Yep. Oh, you. Bye.
Well, yeah, you were trying to be quiet about it, but apparently your volume carried more than you expected, and a lot of people heard you. So you guys immediately start moving off. The guards, surprisingly, kind of, especially looking at him and just... So you do kind of have a couple of guards who watch you leave, but none of them approach you. They just kind of watch you leave.
This is racism. I'm telling you.
Hey.
What's the method in which we are leaving town?
We have dried goods.
Feet, as far as I know.
Feet, as far as you know. Okay.
None of you have any method of
They have really good breakfast at the
moving
tavern.
on other than that.
What's your problem?
Breakfast.
We got slavers to kill, and you're thinking about breakfast?
Oh yeah,
I could
definitely
eat.
slavery's bad. It's bad, but I'm hungry.
All I gotta say is,
I could eat.
the
You
food.
could eat.
I could eat.
You could always eat.
You did all have breakfast once.
I hear that the jail is
second
serving.
breakfast.
I was gonna say.
I'm
what about
fine with
second
that. I'm just
breakfast?
making sure you
I
know
hear
what
that
second
the jail
breakfast
is
is.
serving
we'll leave
breakfast.
second breakfast.
Perhaps you want to stop there.
You may be the only
At the
one who
jail.
didn't have much breakfast.
The jail. Is that a new place?
It is. It's beautiful. You should go check it out.
Yeah.
He is a connoisseur.
That
He was just there.
Is that spelled Jaol?
Yeah.
Close enough.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You
That's
may or
what
may
it's
not have
spelled.
literacy. That is a separate skill.
So when he says, "Does it
Okay,
spell?"
so,
blah,
so
blah, blah,
not
like,
everybody
sure.
is
That's
just
in-
automatically
top of the
literate.
second column is literacy. If you don't have
I'm
it, you
like
aren't
Nada.
I'm like barely
Okay.
literate in Dwarven.
I'm not at all.
Most people are not terribly literate, but most people don't have to be. You know.
So okay, well I guess we have to go, but I do really want to try that jail place sometime. So you owe it to me. So
It's got a pretty
Maybe
big-
when we come back, we can try.
you might
Sure.
be trying it if you don't keep moving.
do they make eggs?
No,
No.
Well, that's not a very good place.
I agree. You should try somewhere else, out of town.
I heard it's 3 hots and a cot.
3 what cots?
Three hots and a cot.
Why do you only have 3 cots?
Who says we have any cots?
The interrupting cow.
Move.
Get out of town. Take your dwarf with you.
Well, all right. Well, now that that's sorted,
Yes.
shall we go find the gnome cave and deal
Yes.
with these
Yes.
gnomish things?
Definitely.
I believe they have treasure, so that should go too.
Do they serve biscuits at the gnome cave?
Likely.
Good. That's good.
Now,
I'm sure they do, my small friend. That's-
I have a mechanics question. It says here that my character has a magic phobia. Does that go as well for anybody in the party who uses magic? That he's kind of like...
Hackmaster.
You have gotten. I'm being a little kinder than the official rules because
Right.
it's new, but yes, if he's the only one in the party who throws actual spells, clerical magic does not bother you.
Right.
Okay.
But
That's very
but
typical.
arcane magic is you consider it to be the work of like monsters and demons. So if he throws spells, it will freak you out.
Okay.
In the official rules, like if you run into a monster that is obviously magical, you like run away. You refuse to fight it until someone else proves they can be killed. I'm not going to go that far, partly because we don't have time to play a long enough game
yeah.
to get through it. In a normal game, that's part of being a barbarian. Is that like the first time you run into a truly magical creature, you are convinced there can't be any way to kill this, and so you will find any excuse not to fight it until someone proves you wrong.
Okay, cool.
You will never like someone who's magical and that they're like not your best buddy, but you're not gonna. You've seen him throw magic before. You know that he's never used it on you.
Cool.
If you were to, you would probably smack him with your sword, just to get him to stop it.
And I know.
And you're well aware of his opinion on it because you guys have known each other before. Yes, that's one of the major downsides to barbarians.
It's true.
So you leave town under a sort of police escort. They don't go past the gate. This town is walled. There's a couple of gates, and you this time go out the gate. You haven't gone out the east gate, which is right past the temple. You spent the night in the thing. Nobody spent the night
I
there,
did
but
not.
you found
I
out you
chose not
could.
to, yeah.
Because you slept in the common room, you slept in the dirt.
Yeah, I think it was in
And-
an alley or something.
Yeah, you just found an area to hide. And Gideon slept with the bard, so.
I forgot you could sleep at the tavern, at the temple.
Temple has free housing and baths. In any case, but you do go past the temple and the cemetery. Observation rolls, everybody. It is,
Observation.
yes, it is another average one, so all you need is minus 40 to your roll.
94.
You're telling way more dad jokes.
So I got a 98, but minus 40 is 58 still.
No.
I rolled a 31.
So you'll make
So
it
you're
because that's
way,
up to zero.
you're good.
Okay.
Because it's minus 40, so that's
Oh,
a negative
So you
9.
yeah, you got
So unless you have a negative 9 wisdom, you're good.
Right.
So the two of you notice as you go by that although there are a scattering of what look like headstones, mostly wooden ones, often in the shape of his goddess,
Right.
that they're also near the back, almost against the wall, are what look like much taller mausoleums, like built stone tombs that you would walk into. You recognize the dwarven writing on them, even at this distance, that some of the glyphs are very definitely dwarven glyphs carved upon them.
Those runes got runes.
You didn't even see them. You're like, there's a
Oh.
graveyard around somewhere?
Oh, where? What?
So why is the dwarf wet? Oh,
Do you think this is more of a yellow or a green?
yeah. But as you guys head out through the gate, this area, I mean, it's not that different. There's
Not colored.
You see a lot of cattle farms raising cattle around you. The road out of here is worse than the road you came in on, but it is marked on your map as the way that you would start to travel. It's still a definite road, but you get the idea it's not traveled, especially by wagons, as much. Just maybe people bringing in wagons for the auction and things, as the other one, which is a fairly heavy traveled road. There's been no attempt to improve it. It's not mounded. You would bet if it rains, it turns into piles of mud. And it's the brush grows up pretty close to the road. It's obviously not nearly as, but you also know that, at least you've been told, that east of here is the mountains, which are wildlands, and the other side of that is the Hobgoblin Kingdom. So this area, most people don't go this way. Even though there's theoretically trade, there's not much point to trying to travel that direction through the mountains.
All right, no mountains. That's good. I didn't forget anything.
Absent-minded, so much fun.
Yeah, correct.
And as you travel, it's a spring day. It's to you, it's a little too warm. You know, you need your cold northern temperature. But for the rest of you, it's a fairly solid temperature. It's, you know,
I mean, even in the loincloth, it's still a little
you got leather
warm.
armor, dude. You're not in one.
Huh?
You got leather armor on.
Oh,
don't
yeah,
you?
yeah, that's right.
So you got full armor on, you know.
Leather codpiece, at least.
Yeah, you have one of those whole leather G-string. That's
Yeah.
enough, because everyone swings at the G-string.
Yeah.
And the harness that, the He-Man harness that protect you. But in either case, so you just feel warm. I mean, it's hot here all the time, and you're kind of tired of it, but it's what it is. But for the rest of you, you know, it's one of those 65, 70-degree spring days. There's a light breeze, just enough to
Like
feel
last
good.
week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really is like last week before it started snowing.
Before it snowed, yeah.
But we're in the spring, not the fall.
Right.
But you are immediately heading into what would be the foothills of the mountains. Which means, and this road does tend to travel between hills when it can, but sometimes it just goes over, you know, depending on what's available. So the walking is not the easiest. You have long distance travel, you're like, whatever, I do this. Hiking, road marching, you're the same way. You hike for hours, you don't care. You guys and Gideon are not feeling nearly as excited about this trip after.
So I'm gonna like run up ahead,
Yeah, he's like,
and
well,
then
yeah.
just start like
after
busting out push-ups while I'm waiting for him, just like.
But after an hour or
Come on,
two of
guys.
walking, the
What are
people
you
without
doing?
hiking and road marching are definitely getting worn down. It's not horrible, but you've had enough of walking through the great unknown here and are ready to get to less great unknown walking.
I wonder if there'll be a gnomish wagon coming by.
You have seen no wagons since you got out here.
There's a enormous wagon. They're all gonna die.
I know, then we will have a wagon.
Oh.
And looking at the map, the trip looks like you've got about another half mile and you should be at least in the area. At that point, you're just going to have to search for, because, I mean, it's not that exact a map. He just drew and put it, because he doesn't know exactly. So you know you're coming into the right area, about maybe another half mile. You've seen life, lots of birds, occasional wildlife that skitter away, squirrels and things, but nothing hazardous or larger than that.
So I'm sort of worried about walking between these hills like this, because if we're getting in the region of a goblin cave, they could easily set an ambush where they're like over the rise and they just come up above and can attack us from on high. So travel along this road in the depression's not a very good idea.
So we should go up and over.
We should stay on the high parts. We're more easy to be spotted, but it's less likely to get ambushed, perhaps.
It's true.
Is it a rolling hills
Is
of
there-
woods and
Not a lot of woods, more brush.
more brush?
There aren't any real tall trees through here. There's more, most of the brush is about, well, it's really tall for him. But for those of you who are, human sized, you guys are having trouble seeing through the brush, but the rest, it's waist,
Also,
So I
the
was-
goblins may be eating lunch.
Are we still on the main road, or have we deviated?
You're still
off?
on the road. I mean, if calling a main road's a bit of an exaggeration, but you are still, at this point, you've stayed on the road, but somewhere in the hills ahead of you should be this fortress you're looking for.
Okay, can I make whatever the equivalent of like a perception or a search check would be to see if I notice like any worn paths that are like
That sounds like a tracking roll.
a tracking roll? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I
Thank
don't.
you. As do you have tracking?
It's in blue.
But you don't have it as a.
Correct.
But do you have survival? Because you can use that instead.
I do have
You can roll
survival.
survival then.
Okay, and that one says 18 on it.
So it's only an 18%. And this roll is actually going to be difficult, so it's just a straight roll.
At the same time,
Under
I'd like
18.
to also use my cartography skills
Oop.
Ah,
with my map. See if I can get bearings or something.
Alright, go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
91.
You definitely don't feel like there's been much travel either the road you're on or anywhere else around here.
Okay.
Joe is throwing his dice on the floor. He's so frustrated.
Nope. Don't see anything.
Probably a fail.
It isn't a difficult roll, so it's a straight roll.
Okay, yeah, fail.
All right, so again, what you've gotten is the limited landmarks on it. It's got to be around here somewhere.
Hang on. I actually have tracking.
There you go.
I'm gonna make a roll.
Tracking,
the six,
tracking
thinking
is
about-
average, so you can take a -4.
Thinking about the food.
26,
you
I
didn't
have a
get
27.
breakfast.
All right, so you made it even a difficult. So although it takes some looking, and you guys, I'm sorry, did you have something?
I was just criticizing him because I was thinking about his food and his breakfast over there, and he could have been tracking this whole time.
Yeah, it's true. I did find a couple of chicken bones, like somebody was eating over here.
What you actually do find is that some of the brush is pushed aside by a wagon.
Okay, good. Okay.
I'm gonna go into my little bag there and fish out one of my pieces of
Oh
smoked
no, I
venison
have
and just
way better food on me.
okay.
Amazing
He
food
just
on
needs
me.
time to cook it.
Correct. Just FYI, you can see I'm carrying all kinds of good provisions.
But yeah, you do find that there's an obvious area where something has come from off the trail onto this trail.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, I pick up a little bit of the
Probably a
sand that
cart.
I tasted, and I'm
Just-
like,
Well, it looks like a cart, well, a two-wheeled cart came through here not too long ago.
I'm gonna be like, yeah, there was a cart that came through here. I know that there's a voice in my head that says it was just a plain cart, but I'm pretty sure there was some kind of sugar on it.
Possible.
Came this way.
Let's follow the cart tracks.
I don't know if I trust him. He's half batty. He's lost his
Oh no,
marbles.
no. I'm halfling. But like, people get that confused all the time. It's fine.
Right.
You're starting to look more and more like a gnome to me.
So what and what?
My
So-
nose feels fine. I don't know.
So I understand the half part that's like half human, but what is a ling?
Ah, well, that's a question for the ages. We've often sought why that is. I did some research, and what I came up with was, does anybody have, like,
I know
are
of
we
a
getting time
dimension.
for lunch?
I know that there's a dimension with spiders of ling.
Ah,
That is a question we do want to answer. Is do we want it before we travel off this trail? Do we want to get food? I mean, it is nearing midday.
Yeah. Well,
I'm okay with not, but I'm just thinking if we're going to eat, now is the time rather than when we're approaching a cave full of whatever we're
If we
approaching.
eat, he's gonna take like 5 hours to
I mean-
cook his food.
I mean, I could eat.
see?
Could always
Uh,
eat.
Interrupting couch
just-
and eat, man.
just maybe a word of caution.
Yes,
No fire.
no fire. I can do no fire.
Unless we set all the gnomes on fire.
No fire. So, I'll do my best to put together with whatever ingredients I have to try to keep things without a
cooking, I
fire.
believe.
So, I do have cooking, in fact. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a very good skill. Go ahead and roll it.
Do
Just
I have
roll,
any?
roll it like it's an opposed roll. Add that to your skill.
Okay, so then with an opposed roll, that is going to be an 85.
So despite not having a fire, he puts together some pretty solid sandwiches with some cool spices on them. He even found some of the, not real fresh veggies because it's spring, but
Right.
some of the stuff he had bought at the inn that were some vegetables that he adds to it, so it adds some flavor. You guys have pretty good
Lime
lunch.
curry tampanada.
Exactly,
on-
exactly.
On,
He does have a bunch of
toast nubs
spices, and he's able to. I mean, it's hearty more than
Right.
fancy because A, you're on the side of a
And there's
trail.
no fire. So it
Yeah,
makes it a
so
little
I
harder.
mean, it's not like it's super fancy food,
Right.
but it's a solid, very tasty, hearty sandwich.
This is why we keep you around. Good job.
The healing too.
Oh, and the healing.
Yeah, and
that's
the-
right.
that's
That's right.
And-
I've benefited from that. What a bit.
And the moral compass.
The
We also have
moral
to-
compass, yes,
The moral compass.
compass.
He'll forget about it later.
Oh, like the moral compass of all these people who take slaves. Is that a type of moral compass you're talking about?
Did we buy that? Did we buy a moral compass when we were down? I don't remember.
That's possible.
I don't need.
I don't think they sell it around here.
We are dealing. We will deal with that later.
Oh, wow, you keep
that
telling
way.
me we're going to deal with it. And
Yeah,
we're going
yeah.
after these gnomes caves.
All right. Well, we should probably go. It's only a couple of hours till dinner, so we should probably get moving.
You just ate. I'm gonna start going off after this wagon trail reference.
Do you have tracking?
T. It's here somewhere. No.
I didn't think so.
I'm gonna wander
I have
off in a
got-
random direction that I think is the
you
wagon
know which
trail.
way he pointed.
I am
And I'm
not
going.
listening. I am a very good listener.
so you basically know the direction, but you start off and he's
I was
like,
gonna say I'll start pointing, making sure.
Contrary to what my wife says, I am a very good
"You're a good
Yeah.
listener. You're just not a good. No, you're a good hearer, not a good listener." How's
Right.
that go? Oh,
Right.
So I've invested in monster lore. I don't know if that is helpful in determining the hidey hole of the monster that we're currently hunting.
In this case, no, because what you're hunting is an ancient dwarven stronghold, not a specific hidey hole.
Kind of go hand in hand.
If it was specifically where would I find a typical lair of a monster, yes.
Gotcha.
But you guys know that this is some kind of old dwarven stronghold, based on what you were told by Halliburton.
Did you? Oh yeah. So I remind you of the fact that we are liberating the dwarven stronghold from these vicious gnomes.
Gnomes.
And so, with your help leading, you're able to follow. It's not a great trail, but so it doesn't look like it's traveled a lot. But there is enough disturbance of the brush that you can find it up, and it is climbing. You're heading into what would truly be foothills now. There's still, again, not like mountains yet, but you can see the mountains very clearly across the sky, and you know that's the direction you're heading. And eventually, the trail seems to end in rock, as there's kind of another rock outcropping. But way up at the top, which is maybe 300 feet up, you can see a darkened area. It looks like it might be a cave.
Ooh.
Excited dwarf.
Well, do I know anything about caves and stuff to be able to
You
confirm?
have mining, right?
I have mining,
You
yeah.
can use that.
Okay, I have an 18. That means I gotta roll below that or something?
Yeah, but it's minus 40 because it's an easy level. Not easy.
97, so no.
Nope.
I mean, It would not be a mine. No one would set a mine way up at the top there, but it very easily could be where a dwarven stronghold would have an entrance.
All right, boys, let's go. I start climbing.
Okay. He's
the-
climbing.
the-
You can see a path right over there that is he's trying to scale the side. You can make a climbing roll.
I was gonna say I will literally encourage him. I'll be like, that's
How,
awesome.
how much
Great
does
job.
how much does he weigh?
I don't know how much you weigh. It's on the front of your sheet near the
Is
top.
it?
Yep, right up near the top.
170 pounds.
Okay, has he scrambled up high enough to where I just can't like grab him
Oh,
and
let's find out.
put
I
him
have
on the
no
ground?
number
out.
for climbing. What is that?
So it's either the weaker of your strength or dexterity.
Okay, the weaker. That'll be my strength, amazingly.
Yes, you're a very agile dwarf. I remember that.
Huh.
And you raised your dex when you went up. So
So I rolled a 33, and I don't know,
what's your current strength?
14.
So yeah, you're not doing great, but you're making some progress. But no, he has not gotten above your level of reach.
Okay, yeah, I'm
Great
just gonna
job.
grab him.
I'm
go.
gonna actually.
So
trail
his hand suddenly
right
grabs
there.
you and kind of pulls you off and turns, and you see like a carved staircase going up.
Oh, why did you do that? He was doing so good.
I don't want.
I was doing well.
He was doing
I don't want him to become
Well,
all
Your
squishy
shell
when he
iron is not good
slips.
enough to know the
well.
difference.
It's a 41.
I don't want him to
Yeah,
be
that's not good
squishy
enough
when he
to know the
slips.
I was
I
doing
teach,
good.
I teach English. 50% is not enough.
I would agree with that. I would
It's
agree
not
with
enough
that.
for that subtleties. Like
What about the difference between fewer and less?
Absolutely not.
No, that's like 100.
That,
You
yeah,
mean,
Yeah,
will truly no one use that
Exactly.
properly, or at least
Wait,
76%.
they're like
There's a
they're-
difference between fewer and less.
Absolutely.
yes.
It's a count now.
I have a
count
minor
or
in English,
non-count.
but here's the difference. My minor is in Shakespeare studies,
Ah.
so I don't know this modern language stuff. don't
But
know
I
about
can
that.
insult someone Shakespearean
Absolutely, I
with
can.
expertise. So are you taking the stairs, or are you going to continue to attempt to
One's
I don't
climb
know
them?
if
quantitative
you
and
can-
the other's
I
qualitative.
don't know if you can say you have a minor in English when it's Shakespearean era English.
Yeah,
An
I know
English
that's
that was never spoken on this
I
planet
mean,
except
he's
in
got
play.
you got a piece of paper, right?
I do have a piece of paper
There
that
you
says
go.
I have a minor in English.
Now, did you have debt at one point?
Yes.
There you go. He has debt and a piece of paper. He's a
fair.
student.
A student.
He
That
studied
counts.
it, right?
Absolutely.
There you go.
So in any case, are you
Yes.
taking the stairs, or are you trying to climb the mountain? Because
Well, I'm
of
gonna
your-
take the stairs.
I'm gonna let him carry me. He's looks all like he needs his
Well,
exercise.
because we are confronting gnomes and maybe kobolds, we should probably inspect the stairs for traps.
Ooh, traps. Ooh.
Identify trap.
Yes.
Well, actually, I guess
I mean,
to find it would be scrutinize.
if we're gonna be carrying anybody in the party, it's the dwarf.
Is that
so
like
let
your
me
thing?
just
Is
carry
that-
him
is
the
that
whole
something
way
you
up
do?
the stairs.
I am a rogue, but I don't have
You're a mage
scrutinize.
thief.
Oh. Who has scrutinizes? Is that the other you?
Yes.
Okay.
The rogue is got scrutiny.
Ah, okay.
No traps in sight. Actually, you can use that to identify traps too. I forgot that.
Oh, can you identify traps too?
Yeah.
Unless, of course, they are the obvious neon traps.
With a big arrow and a rope. Like,
What you do realize is these stairs are pretty old. Exactly how old, none of you except maybe the dwarf are really equipped to know, but they're still in good shape. I mean, they have that worn in the middle part where, you know, most people step and then everyone steps there because it's worn in the middle and it's easier to step there that continually wears it down. But they are obviously well-designed stairs. The height is almost identical all the way up.
I'm gonna get a beer.
As you climb them, it goes.
All your players just walk.
I know, my players abandoned me. It's okay. That way when I ambush them, I say, look, you guys were grabbing more snacks. you're all eating. That's
wanna
why you're
point
allowing
out-
a D30.
It was his
I want
damn
to point out,
sandwiches.
legit, that's what I would be doing. Legit, that is for the record. If you're like, you're going to
The
ambush me, you're
barbarian's
snack,
looking
like,
for
yeah, I
beer.
did.
He's,
Yeah.
you know, getting into your wineskin for beer.
Yeah.
Oh, that reminds me. I'm sorry, I forgot. I need another percentile roll from you, please.
Me?
Yeah.
Why do I? No. Gnomes.
Why? Because you dared them.
26.
Right before you take a swig of your ale that you have in your wineskin, you smell a familiar smell from when you were in their wagon.
What smell?
The super spicy stuff that they tricked you into drinking.
Okay, this is what I want to do. I want to try to swap my skin with barbarians.
Do you have a wineskin or an ale?
I wonder if you even know this. If you don't.
Nope. All right.
Gideon has one. You've seen him with a wineskin.
Dang it, I like getting though. He's annoying. I want to swap it with his.
So PvP is encouraged in
Not encouraged, but I don't necessarily stop it.
okay.
But you do have to live with the consequences if you're standing under a potential enemy stronghold fighting.
This game is a lot harder and a lot more attention to detail, so the little stupid shit that we do gets into a lot of
Yeah,
trouble.
I tend to assume that you're doing stupid things, you're doing stupid things.
Where does it say you have a wineskin or a flag? Like, where would I even find that?
Maybe over there, you might not even have one. I forgot, I was thinking of somebody else. I thought the dwarf had a skin of ale.
Well, they can't sabotage
So they
me
did,
if I
never
don't have
mind.
one. That's
So you're,
what
you're drinking the
did.
Gideon's ale. Somebody has it. Maybe it was a different character. So you're drinking, helping drink Gideon's wine, so you have nothing to worry about.
Alright.
In any case, so you're climbing, and this staircase is one of those cool switchback ones. Goes up and back, and it's the nice thing is it is wide and stable. This was built by your people, man. It's for the humans. The steps are pretty close together because they're built for dwarven legs. You love it, and you love it because it's built for dwarven legs. You guys, you're like, can I take like 3 steps at a time?
Take it like 2 steps at a time.
Yeah, you
3
can do
steps
2
at
or
a
3
time.
without any difficulty, but then you leave them behind. What is your marching order up the steps? You could go 2, but then you're awful close to the edge, and the dwarves did not see fit to put a railing on the edge. The stairs themselves are about 6 foot wide, so if you're brave, you could stand beside each other.
I'm number 3, which implies we're going single file.
I mean, I should probably either go first or second.
You go first.
I mean,
Or you should go first.
Traditionally, what you had done was he was second because he had the light, but right now you're outside.
I
and
mean-
it's about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, so that's less.
he's the one most likely to know how this
Right.
all works.
Oh, yeah.
So I would say
Should
him,
go second.
me.
I'll go last.
Yeah. Okay.
When we get inside the caves, I'll
You
do
may
the
have
light
to switch
source.
around depending on the light situation.
Right.
And as we're going up the stairs, I want to keep
Look
an
at
eye
that,
out.
the
I want to
force
keep an
work.
eye out for any sort of traps, especially dwarven ones on the stairs themselves. I also want to look up the slope too to see if there's any sort of deadfalls that have been set up that might tumble boulders down on top of us or something.
You haven't seen anything, but you do see carved in the mountain about halfway up dwarven runes that. Are you literate in dwarven?
I am.
I thought you were.
Yaha!
So it says basically, welcome travelers and merchants to the stronghold of Thordon the Great. It's in dwarven runes.
Thordram the Great.
Thordon the Great, yes. And so it's not
I literally don't eat candy ever. I just don't for some reason. Then I come here and then I do.
Well, eat as much as you
I
want.
don't
Yeah.
know what amazingly
I don't-
annoying thing.
I don't
You're
need
not
that
allowed to
thing
have
sitting.
caffeine anymore. Chocolate is gone.
So this is
I don't normally drink
the,
Dos Equis.
This is
but
like
when I
the
do.
what? The ruins or the keep of the stronghold of Thordram the Great?
That's what it seems, yes. And this was apparently something that welcomed travelers to it. The idea of how people brought goods up these stairs, that's up to you to figure out.
I mean, I'll tell my companions that these dwarven runes up here indicate that this was one of my ancestors' halls. So I'm
And
going
as you go around the next switchback, the same saying is written in merchant tongue. Which I'm not sure any of you are literate in.
No, I know that a little bit.
Yeah, all of you know enough to recognize it's more symbols. Do you have to be a proficiency of Glerse? Glersee? I can't remember if I gave it to you or not. I might not have because it's a ranger thing, but sometimes I give it to barbarians.
Where would that be? Second page?
It'd be second page proficiencies, first blue box.
Yes.
Okay, so you recognize actually there's signs and symbols that most people would miss that are left and actually carved, which is rare. Usually they're like twigs and such, which basically state similar things. This is a trading post for good, honest, trustworthy dwarves. But when you do get to the top, it actually is onto a flattened platform that they've very obviously, especially to your eyes, been smoothed by tools to be about a 30-foot square platform. And right set in the mountain is a giant disc, big enough that it's about 8 feet across to all around. It's about an 8-foot diameter disc, 8 to 9 feet. I mean, you know, measuring it to yourself. It looks like it was originally intended to roll into the mountain to open, but something has forcibly shoved it. So one side, the right side of it, as you're facing it, your right, is pushed inward and there's an opening there. It's not huge, but it's enough you could squeeze through.
Well, I guess we go in.
Scrutinize the entrance.
It's the entrance. It's got all kinds of dwarven runes on it. Do you recognize them as runes of welcome, runes of, greetings, Thorda the Great, and a whole list of his
There's
ancestors.
an awful
going
lot
back
of
like-
welcome.
It goes back like 30 generations of his ancestors listed on this door.
Well, this was a
Are,
trading
are,
place.
are, are dwarves normally this welcoming?
In their specific trading habitats, probably you haven't met a lot of dwarves where you're from, but he's very welcoming. He'll just tell you he wants to kill you a lot.
Only if you're a gnome or you're a slaver.
Or you would
An
take his
annoying
hat.
halfling.
Take a hat. You know.
Guy with a hat.
Well, the guy with the hat was trapping us.
A baby kobold.
He
Lots of
used-
different things, really.
He did use reverse psychology on us.
He reversed all over. the
Be
place.
careful. There's people right there trying to ambush you. That was very sneaky of him.
It was reverse psychology.
Absolutely.
All right, let's should I do the roguey thing?
You're not a rogue. You're a thief.
I am a thief, but I
Do
still.
the thief
Rogues and
thing.
thieves are different.
Yep.
Gideon's a rogue. He can talk people out of their underwear. You're a thief. You can steal their underwear from them, but you're a mage thief, so you're not as good as a true thief at stealing underwear.
Yeah, but I still.
But
have
you can light
hiding,
things on
and-
fire with your finger.
So you're gonna
Did you pick
steal
your
their
spells?
underwear and set their butt on
I
fire?
hope you
I
saw
thought
it.
I already
I
did.
did the second level spell list over there too. So
Maybe not in
I
that
didn't,
order.
So I didn't.
so you have one of each level plus one more of either
Well, then
level.
the underwear are gonna be scorched.
Right, one of each level plus one of
Either first
first or second. But I think I was taking two.
The truly
first.
soiled pants will
I need to take
catch
a
fire
second.
much quicker than the other ones. That's how we sort.
So what would you like to do? Is
I would like to stealth up to the door and see if I can get a peering
Roll
inside.
sneaky.
Oh, 6.
You are moving without noise whatsoever.
Yes.
If nobody's looking, you're certainly not going to be seen. There's no cover to hide behind, but you're moving as quietly as you can.
Well, I'm gonna peer inside the door.
You get up to the edge of the door and you're kind of peering around. It is fairly dark. There's some light, of course, filtering in from the sun, but it's coming in the wrong side right now because the sun's straight overhead. But it is enough you can see. There looks like there's some kind of an antechamber, but right about 20 feet in is just rubble. Looks like it's collapsed almost completely. Beyond from where, but just peering in, that's the best you can see.
All right. Good enough. I will make my way in.
Okay. As you move in, you slip into the first one, and what you see is, yes, there is an antechamber, and the far side is collapsed, but someone has actually almost looked like tunneled down off to the left side. There's a hole. It does not look like a planned staircase or anything similar. It looks like somebody literally just dug a hole in the ground from where you're at.
Okay.
What are the rest of you doing? Well, he just snuck in around this door.
I'm gonna go up to the entrance.
Is it all right in there? Can we come on in?
I think so.
All right, boys, let's go.
I mean, quietish.
Is it a big enough space for me to
You
fit through it?
Yeah, you realize that. I mean, you got to turn a little sideways. You're
Yeah.
not walking. Same with the dwarf,
Like in real life.
but it's comfortable to fit.
Okay.
Whatever forced it open, you can actually see them scratches on the floor. It looks like it was open, but it can't close all the way anymore. Presumably something broke, but you know. And it looks like the inside had some kind of latches designed to hold it closed, and they're just literally ripped out of the wall.
Is low light vision, dark vision a thing in this?
Low light vision is the thing.
Low light
Dark
vision is a thing. Yeah, enough. Yeah.
There
dark
is no
vision
such thing as dark.
Is it completely dark in here?
Right here, it's dim light, so you can
Okay.
see, but not well. And the people with low light, which should be the dwarf, I think,
Yeah, I have it.
can see as if it was lit. You guys are straining to see.
Okay.
I will.
Man, I just don't have a whole lot that I can use right at this second.
I will.
That's the
Oh,
kind of game
candlelight
this
is.
is.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just
And I will say your equipment is fairly thin because I get bored buying equipment, so I make sure you
Yeah,
have enough to
that's not
adventure and go from it.
Light my lantern.
That's fair.
So he sits down, a miner's lantern, lights it up. There's immediately a circle of light around you, and then a miner's lantern's like a bullseye lantern. It has like a 50-foot. So this is now very well illuminated because he's got like a 15-foot circle around him. And yes, I mean, it looks like whatever was there absolutely completely collapsed. You can see like a remaining hand that was probably a statue sticking out of it. But this, whatever this hallway once was, is ruined. But over here on your left, someone has roughly dug through the stone floor.
How big is the hole into the stone floor?
It is, get closer to it, it's about 10-foot-ish. Again, it is not neat and finished in any way. You're embarrassed by the workmanship, but whoever did it, it's more of a tunnel than a staircase. They did do a little work on the floor to give you like footholds, and it isn't straight down, it's a tunnel that angles around. But it obviously was done just to function, not to be pretty.
Alright.
So I guess we start going down this tunnel.
Yep. You go first, and I'll follow right behind with the lantern.
Okay.
So you're going to put the barbarian third. That's been a traditional way because then he holds the lantern over the dwarf's head so you can see. So you illuminate the tunnel, and again, this stuff is rock. Whoever did this put some effort to get through solid rock. So it very quickly narrows, not uncomfortably. It's still about 6 foot or so, but it's obvious that once they got this going, and you can see periodically signs of more work stone, like they're digging through levels, but you haven't seen anywhere else to go. And it goes down and kind of makes a big U-turn.
Do I know if this is the sort of thing that goblins would do, or does it take something different?
It could be, but they would only do it because someone more powerful made them do it.
Okay.
They would normally not be this industrious.
Alright, boys. We're not dealing with just goblins. There's something that must have put them to this, otherwise I wouldn't have dug this way. So we're looking for some sort of overmind, a taskmaster.
Didn't we hear rumors of an ogre or something?
I don't think so. You know you're looking for a dwarf and a necklace.
Yeah.
Well, it was the dwarf then.
So let me get this straight. The dwarf may have enslaved a whole bunch of goblins?
Enslaved, hired. I mean, goblins will do more for, not money usually, but food and fancy shiny things they'll do stuff for.
Well, they're just goblins. Who cares?
For someone, you know.
Good point. I like your logic in this.
But finally, the tunnel actually, you see it coming up on your thing, it ends at a staircase. So it's like the tunneling dug into the side of the staircase and then dug out and around it.
So now there's a staircase that goes down?
Yes, in front of you will now be a staircase that seems to
Okay.
continue the descent.
Alright.
And your lantern shows it's only about 10 feet till it opens into a room.
Alright.
I'm just going to put you in there, maybe that's easier.
This is an old school map. Look at that.
Hey man, I'm old, I can't help it.
That's cool. No, I like it.
It's a little, yeah. I'm going to use a different color because this isn't coming through and I want you to be able to see.
It's already got red all over the place.
That's part of it. I'm like, it's too much red that didn't come off well, so. And the stairs actually end right about here. They come right down into this room. Sorry about that. And I'll even show you there's a regular door over here. And as you come down, this is the end of the stairs. So these are stairs going up. I'm not going to mark out because I have to move you. This is a bigger, fancier door, although you immediately realize it is not human size. It's about 5 foot tall. It's built for dwarves to go through and not for humans. This door is similar, but this is just a regular turn the knob and open door. This is a disc like you saw before.
Do I know any reason why there might be a door like that in this stronghold? Is that normal, or does
It would not
denote
be
something?
surprising in an area with an important dwarf that was his main area he would go through.
Okay.
So he wanted cool doors to show off how impressive he was. And since humans, your theory would be humans wouldn't be allowed down to this level wherever you are, because you know you've gone hundreds of feet into this rock. So this level might have been like a level that was designed for just the dwarves. And looking behind you on the staircases, you come out here, you guys can see that again there's been a collapse. Something was definitely above you, but this staircase was collapsed and this tunnel managed to dig into it.
So I'll tell everybody. Probably behind this door we got something important that we're gonna find. It could be where this dwarf we're chasing is dwelling. But it could just be something that was important at the time this place was made and means absolutely nothing.
I see large embossed doors. I assume there's a big bad behind it. Just assumptions. So be ready.
The small door here might have found something interesting too.
I'm curious under the stairs. Is there an under the stairs, or is it just solid
You're
stone?
standing on the stairs right now.
Yeah, I step off of the stairs.
All right, as you go off, sure enough, under the stairs here is open. There is another door under the stairs
Oh,
right
nice.
here.
There's another door there.
Well, I mean, the stairs come down. There's a gap under them and a door to that
Okay.
side underneath the stairs.
Sorry, I spent the last 10 minutes trying to find a spell.
So we got
I
3
assume you come
doors.
off the stairs and then moved around the room to some extent.
One is dwarf size and
No, these
is,
are all dwarf size. This is
Okay.
just fancy.
ah.
All of these
Okay.
doors are at best 5 foot tall. I do need observation rolls from everyone. Now, competing, so roll your and add your skill
competing.
to it. So roll and add your skill. You're trying to roll high in this rare.
105.
That's bad. This is the case where I actually rolled.
It's minus 40 on that.
No, you're going to add your skill to what you roll. There's no skill
Oh,
difficulty.
then it's 72.
Nice.
33.
Because
105.
what would be at what skill would that be adding?
Probably your
Observation.
wisdom if you don't have the observation skill.
Yeah, so it's
The first number, the teenage.
12, so it's 72 what I rolled on my percentile.
Plus 12.
Plus 12, so that's 84.
Okay.
Right?
My dice were tricked. They thought we were supposed to
Don't roll
under.
low. I didn't tell you in advance.
Mine did that too.
Well,
Yeah,
you have the advantage, partly your thieving background. You recognize right here, there's some kind of a compartment. One of the blocks is out a little bit from what it would normally be. Instead of being set flat like all of the others, it's popped out just a little.
Guys, I seem to have found a secret compartment. If you would be so kind as to guard the doors from immediate barrier while I diagnose
So he's over here
the
diagnosing.
trapitude of this.
What are you guys doing?
Diagnose the trapitude.
Where are you standing? As he's diagnosing the trapitude.
I'm gonna stand next to him and supervise. I'm gonna give him pointers since I'm a dwarf and this is a dwarven place. They're not necessarily helpful.
And his light is enough. This is all well lit enough for you to see comfortably.
Okay.
Hang on, I gotta figure out where everybody is before we roll. Where are you gonna be, halfling?
It's definitely a trap now.
Oh, totally.
I don't want to be off on my own. That's the only thing I can say is like I want to be near somebody. So.
All right, barbarian, where are you gonna be?
I'm going to be just right there. Looking around, like,
Gideon will kind of stand here. Which one do you want to do?
I'll stand between Gideon and.
So you can be over here
Yeah,
near
I'll be
near
there.
the shelf too.
Yep.
Spread out, everybody.
So, you guys. Alright.
Roll your identify trap. Unless you want to wait and talk about that.
One second. And I. Imagine this being a chalkboard. And I was to write a little Traps 101 right
Okay,
here.
yes,
Right.
yes.
Right? You guys following?
no.
Right.
Traps are
So,
nice.
what kind of traps are there? There are the poke you in the head traps with the
Right.
spike.
As you're
Right.
talking, Gideon moves to the other side of the room. He has a high end. He figured it out.
Then there are the poisonous gas traps, which
Yes.
releases a
That's
cloud
correct,
in a
yes.
certain radii.
And then there's these traps.
Yes.
Which, if I had to guess, would be probably from the front of his toes
Nobody.
to the back of your rear.
Back of my rear, right.
The trap would expand that far.
This is a lot of talking. What are you trying to say?
And then there's
He needs to get out of the way
then there's the exploding traps.
so you don't get blown up when he sets off the trap. Because he has no faith in his ability to open the trap.
Aha.
All right.
I got that wrong. That's how dumb I am.
I'll go on the opposite side so that there's stairways.
There's these traps,
Traps,
here
yeah,
too.
Yeah, these are your traps.
Yeah, those are your traps.
Yeah, dude.
Are they you moving, or are you going to stay there to advise him?
And then,
I'm just nodding at him as he's talking.
By traps.
Fascinating.
These are the guns. These are the traps.
Right.
by traps. And, all right.
I'm just nodding like, that's great. Ow.
That corner over in there.
Yes.
that corner needs your divine presence.
It does. That's amazing that you know that.
I'm gonna go over and grab him by his scruff and drag him over.
Okay, that's fine.
You moron!
Identify trap.
Well, he was talking. I wouldn't want to be rude.
19 on the die, which
He was
is
very, very
well
into what he was
below,
well
saying.
below my.
You don't see any sign of any traps.
All right. Well, do I see how it opened?
No. But you could try pushing on it, pulling on it, turning it.
Prying it.
What do you want to try?
Does anybody have a big hammer? That usually works.
Everybody looks at the dwarf. It's not a big hammer, but it's a hammer.
Am I gonna hammer?
Yeah, it's what you fight with.
Yeah,
Warhammer.
that's what I fight with.
A common hammer.
I will try to open it, like pull on it.
Okay. You kind of get your fingers around and it slides. Oh! You almost hurt yourself because it just comes right out in your hands.
Should have known better. Dwarven stonework.
It's a little compartment. It doesn't actually come all the way out. It stops. It's like a drawer. It's set kind of low for you because it's set for a dwarf. You're looking in there and there is a vial about that big that is full of a kind of russet-colored liquid. It's a glass vial,
Russet.
kind of a brownish colored
That
liquid.
sounds like a rust monster.
Yeah, it could be. You never know. It's pretty thick, but you know, it's this little
All right.
brownish liquid in a vial, and there is a warhammer.
Give it to
Or
me.
no, sorry,
He'll
not
try
a
it.
warhammer. There's
Try
a dagger.
anything.
A dagger.
Wrong room. There's a dagger.
I will snag the dagger and
Okay.
the vial.
Do you have appraised arms and armor?
I do. I do.
I know you do. You're a fighter. All fighters have.
I don't.
So I mean, it's a dagger.
I have found a toothpick of sorts and a potion, likely healing.
Brave of you to assume that.
I can train
Do you
it
want to hit it
all.
with your? Do you want to hit it with your hammer? Just
Arcane lore to
potion
identify.
and all the other potions.
I
No!
was gonna say you seem to enjoy smashing the
Arcane
potion.
lore.
Not here. You would need some kind of a lab or something to work on if you're not just going to sip it and try it.
Oh. I suppose I can sip it.
Okay. How much of it are you under?
Just the smallest.
Do you have any existing wounds?
No.
No. Roll a
Do
d20.
you want one?
2.
Doesn't seem to do anything. It tastes. Oh my goodness! It tastes like blood.
Definitely a healing potion. It's red.
It's russet, but it tastes like blood and it's bubbly. Like
Anybody
champagne.
want the unidentified healing potion?
No, I have one.
I will write the
And you also, I don't know if you, I know someone wrote it down, but you did pick up that healing salve from the temple.
I have that.
That okay, so make sure someone remembers it because it's been a while. That
Oh, true.
it is not a healing potion. It won't heal you, but it does speed up your healing.
I have 10 of those.
And
Healing ointment?
Yes. Ointment. Yeah.
all right.
So,
Why can I ever remember the name?
I don't know.
Fignog.
Fignog!
Fignar. What do you think of this little beauty? As
What?
I wield the little
The
dagger.
dagger?
Yeah. Dwarven made, I think.
Is it dwarven made?
You think so? Identify arms and armor. And it is an easy roll, so you can subtract 80.
I'm like negative numbers then.
Yeah. It is definitely dwarven made. It is a very finely dwarven made dagger. Game terms, it would be a +1 dagger. In Hackmaster, that is not magical. It's well made, kind of like a master crafted weapon would be. It's closer to that. Anything up to +5 in Hackmaster is not magical. You give me true magic weapons are +6 and higher.
Dang.
What does +1 mean? Is it +1
+1 to
damage?
your attack, to your damage.
Okay.
Alright, boys, we got ourselves here a +1 dagger. Anybody use daggers?
I mean,
I do, actually.
You do?
You do, but he's probably correct.
oh yeah, yeah. Well, I
Do you
mean,
see the bandolier,
I
the
have
blades,
one.
and,
Does that count?
and a couple in my shoes?
You
and
have a
boots
normal
and-
dagger. This one is much nicer made. The hilt is carved actually like a beer
I
can.
wasn't trying to stare.
He's got a sharp personality now.
It's terrible.
You'd be gaining honor from just your
Yeah.
just your role playing well.
What does that mean?
Push it
It
down.
means nothing.
Oh, okay.
For today,
Normally-
normally you'd be.
Honor is one of those things that as it goes up, you get various benefits for your character.
Since we're doing like a shortened campaign.
Yeah, I'm not have time to do too much.
But normally you'd be doing.
It's a hugely important thing because if it gets too low, you have major penalties. If
Okay.
it gets high, you can have major advantages.
I have bad honor.
You do. Almost all dwarves do because it's based on looks and charisma. And dwarves are penalties to looks and charisma.
Honor has
nothing.
nothing to do with looks and charisma.
No, but it
feel
does
like-
have to do with how people react.
I feel like my character, being that has blue eyes and blonde hair, and is tall and muscular, looks like Alexander Skarsgård from the Northmen, or from the Norsemen.
You've got a looks attribute, so you'll know how good looking you are.
That's what I feel like my character looks like.
Well, if you look at looks, that'll tell you how attractive you are. It's under your attributes, right here. It's the second to last one, LKS.
I'm not your average stable boy. Look at this. I have an ab.
89?
No, not that number. The
Oh,
first
14.
So you're good looking.
Not bad, yeah.
I mean, Gideon is like heartthrob, even for people
what's
who
your
don't
looks?
find
You're
it
not bad at all,
sexually
though.
attractive.
Hold on a second. What? It's a looks or charisma?
Looks.
Looks.
It's both for honor.
Well, both, yeah.
Oh. Well, my looks is 8 and my charisma is 3.
Exactly. That's why I struggle with honor. Because you're a
looks is
braggart. Yes, because he's a braggart. He lost even more looks than just being a dwarf. Alright, so you have found that is all that is in there.
Yes. And shall we
Should be drawn so close to the edge.
shall we barricade the other doors and try this one right here?
We should go this way because there's clearly not a whole lot to find over there.
Because the GM can make a lot of freaking room.
Yes.
That is clearly, I have a feeling, the way we should go.
It's always also going to inconvenience and we have to redraw the map.
Maybe.
Because pissing off the GM, no, and there's no problem with you going that way. I know you're screwing around, but
Fine, you put the door there.
I did.
It's your own fault.
You're
True
correct.
story. It's true.
So we'll go and
Line up
Big
on the
bag.
door,
All right,
lead the way.
opening the door.
and everyone else just standing there.
I'm not waiting for him.
So the dwarf stomps up as you guys are coming over and grabs the door and yanks it open. It opens easily. And you're looking down a hallway.
No, the hallway even. Oh, it turns. It turns at a convenient moment.
It does. Conveniently, exactly at a convenient moment, it actually does turn.
All right, I'm stomping down.
I mean, I guess I'm gonna squeeze my way through there as well.
I'm looking around. The corner.
Don't just announce your presence.
No,
The
you guys
gnomes
are just sitting here looking at things, investigating, opening things up.
If the
I'm getting bored around here.
The gnomes hear you coming. They will put fire ants in your underpants.
Been there, done that. Horse troughs.
I will duck my head and walk in here.
Yeah, I mean, you got anyone other than the halfling, the rest of you coming with him, because now you're in the dark. Because the guy with the lantern is walking away.
Well, I'm definitely following the lantern.
And
Yeah,
you
I'm
said you were coming.
yeah, I'm
so
definitely
hold
going.
on, don't get too far ahead.
Yep.
You're slower than these guys. So we'll
I'm
see.
second.
You're going to count through like that.
Put me at second. Right behind the dwarf.
So you hustle to catch up here. And there's another door there.
Yanking it open.
All right, he's being very careful. So you yank that open with a mighty roar, and you're immediately hit with a blast of wind in your face, enough to blow your beard into your face. I mean, it's not going to knock you over, but it's a pretty solid wind.
Cold or warm?
It is warm, and it smells like a sewer.
Oh, nice.
Dwarves are used to this. I mean, walking around with humans running at them just all day. I mean, they were like.
You do that to me, and I'm going to take that new fancy dagger of yours and stick it in that hole. Ain't ever going to fart
Oops, not long
again.
enough.
Oh, maybe I'll fart in two directions.
Or you can hold that
Would that
torch
work?
down and fart in
might.
his face and sets it on fire.
Beautiful, thank you.
It is what I do.
Oops, not there. Haha, I have a cloth now. I'm cool.
It's just a bunch of doors. Corridors and hallways and doors.
The wind is blowing up from there.
Maybe this is the hall.
This
of
is what appears to
doors.
be a bridge. It arcs up and comes back down here.
You said used to be?
It appears to be.
Oh, appears to be, okay.
About 35 or so feet long, and it comes up and right back down. And the air is coming up out of these pits in the side.
Why do people build shit like this?
Sorry.
My people! No, this was probably bored out by the kobold goblin gnomes.
As a dwarf, do I know what this might be? A dwarven stronghold? No?
You have no idea why this would be built into a dwarven
I'm
stronghold.
gonna go up to here, and I'm gonna try to keep my balance low and stuff. And I want to look over the edge and see what I see.
Roll observation. Limited light you have from the lantern
All right,
behind
so
you.
I rolled a 73, and my observation is my wisdom.
If you don't have the skill, yep.
So what do I do with the 73?
Add it to it in this case.
Okay, so 84. No, 86.
With the limited light you have to see, it's a very, very deep crevice. It does not appear to have been, it appears to be natural.
Okay.
So maybe the dwarves digging through here found it and just bridged it rather than
I'm
anything
gonna
else, 'cause you
I'm
wanted
gonna
to
go
get
in
across.
as well.
I bring the light forward. I'll stand behind the dwarf.
I see the
We'll move forward.
It's a deep hole.
Yes.
I'm gonna take a copper piece and toss it.
Not a copper piece.
Not a cop. Trade piece.
Trade coin.
Trade.
Oh, I'm sorry, a trade coin.
Those are little brass bits that are kind of
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna take a trade coin and just flick it over the side
Can I
and
make
just
an
stand
attempt to
there.
snatch it out of the air?
Yeah, roll a feat of agility.
As he
funny.
snatches it, can I make an attempt to push him over the side?
Nobody's behind you.
18 on the die. Feat of agility is plus 10, so 28.
How tall are you?
5'7".
So the first one you flip, he catches.
Okay,
Because you weren't expecting him
Yeah.
to catch it.
yeah, okay.
Sorry.
So the second one,
Nope. And I hurl it over the cliff edge, and I was like, just-
okay. I'm gonna use my listening skill because apparently that's a thing.
just a
That's
reaction.
everything.
Just to wait there to see if I.
Roll listening.
Okay.
This one, yeah, just roll and add it. Let's see how well you can do it.
37 plus 35, so 72.
Yeah, I mean, it falls a long ways. You're not like an expert in physics, but you're thinking it fell for a good 5-10 seconds.
Okay, so that's deep.
Yeah.
Very deep.
And then you hear kind of a clacking noise. Like something hard tapping on stone. But then it stops, so it's probably nothing.
Is that a monster lore thing?
You didn't hear it. You weren't listening.
Yeah. True. No, I wasn't listening.
If you want to roll listen, you can be listening.
It's just. That
That was weird.
He's just bring a pencil.
I'm not used to this.
I am
I'm still
trained in
digital.
listening.
My brain is still digital.
But I rolled a 55. Is it plus or minus?
Plus.
Is it
So-
doing,
So 67.
Yeah, you heard a little click,
Oh,
clack,
customer.
click, clack noise. Go ahead and roll monster lore. It is just for listening. It's a straight roll.
94.
Ooh, you are absolutely sure.
He was
that
trying to disguise his
That-
monsterness, so it's a.
It's the mating call of a purple worm. You've heard it before. You're sure of it. One of your professors imitated it perfectly when you were snuck into a class at the university to hear about monster lore. You remember him imitating the mating call of a purple worm, and that's what it sounds like. And you know they're 300 to 400 feet long and swallow people with poisonous stingers.
Guys,
You're sure of it.
guys, and I began to scoot back towards the door. That is the mating call of a purple worm. I'm almost positive. No, in fact, I am deathly certain we should go back and investigate some other door, or any other door than this door.
We can handle it.
That's not the. Where's your head today? Listen, we just dress you up like a purple worm.
All right, imagine Gideon's pecker, and then
Please don't.
That's
It's not what it's for.
and you know he's well endowed, right?
Well, yes.
I mean, just imagine that, but 400 times bigger and is capable of eating people. A 400,000-pound pecker eating people.
Well, listen,
It is the most terrifying concept in the entire world.
I really don't
Longer
think
than
this
others.
analogy was necessary. I mean, you could just talked about an earthworm or something eating people.
3 times
Why
as
did
long
you
as
have
a
to go
man.
with his pecker?
It's the biggest thing.
Some
and
men are longer than
Some
others.
men are longer than others. I see your mother's been telling you stories about me again.
Yep, that's what it
Earthworms
goes.
aren't nearly as scary as Gideon's pecker.
don't know. The ladies seem to like it.
I know.
I've never gotten any
Some half of the
complaints.
men.
What?
I've never
You
gotten
got me
complaints from
worried
them
over
either.
there.
I kind of look around,
I've
realize
been very
where I'm
worried.
at and where my face is, and I kind of just take a step this way.
Yeah.
I'm a little uncomfortable right now.
All right, let's drop this topic. While somebody go check that bridge out and make sure it's not trapped. See, it can drop us down there.
Are you just
You're like,
leaving?
go to the
The light
trapper.
is leaving.
There was another door back here with treasure.
Get your boat up here and do your job.
No, I'm not. There is a giant pecker worm
Well,
down in
we-
that
well,
hole.
I
we
will grab
don't-
you and throw you over the edge. Now get up here and do your job.
We don't know if it's all the way down at the bottom or.
It can burrow. I don't want to get eaten by a giant.
It's not literally Gideon's pecker, it's a worm.
But it's much bigger. It's like, I mean,
Is it bigger than me?
yes.
Oh. That's pretty big. That's pretty big. But I can handle it.
Imagine if you put 400 horses into a big, huge wagon. That's about how big it is.
You need to stop with the analogies.
That'd be a very fast wagon.
I'm really not sure what he's talking about.
I'm just gonna walk
don't
across
know
the
where the confused
stupid
one.
bridge.
Alright, so the dwarf goes stomping away into the semi-darkness.
I hold the light for you, is shivering.
So the light is shining right down that cone. As you get about there's that same skittering noise, and from under the bridge, a spider about your size comes skittering up over the bridge. Initiative time.
It's a purple worm!
You idiot!
So, initiative in Hackmaster. If you look, you should have on the third. You're going to want the third sheet. This is your combat sheet for 9
Okay.
later fights. This is the sheet you want. And you should have an initiative. Lower is better in Hackmaster.
0.
So you're just going to roll the straight die. Your
Yep.
die roll is going to be a D10.
A D10.
Yes.
And I'm just using my initiative modifier for my warhammer.
Roll a D10 minus 1, I believe, in your case, because your agiles all get out.
4.
Ooh, nice.
So keep track of that number. If you don't, anyone not have paper, you're going to need scrap paper for this part. Or you can put it on your phone or something, but you're going to need paper. So if you don't have paper to keep track, grab some paper. I know you haven't done this before, so we will walk you through it as we go, but I found that's much faster than 20 minutes of exposition that everybody
Pencils and
forgets.
So you
paper.
said
You really
it-
are a
it-
teacher.
I am a
It's a
teacher.
4 for the initiative.
So write down 4. That means
Okay.
your character will react on the 4th second of combat. Okay? So that's when you, until then you are surprised. You're probably arguing with him about whether you can handle 900 or a 400 foot long pecker. Whatever it is you're arguing about, it's yours to keep track of, because it's all on you.
Oh God. That's awesome.
Just, I gotta roll
You're arguing about whether you can handle a 400-foot long pecker.
I mean, we do.
Well,
where
good
I'm,
night, everybody.
it is very cold where I'm from.
Oh God.
Which makes it 200 feet long.
That's right.
Only 200 where I'm from. It's cold there. Who
Oh
knows?
dear Lord.
So
Use your
eventually,
cold spells!
until
I only have fire spells. It's gonna make it worse.
until that Rowan comes up, you basically can't do anything.
Though oddly, I have an irritate spell.
Yes, it's a very nice spell actually. Phantom Irritation is the official name of it.
Oh, that will really make it angry.
Is that like when, like in real life, when you think something's like, when you hear a buzzing in your ear and it's not,
It gives you penalties to basically
or do you
everything
see
you
like
used
a
to do it.
gnat flying
So
in
is that
front
the
of
one you
you?
memorized, or did you memorize Firefinger? Because you have to pick one.
Oh, I have to wait.
You one apprentice and one journeyman.
That's right.
memorized.
So that was hard.
I did not know that.
I have armor. No, I have armor.
Oh, let me
so
pick.
mine is
He's been cheating the whole
yeah,
time.
I have studded leather.
Well, I haven't
That
cast
gives
any
you a plus
spells.
one.
So it's your defense. Oh yeah, so your initiative will be 1 higher.
Right.
Your defense is +3 now. Or -3,
I'm
sorry.
Where did I put that?
So right there under armor, see armor,
Oh,
but
armor.
-3.
-3.
And that 10 turns into a 7. Yes, armor in this makes you easier to hit, but you take less damage. And then change that to a +7. So we remember. But your
Remember
DR
those
is now a 3.
And then DR is
Damage reduction.
here.
That yellow one. Yeah, this little kind of sideways
Reminds
square,
me a lot of second edition.
it definitely borrows a lot from
Yeah.
it.
It does for
But
sure.
this little square here is most of your combat stats you need.
Okay.
All right. So what's going to happen now is I'm going to call off numbers. Those are the seconds of combat. In each second, if you act, when we get to 4, you can start doing something.
Okay.
Whatever you're choosing to do determines basically how effective you are, how long it takes you. What is their initiative? Oh wow. Spiders have initiative of -4.
So I take 3 less damage.
So speed is your movement.
Speed is how often you can swing your weapon.
Okay.
Your movement will be 30. Sorry,
Based on your
come back
size.
to D&D.
Yeah.
If you're walking, you walk 1 square every second, 5 feet.
Okay.
If you're jogging, you go 10 feet.
Okay.
Running is 15. Sprinting is 20. Walking, you can pretty much do anything. Jogging, you can do most things, but you're moving a little faster. Once you get to running, you basically can't be readying your weapon and things. And sprinting, all you're doing is dead out sprinting.
Okay.
From a dead start, which is where you're at, you can't go faster than a jog in the first second. The second, you can always go up by 2 speeds per second. So if you're standing still, you can go up to a jog and then up, if you want, to a sprint. But if you sprint at something and run into it, you basically you got to slow down at the same rate.
Okay.
So you can theoretically run right through something as a sprint. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say 1. Anybody got a 1 for their initiative? Not surprisingly, the spider did because they didn't have to roll because it was an ambush. So as you're walking, you haven't even noticed it behind you yet. The rest of you have seen motion. You're trying to sort out in your brains. The spider comes up behind and tries to bite the dwarf in the back. Roll a d8 for your defense die, please.
D8 defense die.
Because you are unaware.
I rolled a 1.
So you have fumbled your defense. So basically, you are busy complaining about the stupid thief who's not doing his stupid job. You ask him to do one thing, and he's back there like a coward. And the next thing you know, there's a burning pain in your back.
And as I say that, I know! Gideon's Becker! Help!
So it's penetrating. It is before armor a 5-point wound.
And this is my armor reduction?
Yeah, armor reduction is 2, so you take a 3-point wound.
Oh, jeez, you guys.
And then I need you, fortunately you're a dwarf, I need you to roll a d20 plus your physical save modifier, which is on the front. I know that's one of the few things I wish was not here.
I've got a fairly convenient way to keep track of health.
Okay.
Ooh.
14.
And then as a dwarf, you also get
You have to write it down on the character sheet because
Plus
every
5
wound
more.
is tracked separately.
Okay, so
Because they heal
17.
separately.
No, wait, 14.
Oh, really?
19.
Yeah.
19.
yes, each wound is kept track of separately.
Yeah.
Because
Okay,
they
so
heal-
see how-
HP is.
See how, like,
That's
I'll
your
show you,
max
see how
hit
mine,
points, yes.
like before I took a wound, and then a wound, and then a wound. So every time you take a wound, you put the amount there, and then the next wound is the amount here, and the next one is the amount here.
They all
Okay.
subtract
So they're all
from
separate.
your hit points, your total hit
Right,
points.
they subtract from your
But
total.
each wound heals on its own.
Right. So, like,
these.
Yeah, so
I think
being
I've
a
seen that
dwarf,
before,
although
yeah.
you feel the burn of
Is that your,
poison,
like, a counter or
your
whatever?
body is tough enough, you
this
just shake it
is
off.
a
There is no,
roll
you're not
down
bothered at all by the
calendar
poison,
for,
but you do take the
commander
wound.
and
This
it-
large,
and,
nasty
magic.
mandibles
Magic,
dig
okay.
into
Came
the
with
back
a
of your leg.
special commander set.
So if your initiative
that
was
came
beyond
with
3,
one
you
of
go
those,
on
and
3
I
now,
used to
because 2
play
seconds after an injury, you
commander,
get to
like,
make.
religious.
So if you rolled higher than a 3,
Slide it too.
so it won't matter. But on 2, because you fumbled, it gets to bite you again. Because your reaction was to drop to your knees and start yelling about Gideon's pecker coming into your leg, rather than what would be a normal reaction. So you will still get to act on 2, but it gets to bite you a free shot at you. This time, however, because your initiative come up, you do get the d20 defense.
Okay.
You, however, don't get the shield, so you will only be a +5. Because you haven't had time to get turned around.
Okay. +5, 24.
Wow. So you have near perfect defense. So your second reaction is the
19
most
on the die.
agile roll you have ever
Yeah,
done.
near perfect. This is it.
Yeah, if you roll a 19 on the die, it means you spin around and you get to slug this thing right in the face.
Oh, nice.
So roll a d20 attack.
My warhammer comes
But it
across.
won't be a warhammer, it's a
Oh.
punch, so use the +4.
Okay.
Because 20 lets you do more than that, but
Oh, 6.
it still hits with that roll.
Nice.
So d4s, 2d4, but -2 from each die is your damage for a punch.
So 1 and then 1, so 2.
So you smack it in the mandibles just kind of out of instinct. as it tries to bite you again and knock it away from you slightly. That was all on 2. Now on 3 you can use your Warhammer.
Okay.
So on 3 you've got your feet under you, you've spun around, you're angry at this thing, you take your clown Warhammer and you just do a big wah! Roll your attack.
And I scream out, "Homie, don't think so!"
Dude,
Oh.
is drawing a weapon like is that an
takes
action?
There is no actions in this. It takes a second if it's a sword. It's
Okay.
3 if it's a dagger. It takes 2 seconds if it's a 2-handed weapon.
Okay.
So usually, and you can do it as part of your movement.
Could should we once we came into this area should we have said drawing weapons? Or?
I will assume that you did. I'm
Okay.
old enough to not worry too
Okay.
much about minutia
But
with
for
that.
me, I'm holding a lantern in one hand and a dagger in the other.
Okay,
I have
I
to
was
put my
just-
lantern down.
If you
Yep,
want to fight
nope,
with
I
2
was
daggers.
just-
So I'm sorry. What
I
was
was
your
just
total?
clarifying.
19.
All right. So he swings around, gives a howl, and swings the Warhammer right into the side of the thing. As it does, all of you hear in perfect gnomish voice, "Bonk!" Roll your damage.
Hammer says bonk.
10 plus 4, 14.
14. All right. You just crash it into the side of this thing. And you guys see him deliver a massive blow to the back of this thing. You see its part of its carapace crack in where its exoskeleton. It does not go down, but it was very definitely badly hurt by the blow.
And how can I tell when I get to act again?
You take the speed of your weapon, which is a 6,
6 added to
and you add it to the current count, which is 3. So on 9, you'll swing again.
Okay.
But that was a massive hit. And you just see him, he gets his shield in front, he just crunks into this spider with just a massive hit. And again, throughout the echoing off the walls is this wonderful bonk.
Take that, Gideon!
I think I'll let you keep it. Thanks. 4.
That would be me.
All right, so you finally realize the bonk helped apparently, that he is there fighting this nasty spider thing.
Oh yeah, me.
Yep.
Oh, I get you back.
All right. Do I have enough movement to get right up next
No,
to?
because remember, this is a per second movement, so you could go up to 10 feet, which is 2 squares, if you
Okay.
start jogging that way. But every time I call off a number, you can go 10 more feet. There is no turns in Hackmaster. There's no, you take your turn, you take yours.
Right.
We all go as our speed permits.
So you can move 10 feet this turn, and then the next turn you can move another 10
Right,
feet.
when I say 5, you can move 10 more feet.
Right.
And then when you get on the guy, you attack.
Right, and the first
As soon as you
attack,
get
as
to
soon
him,
as you
you
get
get
to
to
him,
attack.
you get to swat at him.
Okay, so could I move what you said it's
Jog,
10
jog.
feet right
If
there.
you
10
want to start
feet.
jogging, you jog
And-
to there.
And then next turn, and when he says 5, you can go jog.
during this turn? Once
can
I get
draw.
to where I want to go, could I throw a throwing axe?
Well, you can start prepping one. Problem is you have your sword in your hand.
Okay,
So you have to put your sword away
Yep,
and pull out an axe.
yep.
right,
I'll just
which
hold
takes
on.
a couple seconds.
Yep.
I was going
I'll
to say,
just
that the
hold on
1
to my
second
sword.
is probably worth it.
Everything in Hackmaster is on seconds.
Throwing the axe
Okay.
is probably not as good as what you do, considering what
Well,
you
what did
are.
you do with that potion,
Barbarian.
anyway?
I think
Where
you're
did you
gonna
put
do
your
better.
potion?
Close.
Tuck in your backpack? Is it on your? You know, you try
I
to hang
wrote
in your
it
belt?
on my backpack.
All right, so you've tucked it into your backpack.
Yeah.
Just for importance, if you decide to draw it in a fight, it's a little slower to get out of your
Yes,
backpack.
that's true.
I was given that discussion in Hackmaster. How long something takes is how long it should normally take.
Right.
I had 2 characters in a previous campaign that both had potions of healing. The thief kept the potion of healing in a pouch as the only thing in the pouch. So the thief could step back, take about a second to get in the pouch, about a second to uncork it, and about a second to drink it, and in 3 seconds it drank the potion of healing. The mage, who had potions break because he fell, kept them in his backpack wrapped in a blanket. So he had to take a couple seconds to get his backpack off, a couple more to get it open, and then he wanted to be careful taking his stuff out, so it took him about 10 to 15 seconds to find his potion.
For the record, whether I fall or not, I don't care. Mine is in a pouch obviously.
That's what most people do, but he had lost like 3 potions that
Yeah,
way,
yeah.
so he was pissed. And he didn't usually get in melee, so he's standing around letting the humans get chopped up, while he's,
Right.
or not the humans, the fighters fight while he's finding his potion.
Right.
It's a choice. In his case, it was fairly safe, but it took a long time to get to. So that's how Hackmaster works, though. It's kind of there's things written, but it's a lot of a judgment call on how long would that probably take you to do.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Also on 4, scamper. Please roll a D8 defense die as something is behind you.
D8?
It's attacking you from behind, dude.
But I'm a dwarf!
Being attacked from behind is bad in Hackmaster. There is very definitely facing.
Ooh, 8.
But because you max the die out, you get to roll again and add it on -1. Most dice in this is what's called penetrating.
Explode, yeah.
If you
8 plus 3, 11.
so you got 11
Plus my defense, right?
right, but without your shield, so +5.
11 plus 5. 16.
Okay, that
Pretty
actually is just barely enough. As
Pretty
you
damn
hear
good.
it, the last second you hear skittering of feet, and you manage to come aside as they just clack close past your leg.
Yeah, that's a damn good defense roll for being
It's
surprised.
very, very good for surprise, or not surprise, but from an attack.
I'm going to
Behind,
stare
yeah.
directly at Gideon. Dang it, Gideon! What are you doing here?
Talk to him. Actually, Gideon's still trying to look. He's actually looking in his pants, going.
Heck, man.
He rolled a 10. He's totally sucked up his
Yeah.
initiative. He has not even realized anything.
How did
is
it
going
get
on.
out?
He has not realized at this point that anything is going on.
That's funny.
So 5.
5. I shall put down my lantern with the
Okay.
beam.
So you set the lantern carefully on the ground.
Yep, that's probably my whole second.
That's everything you're doing. Yeah. It takes a second to be sure it's not going to kick them. Barbarian, did you want to advance into the fight?
Yes, please.
You're going to go here.
Let's go here.
So you charge forward, happy to finally see a fight. Now, because you came into contact, you get to attack immediately.
Cool.
So
Okay.
you're going to roll a d20 plus your attack bonus, which is in the kind of an orangish color on the top of the diamond.
Yeah, okay. Whoop. A 12.
Well, he only gets a d8 defense die because you're behind him. He got less than a 12. So partly because you're behind him and he's not ready for it, you come up and just whang your sword right down into him. So your sword is a weird damage.
Yeah, it's 2d6 plus 3 plus
Plus a d3
a
plus 3.
d3 plus 3.
So yeah, broadswords are weird in this. So here's your 2d6. Anytime you max out a die,
You roll it again.
you get to roll. So you have 7. Now roll the 6 again, and add it whatever you roll -1. So it doesn't do anything. So you're at 7. Now roll your d3. Now maxed
max.
out. So you're at 10. Roll the
again.
d3 again -1. 11.
11.
Plus I think your damage bonus is +3.
Right.
So you get 14 points.
You just killed my spider.
Even with his 2 points of
think you did,
armor,
yeah.
you just split it literally in half. It's oozing, spider innards kind of go over the thing, and the body part collapses and twitches here.
Cool.
Swoosh.
1.
Now, for your next fight, or next round, time you can attack, at base levels you take your speed of your weapon and add it to 5, because we're currently in 5.
Yep.
So 14.
Or you can stand where you are for 1 second to kind of reorient, refocus, and then as soon as you come in contact, you can fight again. You can't do that if something's attacking you, but you could leave the dwarf to get chewed on for a second, and it probably would be faster in this case because you just need to kind of reorient and go with it because it's right there.
I'll reorient.
Right, so that'll be in 6. You put the lantern down, and you haven't gone yet.
I haven't gone yet.
Okay, just make sure I haven't missed anybody.
Nope.
6. So you're reorienting right now.
This
you're
turn
kind of
you're
getting your
reorienting.
focus back. You can't move or do anything.
Yep.
But you're ready. You're kind of there. He is. I'm good for him. Are you going to turn around? Or are you going to keep letting him chew in your butt now? The one in front of us.
Gosh, yes, I'll turn around.
These are things I don't always remind people of, but we're all new to Hackmaster, so I tend to be friendlier with it. So the dwarf spins around, shield
What's
at
this
the ready.
direction facing thing? I don't get it.
Yeah.
I guess that's your hair.
I thought we were all beholders.
Yeah, direction facing is very important in this because of that. So you get ready, you focused on your next opponent, this is great fun, you get to kill things, and the dwarf's one getting bit, who cares? That may not be true. The dwarf is spun around, he's got his hammer ready, and you've moved up, you're still waiting.
What does the full parry mean?
Xanathar.
Full
is
parry
the,
means you basically give up all of your attack. You would do it the next time you're on your next initiative,
Okay.
but it adds massively to your defense.
+5
Yeah,
defense.
and it says reset weapon count.
Right, so that means doing that starts your weapon count again, as if you had attacked.
Gotcha.
So you can't say, I'm full parrying, ha, I hit you. You would start it when your next initiative
But I would
came
have
up.
that +5 until I attack.
Right. Until
okay.
your next count came up, you'd
Okay.
be at that +5, but you couldn't attack.
Okay.
So if you're getting messed up,
Oh,
Right.
yeah, so that's kind
It
of
can
cool.
be
You're using the
hugely-
whole time to do full parry. Yeah.
Basically, one of the clerics and I
That's
did
cool.
that a lot because he was like, he had actually, then he had a medium shield.
Yeah.
So he had really good defense, and he would just stand there on full parry, blocking the door and letting them deal with what's behind him, and then they would swarm whatever. He was great at like plugging up a hole.
Yeah.
Because he just hide behind his shield, but he blocked the way so they couldn't get past.
Cool.
Downside again, no swing, but major upside is that you're really hard to hurt because you
Yeah,
keep your
yeah,
shield
yeah.
up. Unless
Makes
it's
sense.
something with a really big weapon that turns your shield into goo, as he found out when he tried that with an ogre.
I remember battling a leprechaun. Turned our shield into a teddy bear.
I could see that. So that was 6. 7.
Xanathar is the big bad for Dragon Heist, and I'm running.
So you can continue to move up if you would like, Barbarian, because it's second. You can
Yeah,
jog-
I'm gonna
Now
move
that you're
up
ready.
next to the dwarf.
You can jog forward and you can even swing because you kind of had that time to read.
I am going to. Can I do this aggressive attack?
You absolutely can. So I don't do these a lot for new ones, but they're perfectly. I gotta even look at. I guess I've got Gideon's sheet. Sorry. So
Minus
aggressive
2 for
attack.
defense
So you will
roll.
get +5, but you're at -2. If this was an intelligent enemy, it could choose to do the give ground, which would have your damage by basically retreating. It's a spider. It doesn't know any better. It's
Okay.
just trying to get a meal, so it's just going to stand there.
Is that 19?
That will very definitely hit.
Oh, I'm sorry. 19
Then +5 more for the aggressive.
plus 2 for the orange,
Oh, for the
right?
orange, okay.
Yeah, I rolled a 14, so 16,
so
21.
21.
yeah.
So you easily just, I mean, the spider is not ready for this. It does not dodge at all, and you bring your sword down, crashing into it.
So 8 for that, and then that's half of that, right?
So it's 2.
So 2.
Right.
So you got 10 plus 6, right? So 16.
+3.
I thought it was plus 3 twice. Is it plus 3 once?
No, one is a D3.
Okay, so
one is
13.
3. So you got 13. So you just, even with its shell, your sword comes down and does not kill it, but you definitely cut a huge chunk out of it. Seven.
Can I do a running leap over my barbarian friend? Like some sort of acrobatic feat?
You can sure try.
With a big cliff.
Be aware there's a cliff and a sword. So it will be a really bad time to roll badly.
I'm good with this.
This would be a jumping
Uh-oh. Is this a percentile?
skill.
Oh, maybe I
Jumping
won't
is
do
one of your
this.
skills. Strength based.
I was hoping
Is
it was
there
a feat of agility.
Is there anything I can do to like scrunch down a little bit to?
If he wants to yell and try to warn you, but it's going to reset your combat speed because you're going to be busy doing that instead of getting ready to swing again.
Okay.
Because remember, we're on 7.
No. Yep. No.
So add your speed of your weapon to 7 for your next swing.
What about tumbling between them?
Yeah.
So you're going to try to squeeze through the barbarian swinging a sword around, the dwarf swinging a hammer around, and the spider biting at things?
Yeah.
Sure.
What is that?
Oh, boy.
We'll let you do a feat of agility.
Slide under.
Alright.
Slide it away.
20.
Okay? So you get about here, and I would like both the dwarf and the barbarian to make a feat of agility. As something suddenly starts shoving right past where you're trying to swing.
Tumbling.
Second page, right?
Yeah, very first page. It's in the green there, FOA.
FOA.
Right under your, by your action.
Feat of agility, so that's a
D20
plus
plus
6.
that.
So D20 plus that.
Okay.
Hopefully I didn't just push both of you off the bridge.
Natural 1.
Oh, lordy.
15.
I warned you
All
about the
right,
word.
so you react just in time to realize it's him. You don't. You just bring your hammer around in a massive swing it, which you assume is another spider trying to.
That's right, I do!
So roll your defense die, but you only have a D10 because you are currently tumbling.
I get my normal attack.
You have your normal attack. You're swinging away. Probably he's right behind your shield. You can't see. Something shoves your shield and you just
D10 plus anything?
roll defense, whatever it would be.
Okay.
1.
Oh, well.
You.
Probably good news for him.
14?
Maybe not.
Okay, so good news for you. He was totally unexpected, and he has fumbled his attempt to hit you.
I'm getting Ted's dice.
That's two.
That's 2 ones in a row.
Fumbles are beautiful, wonderful
Magic
things.
Ted dice.
So yes, there are very fancy fumble charts, and they're a lot of fun, but they do take some time. So what was your total defense?
Luke, is that the wormwood tray?
14.
14.
No, this.
And he got plus 7, so he got an 8. So that's
Homebrew?
Is the name of the company.
It looks nice.
Yeah, it's very nice.
60 plus a D1000.
Oh. A
It's a
D1000?
D100 with another die. So you roll hundreds, tens, zeros.
Hundreds, tens, ones.
D1000 comes up to you and says, "Have you seen this child?"
Yeah.
There's a D10,000 if you do crits.
Oh.
Then it's 4. So 3 D10s in a row.
First one's 100s die, the second one's
Nothing on that one either.
Or the 10s die.
So you managed to get to there.
Yeah, that's excellent. Can I face the spider at least?
Not yet.
Okay.
Next second. You were tumbling and trying not to get smashed by a dwarven warhammer. So 3d10s in a row. 1, 2, 3 for D1000.
3d10.
Yep, you're gonna roll one.
1, 2,
one
3.
to
It's
100.
D1000. So
Yep.
roll 100 and then a 10s and then a 0.
So the 100 is 3.
So 300.
300. And 76.
376 plus the critical of
It should say, you hit your nearest comrade in the pecker. And that would be him.
Maybe
That would be him.
Let's find out.
And then we're gonna
Rochambeau you for it.
And we're gonna
You
get
got-
into a big.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I was doing 7. It was only 300. You, as he hits your shield and you swing, you actually hit your own shield because you just panic, and you hear a nasty crunk, and the strap on your shield pops loose from the shield itself.
Clank.
Your shield is now hanging by a single strap. Until you either discard your shield or get it fixed, you are -3 to attack and defense because your shield's currently hanging from your arm and flopping all the heck all over the place. I mean, you can drop it and you have a spare shield. So, not in a fight, you have a much better chance to successfully drop it.
That's brutal.
Plus, because it was a fumble, we're resetting your damage, your count. So starting on 7 to your next count.
They're battling down here.
No,
it's upstairs.
Okay. I will be back in the
Do you remember where? You gotta go up and make a right, and make another right, and then it's a little...
Yeah. When you're closing the door, grab it up high. A little higher than the little handle thing. Otherwise it'll fall off the track. So open and close up high.
Okay.
I also go on 7, by the way, but I'm not doing anything really important.
So you're watching going, go get a spider, or are you doing anything?
No, I'm
You're
I'm
a
not
human.
gonna be able- I'm not going to try to get in the middle of this. This mess.
Yeah, because you're still in the regular lantern light,
Exactly.
so you're
I'm just gonna. In fact, I just might move one, but that's all I'm doing. So.
Gideon is still standing there going,
Yeah.
yes, he rolled so badly. He's got a good initiative too, and he rolled so badly. 8.
Can I give ground on this turn?
Usually that is done in response to an attack, but you can always
Is it?
back up.
Is there-
Basically, you can walk backward.
You could do.
Is there a way to walk backwards, like defensively?
Fighting
So-
Yes.
withdrawal.
If you're walking backward, you're walking backward defensively. That's
Fighting
how you go
withdrawal lets you. You can walk backwards and take an attack, but the attack is at -2.
Right. You basically get -2 for every step you take if he follows you.
I want to defensively walk back. I don't know.
Yeah. So basically, if you're just backing up, make sure to get a free shot. You kind of shove your way in. This guy gets shoved off the edge because you're a dwarf and he's a spider.
Okay.
And he is not following you, so you're
Okay.
fine and released from fight at that point.
I'll wheel around his back.
Right, so you go there.
Can I attack?
Yeah, after the whole tumbling thing and such, I'll let you attack. Let me roll something. Oh, yeah, you look tastier than that barbarian. He's actually turning to follow you. As you turn, he's...
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
12.
You swing down, but this thing's faster than you expected, and it just sidesteps your fancy new dagger. Did you draw the second dagger?
I did.
Okay, well, assuming you did, but I couldn't remember. So you were doing a tumbling roll between your allies with a dagger in each hand.
It's called Fist Plant.
It's called Boy Were You Lucky. Oh, and by the way,
What
when you
number
hit
was
your
this?
own shield, bonk!
Ha! You bunk.
What number are we on? It was
8.
8. So 8 plus 6 is 14.
Anyone else on 8?
I technically am.
Right. Okay. Anyone's doing anything on
No,
8?
I'm not doing anything.
9.
Can I get this shield off?
Yeah, you take this. It'll take you. Roll a d3. Penetrate.
D3 penetrating. A 1.
So this second, you luckily get your arm just right, and the shield slides off and lands on the ground.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you got lucky. That's more fun when you roll a 6, 3, 3, 3, 3. So 12 seconds later, you're still fighting with the stupid shield because it's stuck on your arm. And
Into the
it's not
combat,
that
we see the
unrealistic.
dwarf like.
You know, if you think about it, in a little panic situation,
He's like
trying to
chewing
get
on
backpack off your back. You know, but in this case, it dropped right off as you turned your arm this way and landed on the ground at your feet. So you're now just have your hammer in your hand. You do have another shield, but it's strapped to your back.
Yeah.
That was so 9. You dropped your shield. You guys, I'm assuming you're still getting your sword ready to smack the heck out of it.
Yeah, I was gonna try swing again if I can.
Is it time?
Yeah, you have to 16, right?
Yeah.
So you won't swing till 16.
Okay.
All right. Well, I am going to take a couple of moves up just in case they don't kill a spider in the first turn. Then
So
we'll
being short-legged, you get a move and a half, basically.
Oh, that's right. So I get to
If you're
be basically
jogging.
there. Yep.
Gideon is kind of walking up, but he's like, I don't know about you, little man, but I'm not getting in the middle of that.
Well, that's why this is my emergency measure. If I have to go there,
Oh,
I will.
I agree completely. And
Yeah.
the dwarf's got a really nasty bite in his butt, so
Yeah.
you might need to suck the poison out.
No.
You'll be in the spirit of your ability.
That's right.
10.
I got the shield off.
Yes.
So at this point,
You do have to take one more second to reorient if you want to step right back into the fight.
I'll reorient.
Okay,
Would
so
there be any benefits of me moving up to here?
moving in combat, as long as you're walking, you can do, but you do have a -1 to attack and defense for every square you move
Okay.
until your next attack. So yes, there would be because it puts you beside him. Downside would be because you're moving around in the middle of a fight. He's like, yeah, I'll just kind of walk up.
That's what I'm doing too.
Roll the defense. It's a spider.
Now I am doing a jog, but that's because I move so slow.
Yeah.
So
Short legs, you got half movement. Oh.
17.
Yeah, you've been critted, my friend.
Oh, baby!
The spider lunges forward.
Serves you right! Wait, where did he get credit?
We haven't found that out yet.
All right.
By luck. So the crits are automatic hit, right?
No. Well, yeah, so automatic hit, but you can cancel the crit if you can get up to a 24.
All right, I'm gonna buy the 24.
So what happens to keep you from getting actually critted? Thieves and rogues have luck points they can spend that modify die rolls directly involving them.
That's bullcrap. Well, he can't think of anything, so I crit him. Crit him. Crit him!
The crit's coming, man. It's on you.
That's too long. Crit!
I'm trying to be nice because you guys are new at this. So it could be something as simple as that, instead of biting you, he sinks into your boot.
I realized that I got a little bit of Big Mac grime on me when I tumbled past him. And I'm like, oh! Just enough to...
You bring your arm up just before he bites it, and instead of getting you, he gets kind of underarm. He still gets you, but not quite as bad. So you take a
You're going for your
4-point
neck.
wound, and you need to roll a d20. Find it, get it right here. I think that's plus your con. I think I did wrong for the dwarf, but the dwarf's so good. Yes, d20 plus your constitution.
Oh, not this physical.
It's actually a constitution. I forgot that, but against the dwarf, who cares? He's got plus.
He's got a plus a million against it anyway.
27?
Ooh. Ooh, you just barely. So you do feel some burning, but you do not seem to be too incapacitated by the
Do you
poison.
feel the burn?
Okay.
He feels the burn.
I added my constitution stat.
Yes.
Okay.
If you roll a natural 1, you die.
What?
Whoa! Oh, good old Hackmaster,
And
man.
that one is death.
Hardcore. Hackmaster used to be able to die in character creation. Well, no, you couldn't die. You just wanted.
You're one bad dice roll away from death.
I remember one of the
Very
characters.
few things.
I remember distinctly.
This
one
is
of
the
people.
first size of spider as they grow that can kill you on a 1.
One of the people.
All
in,
of the
in
others can't
in the
kill
old
you. The
Hackmaster
smaller
game.
ones can.
What I'm
Roll
amazed
the,
about is how 27, that's awfully high.
He rolled a 19.
Okay.
Plus 7. The poison's roll was at plus 7. He got a 19.
Oh, okay.
So you beat it by 1. Because he rolled so high. It's a counter roll too.
Oh my god.
In the old system, we had somebody roll a pixie who had one arm and was mute.
There's a lot more ways to avoid that in the new one. 11. Did you guys maneuver around? Are you going in?
I'm gonna.
Because you should be able to, if you want to, step in. And
Yeah, I was gonna say you can step in.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So you come back at it, Matt as I'll get out.
Is there like
Shield in.
double handing this thing?
There is. Let me check the exact rules because I always forget that.
Since I don't have a shield
I was
anymore.
literally only gonna step in if
There
I
you
had
go.
to.
One-handed, two-handed. Your speed will go up by 2. But I believe your damage goes up too. Let me make sure.
That would make sense. Otherwise.
Well, normally you do it because you're like a halfling using a medium-sized weapon.
Oh.
So it's almost impossible to do, but there are, I think, there's advantages otherwise.
I don't think so. I think every edition has had that sort of advantage of using something two-handed gives you some kind
One-handed
of
use, two-handed is your characters plus 3 damage,
There you go.
Okay.
but it's plus 2 speed.
Right.
So this swing it won't matter, but if he doesn't die,
All right.
your speed is up by 2 because it's just more awkward to swing that way.
14.
That'll actually hit. He rolled a 4 defense.
Whee! Oh! Exploding.
Ooh,
Exploding.
nice.
So I'm at 11. So 14 plus. Right?
Plus 4 for this.
Right. So I'm at 18
Plus
plus the
3
2.
because of the two-handed.
Oh, so 21
3.
points of damage.
So you just, I mean, you come down on this thing right in the middle of it. There's a massive crack, bonk, and the spider just splits down the middle. Its legs twitching and
And I will keep on whacking it over and
bonk,
over and
bonk,
over and over
bonk,
again.
bonk,
And then I'm going
bonk.
to step through the goo up to him.
I gotta say, you're
Hold-
awfully good at whacking Gideon's
I'm going to
wiener.
hold the clown face covered with goo in front of him. You see this? It's pecker juice, you idiot!
You're great at whacking that thing.
And every time you swing it, your hammer goes bonk,
Bonk.
and it's an obnoxious Norman gnomish
Which, by the
voice.
way, for the record, I didn't do that.
Hey, not to get down a rabbit hole, but your bonk thing, I couldn't help it. So when I was in high school, I took German, and we as part of that, they would get you to watch movies, famous American movies, so you could learn the German language.
Right, yeah, so you
and
know
so
the words.
Karate Kid 2 was one of the ones we watched. And the very beginning of that, in German.
You watch it in
At the
German,
very
but-
beginning of that, there is at the end of it starts with the end of the first one, remember?
Yeah.
And so they're in the parking lot, and like the evil teacher guy, right? Like he's like Miyagi grabs him and he's like he could kill him and he's like, I could kill you with one hand. And you remember he reaches down, he grabs his nose and he says honk, right? He says it. So in the German version, he goes toot. Like why did they change that? Why toot? Like,
That needs changing. Honest.
toot. Anyway, sorry. Just made me remind.
That's funny.
Why say toot? It's so big about honk. Anyway.
So
Alright.
Gideon looks over at you. They didn't look 400 feet long. Maybe it's a perspective thing?
Take
You
all
were-
their legs.
You were way off about the purple worm thing too,
I
man.
don't want
They
their
are
legs.
purple worms.
I don't want their legs. I'm sorry. I don't really see why spider legs would be valuable.
That's what they're called.
I'm just saying, if you take all of the legs, you string them together, they might be 400 feet long.
No. Each leg's like a foot. There's 16 of them. That's 16 feet.
Can we just push him over the edge? That's all I really want to
I'm
do.
good for it.
What? I successfully got you across
Can
the
I
bridge.
push
and I
those
walked in
bodies
door.
over the edge?
One of them already is, but sure, you can kick the other over the edge. It's more goo now, so you're kind of shoveling it.
Yeah, you're kind of like.
Are you going to do anything with your broken
It does that slow fall thing where it's sticky.
I'm gonna go grab it.
Sklorp.
Do I have any idea of like if I could repair and how
Well,
long
you
it
need a
would take?
forge.
Sklorp are two of my favorite
Oh,
words
okay.
because they're such great
I'm gonna
descriptors.
stow the broken shield and get out the good
But
shield.
you could certainly stow it kind of behind your backpack so it would stay there. It's not best, but it will stay with you so you could get it repaired.
Yeah, I'll get out my other shield. Jeez.
So I'll go to the door and open that one because
Give me. You have arcane lore?
Yeah.
Give me an arcane lore roll.
Nope.
It is easy. Or not easy, average. Minus 40.
I got 23 on the die.
You recall one of those classes you kind of half slept through in mage school that if you can get the spinnerets out of these things, they're actually great for a couple of spell components. Unfortunately, the spinnerets are down there now.
You guys threw the treasure off the bridge.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's of value in a purple worm?
In these purple worms, they have spinnerets.
I'm sorry, that
The
sounds
hell's
like something goes in a
What the hell's a
spider.
spinneret?
You know how Gideon's thing shoots like a web out of it? So do these creatures.
You carried it too far. Go get your lantern. You've gone too far now.
What?
Go get your lantern.
Yeah. I once had an uncle who could shoot bolts of lightning from his eyes.
Sounds awfully magical.
Fireballs from his arse.
New rule. No more metaphors allowed for you, or analogies.
Go get your
Similes?
lantern.
Makes my head
Not
hurt.
similes, not comparisons.
Makes my head hurt.
Personifications.
Not even. No, that's even worse.
So Gideon goes and picks up your lantern.
After you've been talking and talking.
But there are very valuable components within these monsters that we could sell for
After
a
you Gideon would join me.
considerable-
Madigan
Squeeze
components,
past.
Russian components.
Hang out again with everybody.
No.
Yeah.
You guys are in the dark now.
I thought no, Gideon's lantern. Oh, they're in the dark. Yeah.
Hold on
They
a
are.
second.
Yeah.
Paris. Now, in your clerical order, are there such a thing as vows of silence?
No.
Could we make something like that?
I'm gonna run to the bathroom while you guys will play.
I mean, if you give me a couple of days, I could anoint somebody as a member of the church, and maybe they could.
I got a bit.
Could we? So this is what I'm driving at. I'd like to have him take a vow of silence.
I'm not part of his religion.
No, it doesn't matter. Can we just make him stop talking?
Sure.
All right, you're gonna take a vow of silence.
Let's have a bet. Who can hold the breath the longest wins.
All right.
Is anybody else hungry? Just again.
So are both of you gonna hold your breath?
Yeah, we gotta wait for the GM
Wait for the
adjudicate
GM.
how to do this.
Hey, the dwarf's gonna win. I'm just saying.
The what?
The dwarf's gonna win. Bodily, physical, constitutional things.
Yeah.
That's a dwarf.
Hey, it was his idea.
I know, I'm not. Yeah, clearly. Oh, man. What day is today? Oh, I might have to go to the DC again in 2 weeks. But
Is that where your employer is?
yeah, I work for the government, so.
Yeah.
I work for the Defense Logistics Agency specifically, I think I told you. But so I went out there a couple weeks ago or whatever, and the meeting got canceled the day before I went out.
Oh.
So I was already on my way, so I went out there anyway. And so they moved it to the 30th, and I've been told already it's likely to get moved. It's a question of when. So I may end up going out again, and they may move it while I'm there. Which is
Well, that's
hey, government efficiency. Your tax dollars at work,
Hurry up
guys.
and wait.
I'm flying to Washington, D.C. for no reason at all. That's your tax dollars.
So before we do our contest, can I get a bandage on the spider bite?
Oh, yeah, you guys want some first aid?
Oh yes, I have.
It
I
might
have
be
a
mortal. It might be mortal. It could be
First
fatal.
aiding.
Good.
All right.
Yeah, I have a 3 wound.
Yo.
So the way wounds work, as I said, is each wound is individual. After a fight, you can do first aid on that wound, which reduces it immediately by 1 point per wound. It takes about, I think, 5 minutes for you. 6 minutes.
6 minutes. Okay. Yep.
Is your average skill.
And then is it what is the challenge? Whatever the rating. What is the?
It is an average roll.
Okay.
Now,
And that's a 40, right?
not minus 40.
So that makes it. I have a 56. So
It's almost impossible.
Almost impossible. Yeah. So that's for you, right? Because you were wounded, right?
So your wound goes down by 1 as he bandages
By
your
1?
backside.
By 1. And then
No.
you.
You're sucking the poison out, right?
No.
He's a good enough first aider to know that that is not necessary.
And not to mention, dwarves
Actually,
are
you're
immune to
advanced
poison.
because you're
Everybody knows.
56.
I am.
So it only takes you 4 minutes.
Okay. Cool. That still makes it, even though it's close. But so you're good.
Same thing. Your wound goes down by
Did you take any wounds?
No, it's probably not actually like
All right. So,
No, I'm a Teflon
in order to
Don,
get
son.
me to shut up, we have decided that we're
yes.
going to engage in a contest to see who can hold their breath the longest.
You're in trouble.
That's what I told him.
I have the acting skill.
Oh, I see.
I have a hammer skill.
Bonk.
So I would like to use my acting skill against his holding his breath skill.
Hey, you guys both need to stand right next to each other. So, are you holding your all's breath?
Alright. So if you are actually holding your breath, roll a d20 plus your constitution. If you are attempting to pretend you're holding your breath, roll a straight acting roll.
While they're doing this, I'm gonna walk up to both of them and do the nut tap and go bonk. Let's go.
I have a nat 20 for a total of 36.
So you are holding your breath really well. Please roll the d20. Feat of strength.
Nat 20.
So
20.
you guys are there. How'd you do in your acting?
Oh, horrible.
So he
no.
is very obviously breathing while you were being
My
started
mustache
to-
is going.
And just as you are thinking, I've got him faked out, and you're going, I can do this forever, two large barbarian fists smack you both right in the balls. Please give me a threshold of pain check. A d20 versus...
And I'm
half your
just
time.
gonna roll over laughing. Oh,
So D20 versus TOP?
Yes, trying to roll
That
below
was
that.
funny,
Below an
wasn't it?
8.
Yes.
I
That
failed.
was
I'm
pretty
rolling a
funny.
straight D20 below that.
You're 20 trying to get below an 8. How badly did you fail?
I rolled a 16 and an 8.
I rolled a 20.
You pass out. You accidentally hit him so hard, his eyes roll up and he just goes down. Roll another
I'm laughing
d20.
even harder now.
You get
16 over 8.
So you need an 8, you rolled a 16. So for the next 40 seconds, you're on the ground holding your balls because he meant to tap, he did not tap. He did
20.
he rolled it up. He just goes down into a heap. I'm not going to roll for coldness from this because there's no way, but you just go like totally out. He was thinking human size, he swung low, and he went high. His hand ended up near your chin.
I'm just dying laughing the entire. I thought that was funny. That was hilarious.
I just want to point out, since I got Ted's dice, I'm rolling lots of nat 20s.
You are,
Is that amazing?
Yes.
which is great, other
That
than
is spooky.
unexpected paycheck.
Yeah.
I don't
He
believe
did
in magic,
looking at
but
you going,
Yeah.
I wonder why it would
they're
take us so
crystal
long to
dice.
accomplish it.
Yeah. So
I'm not willing to
Apparently,
move on
that's what he
without them.
said.
no, of course
I'm
not.
gonna pick
look
him
like
up,
boron.
stand him up.
Were we?
He just collapses.
Were we far?
Dust him off.
outside? Were we like up in the
Okay.
mountains?
So it's
sort of?
highly
You're in the
conduct-
foothills, not
conducted.
quite into the
Was there any
mountains, but-
Gives it
snow
the
or
sheen.
anything
No,
around?
it's not cold enough for snow yet.
I'm gonna pick up the dwarf and go. Come on, it was just
What
a mouse
about
slap.
like?
Let's
okay.
go.
So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try
A little
to.
bit of time, you both work
I
out.
was gonna say I'm gonna. Well, hang on. I'm gonna do a little bit
Or
of.
maybe you don't.
I'm gonna make my way outside and I'm gonna find like maybe there's a stream nearby that's.
You can find one.
And,
It's gonna
and
require
up in the hills, it may not be snowy, but it's cold, right?
Absolutely.
So I'm gonna gather some pebbles out of the cold stream, put them in a little sack. I'm gonna bring them back. And I'm gonna hand them to you.
So as you're standing up, finally like, he hands you a bag of pebbles.
Yeah, that's very cold. Like. Yeah, exactly.
You're a dwarf. They hang low, man.
I don't know.
I got to tell you, this feels better than your sandwiches.
That's what his mom said.
And in a actual combat injury that results in a
Yeah.
20, you have to roll to see if you go into a full coma. You can
Nice.
go into a coma if you're double 20. You can die if you throw 3 20s in a row.
Yeah.
It's really rare, but you could theoretically die from threshold of pain. If you roll a 20, you go unconscious. Another 20, you're in a coma. A third 20, you die.
Wow.
But again, this is from a major serious
I didn't-
wound.
And this is clearly just.
I would not have done it from a ball game.
No.
I thought that was funny.
So eventually, you do all manage to recover from the various hijinks. No one fell off of the thing because I'm a kind of GM.
Yeah.
You did just knock him unconscious next to a giant crevice, you know. Rolling off wouldn't have been bad, but I didn't want to do that to you. So.
No. Silly.
So we're all gathered somewhere by this door in whatever order we want to be gathered in. And now Gideon has the lantern.
Jeez, how did he get the lantern?
Because you guys were all arguing, so he walked over and picked it up.
Yeah.
Plus, he doesn't fight with 2 weapons, so You might as well just keep the lantern.
Yeah, I'm gonna go forward and open the door.
Alright, so the dwarf pushes his way forward, yanks the door open, sees more beautiful dwarven crafted stonework.
All of these tunnels and rooms, like, fit this map perfectly.
It's amazing.
8.5.
Almost like you planned that.
9. Is this approximately the same proportion as a 9.5, 11, or 9 by 11 piece of paper?
Oh no.
8.5 by 11.
So, just for the record, you passed out first. Next door.
You didn't actually pass out. You were just holding them and groaning a lot. He actually went all the way unconscious. So, set up your order.
It's,
Staying with the dwarf in front.
it's amazing how my
Lantern
lungs
behind it.
don't hurt. My bulls do.
I'm not a specialist in dwarven anatomy.
Would you like a lesson?
I'll just be in the back. It's fine.
I am.
There you go.
You seem to know a lot
Go
about
to,
Gideon's
like,
anatomy.
Look at the man! He's got a lot of 18.
I try not to.
Well, Hooks is only 17, Christmas 18. I mean, you could go side by side. It is 10 foot wide. But
I know, but, like, look at the man! It's intimidating. Even at the Wizards
All right,
College.
yep, go into that door.
I mean, everybody just staying in line. People
Yeah.
pushing forward.
Am I
What's
second?
going?
I'm
Sorry?
open.
No, because he took your lantern and you haven't taken it back.
Oh, okay.
Probably he always only fights with one weapon. He doesn't have to do the put it down, and
Ah.
he can just keep it in his hand. Plus, he was tired of you arguing.
Yeah.
He has just a scimitar anyway, so.
I'm opening the door.
All right, you yank the door open. You immediately are looking at. Oops, that doesn't actually go off the map, obviously. And this room is absolutely filled with rubble. Not filled like can't get through, but there are giant piles of rubble. All through here, all through here, over here.
Rubble.
It does not look like anything caved in. The ceiling still looks good, but there are just mounds and mounds of rubble in this place.
So does it look like it was put here or
Certainly very possible, like someone was throwing it in here.
Or is it? Do we see signs of like the floor being upheaved?
Nope. Floor looks very smooth and very well crafted.
Ceiling
is
too?
crafted. The walls, everything in here looks good, and there's just piles of rubble. You cannot see the far wall. You have a rough idea where it is in the bullseye, but with all the rubble, you can't even see through it. There could be doors or something over there. You just can't tell.
Gosh, I'm afraid this is a trap or something.
Akbar.
I want to study.
it's a trap?
I want to study the rubble to see if it looks suspicious, like normal rubble. If it might be something.
Rubble.
I don't know.
No, it looks like rubble.
Are there any
Don't
tracks?
listen to him.
Tracks, feces, puddles?
Roll dragging.
I'm asking the barbarian, or no, I'm asking the priest here.
And
Come up here to the front.
I guess, despite the fact that the GM's holding the Hacklopedia, here I am rolling dice.
Is that what it's called?
This is
Hacklopedia?
the Hacklopedia of Beasts.
Oh, nice.
Am I rolling under or over? What's the
Roll.
under? So 14, so that's good.
So easily.
Yep.
There are tracks, but they're fairly old. You don't think anything has come through here in the last few days, maybe week.
Okay.
But there are signs of small.
So yeah, I'll say
Humanoid
that there were definitely things here at some time. It's been a little while, but there were definitely things that came in and out of here.
All right, so I'm holding my shield up, got the warhammer ready, and I want to defensively just start moving forward because
So he's crawling.
my nerves are on
At
edge.
like a foot per second.
I swear we're gonna get something happen in this room.
What the rest of you doing is the dwarf very slowly looking all around, waiting.
I tap Gideon on the shoulder and point at the lantern.
You gonna stay with this time, or are you gonna leave it sitting there and bicker with the dwarf?
He'll bicker with the dwarf.
Yeah, and show the lantern. It's kind of hot anyway. So are you moving up?
Yep, I'm moving up.
What are the rest of you? It's dwarfs going down here. How do you want to go through?
I want to go through this way. Yeah.
Alright, so the dwarf starts moving this way. Everyone
And
else
I'll
is...
stay right behind him, providing light any
Stay-
direction.
Barbarian, how are you doing? You moving up?
Yeah, move it up.
You waiting
Moving
there?
I'll
on
stay
up.
there.
I'm gonna
I'll
move
wait
it
there.
on up.
Alright. Dwarf. Observation roll.
Observation.
You can also roll observation. Never trust the standing GM or GM holding the heckle.
Never trust the GM holding back. Holy
mollies.
I assumed it's high.
And never
It is
trust.
high. Roll percentile and add your skill.
I rolled a 1.
I got
Okay.
a 107.
I thought I was trying to roll low. Ted's dice knew I was trying to roll low.
Fortunately, you have to roll
Percentiles,
So you're
percentiles.
gonna give a chance
Oh,
when death is on the line.
No, I rolled
So
a
that's a
D20.
5%. No. We'll just translate.
Not as good.
Oh, I rolled. Wait, I'm supposed to roll high?
Yes, this is a contested roll. You have to roll high.
So I got an 11.
Gideon rolled a 5.
You got a what?
11?
An 11.
Well, you would add your wisdom to
Oh,
that.
wisdom? So 24.
Gideon's got 30.
107?
107. Now you're actually squeezing past the rubble because your shoulders are broad. There's not a lot of room. Nothing seems to happen.
I'm gonna go this way.
Oh, you're going out of the lantern light. Because the lantern,
Oh.
big mounds of rubble. You go that, it's
Yeah,
dark.
no, I'm gonna stay in the same path.
Okay, I need you two to make observation checks.
Ooh, okay, what is that again?
Percentile plus your observation skill or wisdom if you don't have it.
Tested.
Oh yeah.
130.
Plus wisdom.
Yes.
48.
There's nothing in here. You're watching. You got 130.
Yeah.
So as they get there, you are hit on the head by small rocks. You look up just in time to see a pair of, you swear they're glowing red eyes from the top of this rubble heap as something leaps down at you.
Okay.
All of you roll a d12 for initiative. You roll a d6, so a d4 because you're halfling. And then add your appropriate initiative ability. So track it on your thing.
This is lower is better.
Lower is always better. That's how fast you get to go. It's not a penetrating die, so
Yeah, I was gonna say because I rolled a 4, so hopefully not penetrating.
it is not penetrating.
Aww.
That's good.
Penetrating.
4 plus.
So you don't have to worry about like,
that's really good.
they're obliterating your initiative.
Because Luke might have penetrated.
Oh crap, I did!
Luke, it is not a
It's not
penetrating die.
Oh.
Luke has not been penetrated in this.
You're good. You're good.
Just a tip.
Safe.
It's just, this video is never going on the internet.
Never. It's not gonna make
No,
it, man.
it is. It's going on my main channel.
Oh,
Sorry,
lordy.
So Luke is done with the internet. He's going to
Hi, YouTube censors.
You have dirty minds, YouTube censors.
No.
Oh,
We definitely
come on.
need to come up with code phrases.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to hand people up.
Sorry, Luke.
Anybody get a 1?
I did not get a 1.
Okay.
But I didn't.
So everyone who has not gone yet will continue to walk forward at a very slow pace, because that's what you were doing. You, because you saw it coming,
Yeah, I
you're
saw it.
standing frozen in place. You're just totally freaked out and paralyzed by the fact that this...
Right.
At first you think it's some kind of a person,
Right.
but as it gets closer in the, back here dim light of the lantern, do you have low light vision?
I do not.
Alright, so you can only see it as shadows.
Yep.
It looks more emaciated than perhaps a normal looking human would be. Plus, if it's wearing clothes, it's only by accident. It probably once was, but they seem torn and shredded.
Precious.
Right.
It actually looks a little like that, but at
Like
weeping
Gollum.
sores and it's human size. Get it?
Yeah.
And yeah, it's clawing it at you.
Okay.
Now here's the cool thing. Creatures with multiple attacks don't do claw, bite.
Okay.
They just have really fast speed.
Okay.
So his
So they
speed
go
is
really
a 3.
quickly. Okay.
So every 3 seconds he gets to hit because
Gets
it's
to go twice.
claw.
Wow.
Gets to go twice before I get to go, and I
Well, maybe he goes after all the food you have on you instead of.
it seems
You
like-
had to arm yourself in tasty snacks, didn't
I have
you?
to check a rule. I
You have tasty
swear.
snack
If
armor.
we were fighting wolves, I'd be in
Yes.
trouble.
So actually, you are lucky for a different reason. But roll a d8 defense, please. And I will allow you to kind of turn because you watched it fall.
I was gonna say, I did
You're
see
still
it.
surprised, so it's a d8.
It's exploding too, right? So 10 plus 7, 17.
You did not succeed in dodging. You attempt to throw yourself out of the way, and the funny thing is your armor was just enough to slow you down to where you got hit.
Okay.
One of its dirty claws comes ripping across your body. Now here's the great news. You now go on a 3, because you've been injured.
Okay.
And that wasn't even a very high roll. Yeah, it's only 4 or 5 points before armor.
So I take 2.
2. So it hits and glances mostly off of it. For a moment, you feel this supernatural power pulse through your body of terrifying fear. But the holy feeling of your goddess blocks it.
Correct, because I
and
can't be
protects you.
feared.
You are not afraid. You are immune to
Correct.
fear. So it does tear into your armor and leave you with a nasty gash across your
Okay.
chest. And you now on 3 will be able to react.
Okay.
2
Oh, so my number changes to 3. Then,
changes to 3
So
because
then
you're
because I go 3 and then up. Yeah. So okay. Gotcha.
I reconsider about letting Gideon walk behind the dwarf. I should have been able to shove
Okay.
Gideon right into the dwarf and
3.
make him in the head.
Alright, so you hear him cry out.
It's
and
also me, but yeah.
It finally engages your brain that what's going on, and you can. Problem is, the lantern has now walked further away from you. So you are very definitely in dim light now.
Okay. Can I see?
You can. I have to check the exact penalties. As the lantern has moved and is not facing the correct direction.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
that's the advantage of the bullseye
It's
lantern.
got a honking nose on your hammer.
I think I have to keep walking until initiative count 12.
Yes,
so
you do.
I'll be in the next room before I realize what's going on.
Basically, yes. You were so busy, sure you're about to get ambushed, you totally missed the fact that something jumped out and ambushed the guy in the back of the party, who looks like a much smaller, more tasty morsel than a tough, nasty dwarf.
Full of
Let's
gristle
see.
and.
So you have -4 attack and -2
Armor,
defense.
However,
Wait, what? I'm sorry?
-4 attack and -2 defense for being in dim light.
Okay.
What are you doing on
however,
3?
dwarves are deeply marinated in dwarven hell.
Sweat, blood, dirt, and grime.
Now, one option initiative, I don't know what you want to take, but is if there's someone near you, you can share your initiative with someone else to basically average, and both of you go then. You're basically shaking and yelling at them until they realize what's going on. Or you can spend, let me make sure I get the hue and cry, 'cause I always get this mixed up. Getting in the face is obvious. You can shout an alarm and wave your arms and point. It deducts 2 seconds from everyone's initiative who can hear you. So if you
Okay.
wanted to help your friends, and you can even do that in melee,
Is that? I was gonna say, does that take up an action? Do I look at
it
the
would,
next
take up,
turn?
it would take up your second, and you can start going next turn.
Okay.
Oh, turn undead. We did do this wrong last time.
Okay, tell me about
It
it.
takes 5 seconds and then goes off.
Okay,
It's
so it
not
takes 5
go off
seconds.
for 5. It's you spend 5 seconds summoning the power of your deity,
Okay.
and then it goes off. Other than that, we did it right.
I'm not
It
going to do
takes
turn
5
on
seconds.
that yet. If there's just one of them, but if we have multiples, then we'll discuss it.
So,
Yeah.
if I moved up and did an aggressive attack, it would kind of even each other out then, right? Because that's a +5 to attack, and I'm taking a -4.
Right. Downside is there's not much room, so you're
Okay.
trying to swing over your little buddy's head, which
Well,
will give you a -2 to not hit your little buddy.
I was gonna say, is that possible with him being small? Being
That's
that
why
he's
it's only a -2.
Right.
Okay.
If
Normally
you were
it's a
doing it
trigger
after a
penalty.
human, it'd be
Yeah.
a -4 at a minimum.
Right.
okay, as I'm moving, can I say duck And then,
Basically, yes.
That's more or less what happened.
yeah, and then swing. I'll try it. I mean, what
Well,
the heck?
Hang on, you're up first. 'cause you're
That's
up.
okay, because I'm gonna take my turn to do that. I'm gonna add a second to my round and like wave and be like,
So he starts yelling and screaming, "Help! Help! It's killing me! Help! Get over!" Whatever he yells. What do you yell?
yeah, no, I'm gonna be like, oh my god, they're attacking from above because I saw it come from above.
So everyone reduce your initiative by 2.
So that puts me at 3.
So that puts
So
me
you'll
at
react
1.
on 4. It doesn't affect you because you're already reacting.
You're already
It only
reacting,
affects
right?
people
It affects
who are
people who
reacting.
weren't reacting.
Okay.
So you will go on 4 then because you can't react faster than the yell.
Okay.
I'm at 10. Good luck, guys.
So you're a little better off, but you're like, it's just that halfling who is yelling his head up. He's
always
yelling.
He's always yelling about
I'm
something,
watching.
yeah.
If there was an ambush, I would have seen it.
Yep.
We got to get out of this room before it
He
attacks
probably
us.
thinks we should stop to have lunch again.
Exactly.
Or dinner. Probably dinner time or something.
What's your character's name?
Mine?
Yeah.
Paris.
Paris.
I could eat again.
See? Interrupting Cal agrees with me.
All right, so you yelled and screamed and tried to get everyone's attention, which basically adds 1 initiative. You were going to spin around and try to jog that way.
Yeah.
You're going to do a feat of agility because you're jogging on rubble, which means look at the very first page of your character sheet. There's rubble all over there. And in
Okay.
that same blue that had the feat of strength, there's FOA. Roll a d20 and add your FOA. As I recall, you're fairly good at it. But
Not too bad, yeah.
it's not a hard one. I just,
Whoop, wrong
D20.
dice.
Don't make it harder on yourself.
Yeah.
I can make it harder.
17.
You're fine. You brush the walls a little bit, but you don't bring a bunch of rubble down on yourself as you pivot and jog here, and you hear the whistle of a broadsword right over your head.
Okay.
And you were doing the aggressive attack.
Yes.
He is smarter than the spiders. He is giving ground, which means you're going to do half damage.
Okay.
But you can push up with him as he does it.
Okay.
He's trying to back off because he's a lot smarter than the spiders and realizes this is a bad thing. So you still have the same roll to attack.
16 with the +2, +5 is 21, minus
4, 17.
4, so it's a 17.
-2 for not hitting your buddy in the head.
Correct.
It's a 15.
Yes.
So it almost takes your head off, and it just barely misses the gnome. As you realize you're about to hit him, and you pull it back just in time and miss both of them.
Okay.
Mostly because he gave ground and he rolled a 19 or an 18 on his defense
Right.
roll. He rolled really well.
Dang.
So that was all 3. You guys hear the barbarian yell and the swing of his sword, and him goes ah! and scream and cry. 4.
I'll average out our initiatives. Is that something I can do?
Yes. So you grab the dwarf who's walking away from you.
I tell him, I think the purple worm is eating Paris.
So you're on a what now?
You're on 4, you're on 10,
10.
so
So now
7.
it's 4. So on 7,
Yep.
you've stopped walking because he's shaking you, sort of, because you're a dwarf. So on 7, both of you then get to react.
7?
What about Gideon? Do you have
Gideon
this?
is not like standing there. He's going on 6. So he's like standing there going, why have we stopped? Let's get out of this room. It's an ambush central. And what are you doing now?
Okay, so I'm going to at least try to take an attack. At the
What,
guy.
and you have probably more reach with that stick than he has.
I have a 1.5 foot reach.
Yeah, you've got him beat on reach. So you
Okay.
get the swing, first swing.
Okay.
Because he has a second claw coming through, but he's going after him. Lots of meat.
Not too bad. That is a 20 to hit.
Well, he rolled a 1. So he totally forgot about you and the excitement of this new larger amount of meat, turned his back on you completely, and you get to hit him, and then you'll get a free shot next second.
Cool.
As he totally, apparently, has forgotten that you exist for a second. Till you hit him in the head with the claw.
All right, that explodes. That explodes.
Once he's killed, then
That
I'm better.
explodes.
Holy.
I love exploding.
All right, so 4, 4, 4, 1. I subtracted 1 from each of the
Right.
the other ones,
All
right?
the-
So 4, 3, 2, 1. So that's 7, 10.
Well, just 1 no matter what. So it's 4, 3, 3.
Oh, so it's 4, 3, 3, 1. Then.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 11 plus 3 is 14.
All right, so you bring your club across, wham, and just crack it into whatever this horrible thing's face is.
I rolled a 4, 4, 4, 1. I thought I kept subtracting more. I thought it would
No,
reduce
it's just
more.
-1 no
Gotcha.
matter what. And I mean, it doesn't drop, but you hear a horrible sickening sound as you hit its ribs,
Yeah.
and definitely broke multiple ribs. It actually ripped him open slightly, and rather than blood, some kind of a greenish ooze that's trickling down his side now.
Yeah.
And he gives like of pain. You're going to roll a defense die. First time you've been attacked. Roll a d20 just like you do for an attack and add your defense, which is in the brown, I think.
Yes.
Ooh.
No, make sure you add it for the weapon you're using.
Yeah.
Oh, 25.
Now he, luckily for you, that's a heck of a roll because he rolled well, but by just barely you get your shield up in time and you hear his claws rake along your shield, but he doesn't quite get through it, and technically, yeah, he doesn't do enough to even bother your shield. There are ways to shatter shields, but claw hits from these guys are unlikely. So he just rips along your shield, and you know he's left some scoring in your shield,
and yet the
but
candy
he
is not
didn't
a
actually
problem.
get through it.
Fucking you rip my shield.
It kind of is, but mostly not.
5.
Yeah.
Gideon's like staying there staring at you, trying to figure out. I knew I should have done it. Told you to stop fighting with the stupid dwarf. We got 6. Then he realizes
So what do I add to the count?
your speed for your weapon.
Okay.
Which is 9, right? So.
Yeah, you went on 3,
So
so
10 will be the next one.
you went on 3.
You went on
so
3, so it should be
12.
12.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, 12.
Yep.
My mistake.
12 should be when you go next.
So on 6, Gideon finally realizes what is going on back there. Spins around, staring into the yeah, just barely dim light, and starts back. But he's walking because he doesn't trust this place, and he can't see what's going on. He doesn't really want to leave the light too much. Oh, also on 6. Sorry, the ghoul, having clawed at you and moved your shield down, now lunges forward with these long, nasty-looking fangs that are dripping with you. You're not sure? Roll your defense again, please. Ghouls.
Ouch. That's a 9.
Okay, this time he actually climbs over your shield and sinks his teeth into your shoulder.
Okay.
Yikes.
And the bite is the 2d6. So it starts at 7 points. You have a DR, I think, of 2. Damage reduction in the kind of...
I do.
Okay,
Yep.
so it's a 5-point wound. So
Jeez.
up here in the first box, write a 5.
Yep.
And then reduce your current hit points by 5.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And then roll a d20 and add your wisdom to it. As you feel horrific terror.
Is that a poison?
No.
No? So a D20 and
Plus your
add
wisdom.
my wisdom?
Plus 1. Anybody around me gets
That's
a plus
right, you're
1
plus
save.
1. And then add 1 more to it.
Versus fear, it's, I assume, right?
Right,
Yeah,
it
so
is a
it's
fear
plus 1.
effect. And actually, being a barbarian, you're in real trouble. But
18?
okay, you try to resist, but your barbarian brain knows this is some sort of a hideous, unnatural creature, well beyond your ability to possibly defeat.
Oh, jeez.
It is not, he missed the roll, but it's a good color to it. And you feel horrific terror beyond anything you've ever imagined boil up in your body, and you are immobilized and cannot move.
That's
You
not
can do nothing.
Sweet.
Could be a lot worse. Could be freaking out, killing everything around.
You are not doing anything like that. You are paralyzed. Oh, is it penetrating? It is.
Oh, jeez.
15 minutes.
Oh my god. Well, you're out of this fight.
Yeah, you're
We'll
not
see you
coming
at the
back in the
next
fight. You curl in on yourself and you're just there shivering in total, utter terror. Ghouls are fun.
I feel like that happened to my my other barbarian
Yeah,
in the
it's
game
2d4
before.
penetrating, and yeah, he rolled really well on that.
Yeah.
We'll call that barbarian phobia.
I mean, my cause sphere is 1d4 penetrating, so it's
Yeah.
same. Not as powerful, but good enough. So I get it.
So yeah, I apologize, but you are out of the fight completely.
All right.
Jeez.
Part of the game.
These fights
true.
take not that long.
Yeah, they take
They
a
don't,
minute or
yeah,
two.
they'll
Of
be
a
done.
really long fight might be a minute. A lot of them are 30 seconds or less.
Yeah.
So that was 7.
Oh,
We're on
I go on 7.
Yep.
Now we're on 7, right?
I'll
So-
follow you around, I say to the dwarf.
You now have heard this commotion back here. You can't really see much between the rubble and...
Probably this way is quicker.
Yeah, I want to go around this way.
So you can jog 1 square because you're a dwarf. Please roll a feat of agility as you're trying to dive through these piles of rubble.
Is this a D20?
D20 plus your FOA. You only need a 12.
9. I made it.
All right, so you brush a few piles, some dirt, but you don't actually collapse a pile on you.
I follow after the dwarf.
All right, so the lantern now goes around there. You guys are now in total
You
blackness.
got 2, I think.
Yeah, I can do 2.
Roll a feat of agility.
27.
Yeah, you're fine. So you now have a -8 attack and -4 defense because it is
I'm not
virtually
going
done.
anytime soon. So.
Yeah.
-4 defense might matter, but the -8.
It probably will. 8.
You move like at 1.5, right? So that right here.
Are you gonna kick up to a run?
I thought 1.5 was jog.
Not for a dwarf.
I want to kick up as
Jog
fast as
for
I
a
can.
dwarf is 5 feet.
Fast
you
as
can
I
full
can.
sprint,
You
which is
could
2
full
squares.
sprint. You're well aware full sprinting here means you are going to hit these piles of rubble and they may come down in your head. A run is dangerous. A jog is okay. A walk is safe.
All I heard was the halfling cry, and
Yes.
you know, he can take
And the
care of it.
barbarian roar out in pain and terror.
I'm gonna sprint.
All right, please roll a feat of agility.
I'm gonna get you. Just hold
So that's
in
like
there.
1.5, right? Or something. Or is it
Sprint
2?
is 10 feet.
So it's 2. Okay.
It's 2 full
So he was here.
squares.
So 1, 2. Which do you want to go? I assume let's go here.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going.
20.
All right, you hit a pile because you're cornering, and some rubble comes loose and falls on the floor, but none of it lands on you,
Are you just
I'll
follow
jog.
behind him, or are you gonna?
I'm jogging behind him.
which is as fast as he sprints. Feat of agility. Oh, and Gideon would be
12.
moving up this way. 12.
Not 12 was enough.
Roll a dexterity saving throw, please.
Which is add dex to my d20.
Yeah, no, you have a saving throw, a dodge saving throw.
Dodge.
Rolled 19.
That'll be fine. So you, partly because of the dwarf dislodged some, you slide on some of the pebbles he did and hit the pile, and there is a mountain of debris, but you just managed to roll away from it and not get pinned by it. Gideon has moved up there, but it's dark. I don't know if you guys
I was gonna say I did, now the
The
light.
best.
How far does the light go?
All the way down
It
the
is
tunnel.
15 feet.
Bullseye.
Now he's but you're jogging. So now it is illuminated because he's
I was
got
gonna
a
say
50
should be
foot
able to
cone.
see. I know maybe we're dark back here, but we should be
Yeah,
able to
it
see.
is now
him.
as he comes around that corner
Yeah.
and it's showing up.
We should
You
see
can now
him.
see this thing.
Yeah.
It is like I said. It looks like an emaciated human, but he's covered in weeping sores that have some greenish goo pouring out of him. And he's currently has clanged out of the barbarian's shield with one claw and has sank his teeth into the barbarian's shoulder and is pulling back a claw again. Gideon can now see him at least.
Yep.
How much do you weigh, barbarian?
I weigh 200 pounds.
He can actually theoretically do it.
Yeah, we talked about this last time. How much ridiculous amount
Yeah.
of stuff you can pull.
Yes and no. I mean, it's weird because, max lift is doable, but drag is pretty high.
Drag is really high.
Feet of strength, even at a 0. So he grabs onto the back of the barbarian's armor and is literally trying to drag him away from this thing as it swings in with another claw. Oh, look, he hit. You don't get a defense roll.
Right.
So as you're being dragged back, you take another 6-point wound before armor.
4 point.
As his claw comes across your face and leaves a nasty rip right across here.
So another 4.
4. Yeah.
4 points. And you're dragged back to here. You have an option. The ghoul is planning to follow him.
Okay.
So
You
how,
can block him if you want.
So how do I mark that? I'm sorry. How do,
you got it. 4 right there.
4 right there,
and
and then
-4 from that. Yeah.
okay.
Oh, Gideon's dragging him back.
Gideon is dragging the barbarian away from...
And he's trying to follow. I'm not going to let him because I want him to stay in the lamplight,
Alright.
and I want these guys to be
Give
able
me
to.
a feat of strength roll, please.
Oh boy.
I know it's not your best,
Not my best.
but you're the
Get
only
out your frying pan.
This is a -3.
Frying pan.
Being immune to fear is not a good thing.
Well, it has advantages,
So 9.
that is actually enough because he rolled a 2.
Okay.
So as he tries to follow, you manage to kind of shove him back with your club as you're trying to bring him down to keep him from chasing and eating the barbarian.
Okay.
That was all on 8, 9.
Yep, going forward, I'm sprinting, so what is that, 2 spaces?
1, 2.
Feat of agility, please. You're in the more open area. It's getting. Did you just roll 1?
11, no I didn't.
Oh, okay. All right, so you slip and skid though with an 11. Please give me a dexterity or a dodge saving throw on the front of your character sheet.
That's going to be a 4.
All right, so you come around that corner. You're sprinting dead out. Lantern light. The shadows are all over you. You're trying to come. You see this hideous thing. and your shield just hits a pound of rubble, and it just comes pouring down on your head. You are now buried in rubble.
Well, I
And you see him just get buried under a mound of rubble. You're going to have to really go up and over the rubble to keep going to the fight.
That sounds like a good plan.
All right. Give me a feat of agility. Well, actually, at your jog, you just reach the rubble this second.
You do, yeah.
So you're running up to where he's under this mountain somewhere, cursing and yelling.
For the jog, yeah, you do.
Oh,
Catch up to
can
him.
I help? Can I help pull him to his feet? No,
Well,
not
you
this
can
second.
clear the rubble off. Not this second, but next second, you could stop jogging and clear rubble off. It would be perfectly acceptable too. And Gideon is now going to drag you back that far.
These
10.
If he's buried, clearing. How does clearing the rubble work?
Roll a d3, please.
and I want to start trying to.
You roll a feat of strength.
What?
All right, so you have cleaned off some. You can't find him yet. You can hear him in there, but you hold the lantern in one hand, put the dagger away.
I got a nat 20, which makes it a 25.
So, and as you're doing that, all of a sudden the rubble explodes as this angry dwarf with a wonderful bonk as his hammer throws a bunch of dirt off, hitting pattering in your face, and is standing there just enraged that the rubble covered him and everything. You were out of the rubble with that roll. Gotta stick to the bonk though.
I love the bonk.
11.
I'm gonna start probably
So you
jogging.
jog one
Yeah.
square. You're
Yeah,
picking
one
up
square.
speed again.
What about you? You gonna more than one or one?
Just
one. Okay.
And as he does that, the ghoul, frustrated that his meal is being dragged away, pivots and
Yep.
cuts across to you. Roll your defense.
Well, my defense is this regular D20 defense?
Yeah, you're at full D20 for everything now.
Oh no! Oh no!
Be sure. Did you roll one?
I did roll one.
Oh, what's your total?
So that's an 8.
It's an 8. Yeah, he hit you.
Yeah, I figured.
And he'll get a free shot at your next round with his bite.
Okay.
Oh no.
But he only did 4.
So that's 1.
Yep. So you managed to, even though you just totally fell for the hit,
Yep.
it just drew a line across your body, but didn't get a deep penetration because
Cool.
he's more still staring at the barbarian in
Sure.
hunger and rage.
All right, and then movement from these guys.
Well, that'll be next second. They move for this one. Gideon now kind of pushes past, but he's trying not to knock you over. So he'll be there next second, which would be 12.
That would be me.
That'll put me.
Yeah, but you're paralyzed.
Yeah.
Paralyzed.
I'm just
So you're standing there going, ah!
And as I come up to that ghoul,
peeing my loincloth.
I'm going to do an
move to-
aggressive attack. At
Awesome.
him.
So you just
Like
throw
up beside
yourself
the door?
at the
If it's
ghoul.
clear.
Warhammer
Yeah, you
leading.
go right beside the dwarf thing.
Yeah, I'll move beside the door.
Warhammer leading. You get +5. The ghoul is not giving ground. He's busy eating.
Let me use some math. 23 plus 5, 28.
That will very definitely hit him.
Ooh, baby!
No natural 19 and 20.
No, I rolled a 16. There's an exploding die.
Awesome.
So I'm at 11. Plus 4 is 15. 19 points of damage.
19. So you come around the corner. You are just frustrated. You got dirt in your armor.
I'm not. That doesn't worry me.
Now this worries you because it's gravel. It's Sharpie, man. Pointy. It's
Oh,
just
okay.
pissed off.
Okay.
This guy's here. You're on your way through.
Okay.
In the cleaning, it's the poking, and you just Warhammer comes barreling down on him, and there's a sickening crunch as you catch him right in the head, and a wonderful bonk. As the hammer literally you hit with the spike end, and it buries itself all the way down until you actually see it protrude from his neck.
Nice.
And then the red flaming eyes just dim out, and it slumps off of your hammer.
Put my boot in its chest as I yank my warhammer out.
Bonk.
And I turn to him. That's how it's done, lad.
Yes, I'll give you that one.
That's right. And did you see the superhero explosion out of the pile of rubble?
I set it up nicely for you.
I'm sorry you did.
Yep.
So you're shaking stuff out of your armor,
Okay.
getting all the rubble out of your pieces there.
I'm gonna come back here. I know we've got time. I'm gonna maneuver carefully because
Yeah,
obviously we have
yeah,
time.
you can
I'm gonna
block
come back here to
something.
the barbarian. And,
Yeah, he has a very nasty bite wound,
yeah.
Oy,
a nasty claw wound.
So I will treat him.
that's not great.
And then as
He's not moving.
So he's treating him, and he's paralyzed.
He's standing there like this.
And I'm gonna hold up 2 fingers in front of his face. That's 2! 2!
You are not even aware of what he's doing right now. You're lost in a nightmare.
Do I know what 2 even means?
Oh, yeah.
You told him that's 1.
Make him
Yeah.
make
You
a
don't necessarily
mathematics check.
say you don't. This isn't higher mathematics. You know your basic numbers. You're not
Okay.
stupid. You're just,
So
you know.
easy enough. And then myself. Can I treat myself too?
Yes.
Okay. So that's easy. So again, I just have to
So
not roll a 90.
All of your
Something.
wounds go down by 1.
Yep. Can it be reduced to 0?
Yes, if it's a 1 point wound, it just goes.
Because I did have 1 point wounds.
I mean, yes, technically you still have a cut, but it doesn't have any effect on you.
Gotcha.
Monster lore. Is there any useful bits on this card?
Roll monster lore. Jeez. It actually can be a valuable source of
So yeah,
income.
did you reduce your wounds?
I
Both
No.
of your wounds are down by
Both
1.
are
as
down by
advantage
1, so
is
you become
you.
4 and 3 instead of 5.
I fail even if it was average.
And does my
Yes. Your
HP go up?
Yes, your current hit points go up by those 2 points.
Yep.
Which is why armor can be so
So by
valuable.
2?
By 2, yes.
You don't remember anything. You're sure? No, you
Should be down a total of
class.
7.
I'm pretty sure this is an emaciated beggar from the streets of the city we used to live in. I'm not sure
7?
why it was such a.
You should be down a
Big
total
deal.
of 7, right? Because 4 plus 3.
Yes.
So yeah, you see your max is 38, so you're 31. Yeah, you're good.
All right, so it, I mean, literally takes like 15 minutes before you finally feel motion back in the,
Yeah.
the terror of, moves away. And you're ready to fight. Ah! And they're all like standing around snacking while they're waiting for you.
Hey, can I have some of that?
Oh, sure. I take like a sausage thing out of my pack and I like pull like 2 or 3 of them and cut it.
Some good sausage.
Anything else you guys were doing while you waited for the poor barbarian to
Just
recover?
keep an eye out for more emaciated beggars standing at the top of these piles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I
agree
know
with
some
that.
to
I
come
think
out.
that's what I would like to do is I want to observe, since I know where he came from, I want to look around as
You
we're...
kind of watch. You don't see. Nothing happens in the 15 minutes for him to recover.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ceiling.
I want to like search the room for normal doors, but also like secret doors
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff. If there's anything I
You
can
would have
find.
noticed this as you ran through.
What about Dumbledore's?
No, I don't need double doors.
There's a door there that's
Fancy
just a
double
typical
doors?
door.
Any like secret doors or anything that I find?
Roll scrutiny.
Scrutiny.
Percentile dice trying to get under your scrutiny. If you don't have it, it's under your wisdom. This would be average, so you can subtract 40 from your roll.
84 plus my wisdom.
Under your wisdom. You're
What?
rolling low.
I have to roll under my wisdom?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't do it.
So you don't find any secret doors at all. No sign of any. There wouldn't be any. No dwarf, self-strength dwarf, but secret doors in this room.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go up to that door. Alright, you guys, you ready to go through the next door?
I am.
Assuming you're here with your lantern. Are we keeping the order? Changing our marching order? What's the plan?
I'm fine with the order.
I don't care. I mean,
Do we need to take a short rest or anything?
no such thing.
I get my warlock.
I mean,
stats
we
back.
can take a short rest.
You can
It
rest as
doesn't
long as you
mean
want, but there's
Right.
no magic rest to get
Right.
everything back.
Right.
Ah,
All right.
what kind of game system is this?
Yeah.
This is Hackmaster. This is Hackmaster.
Right.
So what's your plan?
I'm yanking the door
I've
open.
been playing so
Yank
much
the
God
door
of War
open.
lately. Oh my God. I love
Yeah, a
that
buddy
game.
of mine won't stop talking about it. Must
So
be an
fun.
excellent game.
What is it?
So fun. God of War. The new one, God of War Ragnarok.
Yeah. I just got, that's
heard
with the
people-
PlayStation. I got a PS5 today.
I heard
Finally
people
found one.
crapping
is
on
good.
it all the time.
Really? That's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
You can
not
kind
bad.
of see through the
People
shadows.
need
There's
to-
some opening.
The only people here crapping out are Elden Ring assholes.
The only reason why I would
Suck
get a
my balls.
PlayStation 5
You are
is
an Elden
when-
Ring asshole.
is
I know, but I
when,
liked it, but I don't like the community. I like the game. I love the
Oh.
game. But the community is a bunch of pricks, man.
The only,
Oh
the
my
only
God,
reason
they're
I'd
like,
get
if you don't play Dark Souls, you suck everything. You're the worst. Like, what?
So what's your plan, gentlemen?
Sorry.
Well, it's okay.
Sorry.
I just wanted to keep things moving.
Moving down the hall.
All right.
The only reason I
Yep.
get a PlayStation 5 is for Diablo 4, but
I get it for Final Fantasy, but you know.
Wait,
Dude, you want to
Diablo
play that on
4.
a computer, man?
yeah, Diablo 4.
The computer,
When's that
though.
come out?
I can play it co-op with my wife. I can't do that on a computer.
Oh, really?
Can you get about there? This is indeed an opening that
Diablo
goes this
3
way.
is co-op issue. That's the only video game she'll play. So,
Really?
Yeah.
We used to play all the Lego games years ago. But
She plays those too, but
Those
the
are
one she
great.
enjoys is playing the wizard on Diablo
I
3.
can see
Do you
that.
know the
Most
game?
powerful weapon in Diablo 4 is the credit cards. Keep it in mind.
Always. So what's next?
Oh God,
You
really?
guys can see the very edge
Oh,
of
yeah,
the as
microtransactions.
the bullseye lantern
Yeah.
illuminates.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, that door's the wrong door.
Toy Story.
You can see a disc door.
If you want a game that's good to play with your wife, Divinity.
Divinity's good.
So down there you
It's
see
awesome
a disc door.
two-player.
Divinity.
Divinity Original Sin.
Original Sin. It's an awesome game for two
He's
players.
right. It's great.
I have that.
Good game. Good multiplayer game. Yeah.
I'm just not on that whole bandwagon of computer games either. Like,
Yeah.
computers are the best.
I'm gonna peek around the corner, see what I see.
Okay. And around the corner you see a hallway and a disc door.
All right.
Which you don't technically see because
I'm
not
on-
of light, but you see it.
I'm gonna take a left and go down to that door right there.
Alright, you all following him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure.
Why am I moving these? You guys have more reach than me.
And I'm gonna open the fancy disc door.
Alright, so you're staring at this door. The whole hallway is filled with a disc. There's dwarven runes about the lineage. And you know, being a dwarf, that you kind of take it. It's really locked. It's got a locking mechanism.
Okay, I'll tell the thief and let him take over from here.
I prefer Scout.
Just open the door.
Oh, right. Are you serious? This is a dwarven lock, you realize, right? So if I fail at this miserably, you'll understand why. I'm just setting expectations here.
Just shut up and open it already.
Alright, I walk in the door. Does it have a lock that I can pick?
Absolutely. It's set right in the middle. It's beautifully ornate. I mean, there is scroll work on the lock. It looks pretty.
Like arcane scroll work?
No, it just looks pretty.
Dwarven. What do these dwarven words say?
They talk about Thoradin the Great and his magnificent reign and how he came here as a conqueror and a champion after 12 and all these generations of dwarves behind him that all led to his greatness, and his sons will be greater than him.
Standard dwarf stuff.
Oh, okay. Alright, locking doors. Lockpicking.
Pick, I say, see, lock picking and pick locks. I don't remember which.
Yeah. Alright.
That lock picking.
Roll low. That is not
That's
low.
98, dude.
Yikes.
It was competitive, right?
No.
Damn.
So you go up and you're trying to get your picks in the lock, and you start to twist, and you hear a very disturbing click noise. And a moment later, there's a.
Oh.
Please roll d20 plus your con.
Remember the traps I did about Traps 101?
Would you
Idiot.
fall asleep that day?
Ooh. 28.
Didn't hurt you a bit. You're pretty sure it was just an old expired trap. No chance there's any problems.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, good. No problem.
Yeah, so he coughs and gasps a few times, and notices the lock did not seem to be opened yet.
I got something in my eye. Probably dwarven poison powder, which is probably poison for dwarves, which won't affect humans, because, you know, completely different species. Alright, can I work at the lock some more, or is it
Oh, you
one-time
made
deal?
the save. Hang on. I gotta see. This one has an effect even when you make it.
Wait.
A second later, your face starts to burn as you take 4 points of poison damage.
Not blocked by armor.
Not even slightly.
Alright.
Wow.
So you see blisters start to appear all around his mouth and nose.
Ooh.
He's got reddened skin and blistering all around as if he was suddenly either burned or hit with some kind of a caustic substance.
Acid in the face.
Yep. Giant soldier ant acid.
Oh, God.
Lucky you made the save.
Yeah.
It's a third the damage.
So this is a trap. Do I think the trap has been sprung? Wait,
It's
do
very
I
definitely
think,
sprung.
do I think I need to monster lore to to identify if I need to get this off my face.
Go ahead and roll it.
Way failed that.
You're sure that it's fine.
I'm going to wash it off my face anyway.
With what?
The horse trough.
Top of the wall, one was out.
Priest! I've got poison in my face. It's burning.
Gideon steps up and swishes you in the face with his wineskin.
Ooh, that's delicious.
And you feel much better. I mean, you don't feel the damage,
Alright,
but
I
you stop
scrub.
burning.
I scrub well, and
Okay, that hurts, because there's blisters all over your face.
I'm going to put healing ointment on it.
That feels a lot better. Matter of fact, the pain pretty much goes away when you start healing ointment in it.
Okay.
The blisters, and you guys can see the damage is still there, but the healing ointment
Wow.
makes it feel much better. Please put a star by that wound. No, you cannot first aid this.
What does the healing ointment do again?
It heals at a faster rate.
Right.
One day faster than its normal rate.
Right.
So a 4-point wound heals in 3 days to a 3-point wound in 4 days.
Going back.
His first aid adds to that, so if he's first aiding you and you use the ointment, it would take 2 days to heal a 4-point wound.
Okay.
Looking to see, analyze the trap to see if the trap is sprung.
Identify trap sounds like a great plan.
Yay, I succeed.
It is very definitely sprung. You can see there's a little opening then that sprayed out of, and that the whatever was behind it, the reservoir is now empty.
All right. Can I look for other traps?
Absolutely.
98.
You don't see another trap. They would never
Safest-
put 2 traps on the same
They
door.
would never put 2
safest
traps.
door.
Never.
No one would ever put 2
In
traps
all
on
of
the same
Doradum.
door.
Never put 2 traps on the same door. That's just ridiculous.
Who would do that? Come on.
And I will pick the lock. This time I succeed.
Alright, so wiping your eyes, getting the tears out, the ointment has helped a lot. You finally get the tumblers, you feel them click and click and click, and then there's a pop and the door goes whoosh, and just rolls into the wall.
See that, man? Dwarven lock. I can even put it.
Gravy, put the bag over your head.
No, I
Cover it up, man.
I comb my mustache a little over the
I think your mustache is probably like burned away, dude.
No, because it wasn't fire, it's just messed up some. It'll probably fall out, you are aware.
Oh.
Well, I've got ointment all over my face, so I'm glistening.
Yes. You
Oh.
look like you've been coated in Vaseline.
Another
You shine the
hallway?
bullseye lantern, that's what you see.
All right,
Crap.
I'm going to sprint down this hallway as fast as I can.
So the rest of you quietly jog to keep up with him.
Yes.
Okay,
Except
put yourself at the corner because nothing's going to happen before then.
All right.
Sure. Once he gets the light around. There.
And I'm gonna sprint down to this door.
Okay. You are getting really tired because you're sprinting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I want to go fast because.
This is what I picture. Guys, I'm fine.
So there's another one of those disc doors, similar writing to the previous one. You're pretty sure, based on your dwarven knowledge, exactly where it leads.
Dwarf, put your face down there and tell me what you see.
I will. Are we kind of thinking that this is the same door?
You're fairly sure it is.
I think this is the other door. You don't need to go this way.
We need to have a back way out. For instance, whatever we find over there, perhaps we don't want to flee this way and won't go this way.
All right.
So we need to have a way through.
Identify traps.
Oh, look. Stairs.
I failed by 14.
You don't see any sign of any trap.
Is it locked?
It is.
I step back.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a step back too.
Gideon's got
Well, I have a +4 to poison, so yeah, I'll stay right where I'm at.
I fail on my lock picking, unless of course it's average.
It is.
Yeah, then I succeed.
Tink.
Okay.
And yes, you're staring at that room.
And I have professionally opened another trunk. And you doubted me.
I think we all did.
Good job, boy. Or laddie.
All right, and I'm gonna go over to
I
this door.
take a rag and wipe my hair from the sweat.
Is there still hair on your head?
No, there is. It's my face that's damaged.
Okay, are you guys going with him or letting him go?
Oh,
on his own?
yes.
we should go back over that way.
Are you going with him? Is apparently the lantern is going
I
with
have to
him.
go with him.
Listen here, Cookie. Just follow along.
But we're leaving. But there's a door over there.
It's the door of extra treasure. We're going to get that one later.
I can't stand it.
Unless of course.
What are we doing?
You need to
Oh my God.
You need to 100% this level of
That's
the game.
right.
Unless of course
You
this.
can't leave a door.
We left this door here, now we're getting it.
Oh God. Oh, I'm gonna go mad.
You need 100% achievement this level.
I'm pulling that door open.
All right, you yank that door open. The first thing you realize is this is the first place you've seen that is very well lit.
Jeez.
Well lit by torches?
Yes, there's
Sconces.
torches and sconces.
Maybe some braziers?
Braziers.
Braziers. I like braziers.
Who would say braziers?
There are,
Both
from
of them
where
are hot. I
you
get
can
them
see,
confused all the time.
Kidding. Well, you can see there's 4 torches and sconces along that line. Give me a sneak check, please.
I was going slow?
No, never mind. You don't have to roll.
Yeah, I wasn't going quietly or anything.
So you get about there, and you hear from down this way.
I'm gonna tap my warhammer against the wall a little bit so I get a blink out of it.
No boink.
No boink?
No boink.
Why not?
You don't know.
I know.
Why didn't it boink?
The gnomes, man. I am right behind him.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
What you see is not quite that. I just didn't have the right mini.
Yeah.
Coming up from, shaking his head and coming up from a big mountain is, well, it's almost a human. But you would guess if it was standing full size, it's at least 10 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
It is immensely fat, carrying a large club in one hand. And going,
Do I recognize what this creature is?
Monster Lord?
I don't have that.
No. It's a great big human, really fat.
Well, hello there.
Would it have anything to do with the barbarian tribes?
No.
No? Okay.
We're here.
Unless you have Monster Lord.
I do have monster lore. I'm in second. I don't
Yeah, I was gonna
You're
say you
close
probably
enough
have
to
seen
see
it.
it.
Oh, have you? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have gotten in enough that you can kind of see.
If it's average, I succeed.
It's an ogre.
It's an ogre.
One upside, the roof is only about 7 foot tall.
Is he wearing a collared tunic?
No. So the huge ogre is bent over under this roof. Oh, there's also, and not only are the torches all along the walls, there's also a fire pit right here with a burning fire in it.
Doesn't he know about carbon monoxide poisoning?
Everyone roll initiative.
The smoke that would slowly accumulate.
D8s, unless you're a halfling, when you can roll a.
What, it's attacking?
D6 or D4?
Oh, yeah.
It's dwarf
As soon as he
dash.
sees you,
It's dwarf dash. We're here with the food.
D6.
1.
Awesome.
D8, you said?
Yep. So you hear a roar from in that room. You haven't seen it yet.
What is it? You add your Oh, you don't have to add anything first, right?
You roll, add your initiative modifier.
Okay. Oh, my
whatever that
initiative
may be.
modifier, which
Could
is
be
Oh, we
plus
do
one,
add it?
'cause
Plus
you're
one,
on.
yeah.
Dice plus your initiative modifier.
Oh, I got one. Oh,
You've
cool.
got a really good initiative.
Nice.
And obviously you can't go faster than 1. Let me roll for Gideon here. See if you can find a roll a decent initiative. Yeah, that's not bad. So you hear, those of you who can't see yet, hear a loud roar from in that room.
Yep.
And a thumping, crashing sound. So that would explain why you're ready if you are. 1.
That would be me.
You know something in that room.
Uh,
You can probably get through the door. I mean, if you
Yeah,
want to jog in, you can get through.
sure.
So you kind of jog past your companions. I'm assuming that's what you wanted. I'm trying to force you.
Why are you going so fast?
You jog past them and you see him there. You're just kind of standing in shock. If you aren't in your initiative,
You don't
yet, you're
hear
still
that?
staying there.
Oh no, that's an ogre. I'm just, I think he might be wanting us to party.
2.
You can keep moving on too.
Yeah, I'll
You can keep jogging. You can speed up if you want to risk a run.
No, I won't run. I'll just, yeah.
So you jog forward there, and sure enough, there's the ogre.
Oh, you're
Which,
a
by the
big-
way, I won't be going anytime soon.
You're a big one.
3. Keep going.
Yep, keep moving.
4.
Okay, I can start moving now.
I assume we're gonna.
1, 2 is a half. 1.5.
Gideon starts in. He's in jog there. 5.
Keep moving.
To the
Goes here. As you jog here, the ogre with a roar charges right at you.
Oh yeah.
That's actually a walk for him, but you know that's all he needs. So now your weapon should have a reach value. It's lower.
3.5 feet.
So you reach 3.5 feet. Sadly for you, between his arms and his club, the ogre has longer reach.
Yep.
So he gets first swing. When
Can
you
I
come in
fight
contact.
defensively?
If you would like, yes.
Yes.
So that will modify your attack.
Indeed.
Don't you get to choose?
Yeah, you get to choose, right?
Fight defensive, you can choose anywhere. Basically, take an attack penalty. Half of that is your defensive bonus. So you can take anywhere from a -2 to a -8 to your attack. Take it a +1 to a +4 to your defense.
Let's do a +3 to my defense and a -6 to my attack.
So you pull up, realizing, holy cow, he's big, and you're doing your best to get the heck out of the way in period.
Yeah.
Roll your defense die with a +3.
So net or 20,
20
right?
plus your defense +3.
Your defense is 7.
Yeah.
So a total of +10. Then. That was if it's 7.
Yep.
17.
All right. Well, you do manage to get your shield
Remember,
in
it's
the
not
way.
this. It's this, because you're fighting with that.
Oh, okay. 17 plus 6, right?
What'd you roll? You rolled?
Yeah, I rolled a 10.
So
All right.
+10.
Plus-
So it's a 20.
So
It's be
okay.
+7, and then the defensive fighting gives you 3 more.
So 20.
Okay.
So there you
So
go.
you got a 20, which is still he still hits your shield.
'Cause you got a
Okay.
+3 to your defense and -6
Almost
to your
left it
attack.
completely. I gotta check shields because he hits hard enough it might matter. So his giant, massive club, you just barely bring your not just barely. You do a good job of getting your shield almost duck completely out of the way, but he does manage to clip your shield. There's a small shield, right?
Yeah.
So his normal damage is only 2d10. So he only gets 1 of those. Alright, let's see. So he hits you for, apparently it's actually kind of weak for him. It's only a 6-point hit, which your shield and armor actually absorb.
Okay.
And is not enough to knock you back, which is just shocking. But there is a small chance he breaks your shield. Roll a d20 plus 6.
A D20 plus 6.
You're trying to roll high.
Net 20.
So you even deflected off your shield, though your shield soaks it up without a problem.
Okay.
He barely caught your shield, so you managed to deflect the force of the blow.
Is there
over
any
your head.
retaliation or anything that I
That'll
can?
happen in the next second.
Okay.
Because he had the longer reach, you're still getting close to him when he brings his club across. So that was
Alright.
in 5. 6. Now you
Yep.
get your retaliation.
Yep. So I took a -6 to my attack, which
Right.
I'm going to bolster with an aggressive
You
attack.
cannot. You're
I
doing defensive
cannot.
fighting, you can't switch.
Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't-
Yeah, you can't do both.
Oh my lordy.
Yeah, Drew.
1.
Oh, I'm going to guess you fumbled, but let's see if you roll. He did not get a 1, so trying to get back to your feet after that massive hit, you are going to fumble.
Sweet.
Wow.
Because he hit you hard enough, even though you deflected the damage, it threw you off balance.
Sweet.
Fortunately for you, he didn't roll that high, and his defense is totally sucky. So what was your actual total attack?
Add your 1 plus your attack.
-6.
3. Oh, -6?
Because you still took the -6. So whatever your attack is there.
Yeah,
plus
so
1.
3 negative.
-3.
Yeah, -3.
So you still did fumble, because even though he rolled bad in his defense, you rolled even worse.
Yeah.
So 30. So roll a d1000, please. 3 d10s in a row, one after the other, for your 100 tens and
Yeah. Just roll 1 and that'll be your 100. And roll the next one, that'll be your 10s.
Okay, so 3,
300,
5,
50,
8.
358, and even with his -3, he had a 2, so he beat you by 5, so 408. 408 means you actually managed to snag your own armor as you're falling away from him. Your sword cuts across your armor. Your armor only has 1 DR now.
Okay.
You literally cut your breastplate right off of yourself.
Sweet.
You can fix it, but it's going to take time, and you don't have that at the moment.
Oh, 1 second, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Exactly. That doesn't work that way.
I cast mending.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Mending would be a broken spell in this game.
And the good advantage was it was
Yeah.
there is a mending spell of some kind, but it's a little higher level. I don't remember what it is. The advantage is because your result was even, he doesn't get a free shot at you.
Okay. Yeah. Mending in this, I'm sure, is like a 5th or 6th level spell instead of
think
a
it's quite
cantrip.
that
But it's
Right.
super useful.
Yeah, well,
Amazing.
I
Can you imagine
still
the middle of
think
battle, like,
I still think mending is one of the best underrated cantrips there
Just
is.
for a
in
nice,
the
easy
5th edition.
It depends a little on the GM, but it can be
It
really
depends a
handy
lot
if you're-
on the GM.
Or a lot on the GM. If your GM has things that you need to fix, it can be really nice.
I'm a GM who says your
7.
0 level spell is not going to beat my 4th level spell. That's fine.
Yeah, I would rarely let it counter spell things,
Correct.
but if you set up with a lot of damage from other reasons, it could be fixing that. Anything else on 7?
Yeah, 7. That's me.
Where'd you go? Are you just hanging back there?
I'm not. I'm moving.
What are you doing? It's an ogre.
All I can do is move. So
That's fine. I just want to make
Yeah.
sure you work.
yeah.
8.
You guys are still moving towards the ogre.
9.
Hang on. So what are the rules for attacking with a sling into melee? Does it mean I can hit?
If you miss,
Yeah.
it's randomly determined if there's a chance to hit one of your companions. Given it's a huge ogre and smaller
Right.
companions, the odds are slim.
Okay. Then I would like to do that. I can
Alright.
see him from here, right?
Yes.
And I can. There's no the range. Is there range?
5, 10, 15, 20, 30 feet on an ogre, which has, he's huge, so it's half range, 15 feet, you're well within close range.
Okay.
So, presuming you had the rock ready,
Which I did. I would have the whole
Right.
way I was coming up here. I would have started
so
because I
you
can
need,
ready
to,
it.
you need to aim, which is a 4-second process.
Okay. I
And
need
then
to
I
aim.
will, I mean, you don't have to, but you're -4 to hit if you don't aim.
Okay. Okay.
So we got 4 seconds of aiming, and then you can fire.
So can I ask,
Yes.
why do people use slings if it takes 13 to use a little tiny? You remember, like, considered the fastest weapon in any other game. In this game, the slowest weapon.
The
I'm curious about like the point of a sling.
The biggest point of a sling is halflings are naturally good at it, and
Right.
they're faster than bows.
But like 13, that's a lot
Shouldn't be
for
13.
a sling bullet.
Should be 10.
I get a 9. It says I have a 9
Right,
speed.
but you have a -1 speed.
Right, which means it's not 10 anymore. It's 9
Right, it would be 10 normally.
plus 4 to aim.
No, that's the aim is in that.
You said I did a plus 4.
Well, this time because you haven't had time to aim.
Yeah, that 10 seconds is broken down
10
into...
seconds includes aiming time.
Okay.
So you could technically go every 5 seconds if you're willing to forego aiming.
Willing to forego
And
aim.
just fire that sucker off as fast as you can.
I still think it's an amazingly slow weapon. That's not
All
even
ranged
second.
weapons are fairly slow in this.
Did you say 9?
This isn't Legolas, okay?
Yes.
I'm not saying it should be like the fastest in the game.
Ogre! I get
I
it.
certainly believe that having the same speed as a broadsword is a bit off.
See, I would say I can swing a broadsword a lot faster than you can just bring up a sling and release.
I disagree.
But you can, that's,
like-
it's not a slingshot.
Practice.
You
no,
gotta
I know,
go around
you whip
4 or
it
5
and you
times.
Sling it, and you whip it and you sling
Yeah,
it.
but
and
it's
you whip
4 or
it and you
5
sling it.
spins.
As opposed to like clang, 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 gotta hit, clang, 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 gotta hit. That's how sword fighting works. Anybody
know.
will tell you. So
I don't know. I saw the tournaments and longsword fighting.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. Nobody blocks. They all get hit.
Depending on the rules of it, and in real life you blocked more because you didn't want to die. But in any case, in
That
this
was
same
it.
second, he
Yep.
runs up with his scimitar behind it. The dwarf gets engaged. Both of you can attack because the ogre is still waiting for his turn.
I was up here too.
Right,
Attack.
that's what I mean. Gideon was moving up this time. So you bring your warhammer back, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And
Somebody here.
I'm gonna attack aggressively.
All right, so you fling yourself at this guy.
Wah! Let's see, that's 11 plus 5, 16.
That'll easily hit. As you
Right.
hurl yourself at him, he is easy to hit. He's got a -3 defense. I mean, come on, he's a giant pile of muscles and fat.
5 plus 4, 9 points of damage.
All right, so with a bonk of power,
yeah.
you smash your hammer into him. You're sure he must have felt it, but you're not positive under all that muscle and fat it really did much to him. And Gideon stabs him in the back.
What initiative are we on?
We're on 9. And definitely slashes with his scimitar and stab. He slashes across with his hacking scimitar. And then you see a high-level fighter use weapons, and it's terrifying because they have the best speed things in the
Oh yeah. And they should be better. The sling just bothers me. It's such a puny, awful, tiny weapon that usually it makes up for it in being able to, be able to use it at some kind of speed. So.
Try longbow sometime.
Yeah.
So Gideon does not get it. Again, the fat just seems to absorb his scimitar blow, but he does give him a scratch on his back.
I will say though, as opposed to normal slings, I do a lot more damage with this one, so that's reasonable.
And let's see, Gideon's
A lot more chance to explode.
is an 8.
Dragon Knight's coming out. Does that mean that we get the Hoopak now in?
I'm wondering
5th
if
edition?
the staff sling would be
Kenders.
what it'd be, but yeah.
Oh, the
10.
the Kender one, yeah.
I will break into a run here.
Yeah, the
Catapult
or
on a
sprint.
stick.
The freaking,
Might pass them.
I think it was that sport that they use,
11.
highlight or whatever.
10. I went on 10.
Okay, well 10.
I'm gonna swing. I mean, so 12.
That will just barely miss. Oh no, it won't, because you're the second guy to attack him, so he's got -4 to his defense. So you hit him. Because he's distracted by the dwarf's blow and the blow in his back, you manage to sneak past his defenses and hit him with your broadsword.
Okay.
So that's where battle axes.
So
D4.
2d6.
D3s. I mean, come on.
So
Good chance to explode. Oh yeah, that exploded. Speed up.
roll that again, right?
And subtract 1 from it.
So that's 1. So what is that?
That's 11.
11,
Yep,
and
Plus
then
the D3.
Plus the D3, yep. That's 3 more.
yeah.
And it
So
explodes.
it explodes
keep
because it's a
going.
3, yep.
So you're at 14.
You're
and you roll the
14.
D3.
There's another 3.
So that's actually, that's a 2 sets of 1, so
So
15.
one more. So you're at 15.
One
plus,
more?
No.
No, that's
Oh,
it.
plus
15
3.
Plus your
so,
3.
So
So
8.
You do 18.
Which is
18.
a hell of a lot. It's good. It's a good roll.
That actually,
That's the advantage of having a D3 is it explodes
Yeah.
twice as much as a D6.
with double explosions, you actually drive the sword deep enough
'Cause it
that
explodes
he
on a 5 or
definitely
6.
fails that. Feels that, but he does not fail his threshold of pain, which is surprising. But that one he felt. He gave as you drive your broadsword into his midsection. It's the first one that he really reacted much to, despite his 4 points of blubber.
Except when the hammer hit him, of course. He went.
Well,
Bonk!
He giggled a little.
Yeah.
so you were at 11. Your weapon speeds are what?
9.
So you'll go again on 20. 12.
So that should be me then. That's after the 4 aim.
Yep.
So.
So you've aimed and you zing a fling stone right at him.
David and Goliath.
Not a lot there.
It's just a straight D20 for him.
Yep. So that's gonna be. I don't really need to add anything additional.
You get to
Right?
add whatever your attack
Which is
is.
just a +2.
So yep,
He's at 10.
about it. You got a 4 in his defense roll.
Cool.
So you guys see a sling bullet come zinging over your head, the dwarf, and bap into him.
Oh, wrong. I needed a D6. I did not keep it out. Where's my good one? Oh, there it is. I did keep it out. So that explodes. Okay, just once. 4 and 2 and 4, so 10 plus. And that should be it, right? Yeah, additional plus the damage.
Oh,
Nope, that's it. 4 and 2. So yeah.
so alright, so it's
10.
sling bullet. Draw!
Yep.
Mark his max. So he's got a number of bleeding wounds. As far as you can tell, you mostly made him mad, but he
And
is
then-
still fighting him.
Alright, so then it's only 9 more, not 13 more, whatever.
Right. It's 9 more with an aim shot.
17. Gotcha.
Yeah, the aimed and all of that is, I could show you, they got a little chart of everything,
Yeah.
but it's all it figured into that.
Alright, cool.
But now you got to bring it back down and reload the stone,
Right,
which is
right,
part
right,
of your
right.
time.
You know, the more
13.
the more I think about it, by the way, I feel like
How does rearward strike and backstab work?
Rearward strike, you do not get backstab, that's on unaware, but rearward strike means that he has 1 less damage. No, that's if he's running away. You penetrate on a 3 or a 4 on your d4s.
oh wow.
Or my D6s?
What dice do you roll for your hit?
D6.
The damage.
D6s.
Oh, it's the daggers?
Yeah, it says D6, I think. Yeah, it says. Oh no, it says 2D4.
I was
You're right,
I'm very
2D4.
sure it's 2d4. D6
Yeah,
is
so-
broadsword. So you'll penetrate on a 3 or a 4.
Okay.
damn good. What I was gonna say is, yeah, the fact that there's a D6 plus a D4 makes it penetrate more a lot.
does.
So-
When do I?
Lots of
Where do I
damage.
need to be in my
Any
box?
either of those would be fine.
Okay, I think I'll take this one then, because it lets me out
This is
faster.
why you only get half XP for single targets.
Yeah.
It's actually a hack.
'Cause you can gang up
half
on him
XP
and-
for one opponent.
Because if you only take on one opponent, it's
Because,
much easier.
as you can
Very
see here,
easy.
you can surround him and just bash him to death.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
ahead.
Makes sense. Because it's so easy.
16
to
on the
take
die,
Yeah.
20,
He got a
easy.
3.
23,
He got 3 defense. He's a bundle of hit points.
D4s.
That's all he is. He's got -3 defense and you're stabbing him from behind.
Right.
Did not pin, so only 5 damage.
5 damage. So you drive your dagger, but you realize quickly that although it cut him, he's just got so much blubber that you barely.
Doesn't even know I'm here.
You're not sure he does.
Spatchcocking a chicken.
Yeah, no, it is.
That
We cut
was
it in half.
13?
What
This
was
is
the-
13.
No, you cut out
14.
the spine.
The spine, right?
Yeah.
What was the?
15.
It was sweet potatoes,
Oh,
carrot.
okay. So that was what like you had on the side.
Basically roasted.
And actually fairly good dwarven.
Cool. You know,
And
what?
he's trying to
Mine
crush
are
your
Lansing
skull.
Foodies. You should try.
He roared at me in Dwarven.
Lansing Foodies.
Fairly good dwarven.
Should join our
And
group.
he's trying to bash you into the
Yeah.
ground.
I'm one of the
Roll
moderators
and
of our group. We just had a big thing.
I have a negative
Me and my wife
2
would
because
play
I
for it.
attacked the
We just had a
Yes,
big
you do.
potluck yesterday.
So it's a D8, right?
We had like
No, it's still a
40
D20
people
because
coming to
you're
our potluck
aware
yesterday.
of him.
Lansing food.
It's just your
Lansing
normal
Foodies.
plus but -2, so plus 7
there?
instead of plus
Yep.
9.
What is that? 12? Yeah, 12.
How'd I find out about
He
that?
hit you right over your shield. You were not
What is
ready.
your name again?
You've thrown your shield aside for that massive hit. You left
Kevin.
yourself wide open to
A
a
stoner.
big.
Huh?
Stoner.
We all knew that about
Yes, that's my real name. Yes.
That's good, lad. That's a good
Yeah.
name.
It is a 17-point wound.
Oh Lord.
-2 at the 15-point roll.
Oh,
Oh, wait.
15. Holy
Where's
Lord,
those for?
man.
Add 4 more.
That
for
is a
strength.
huge wound.
So a 19-point wound?
Yeah.
So it is just a massive blow onto the middle of his back that you hear crunching and cracking sounds. Oh, you were a dwarf though. So despite that impact, you don't get shoved back because it takes 21. He did. He pushes you back 5 feet as he just hits you, just crushes into you and drives you 5 feet away from him.
Yeah, yeah.
What's your threshold of pain
10.
number? So you need to roll a d20 to see whether you collapse.
Is that
in
the
pain.
TOP?
Yes.
I got a 17.
So you hit the ground there in just horrific pain as your entire body seems to explode
One
from
wound.
this hit. So with no outside help, you are out of for 35 seconds. So this was in 15. So now you don't get to go again until 50 from that, unless someone helps you out from that impact.
Dang.
Yikes.
That's why big ugly things are fun in this game as a
Yeah.
GM.
My wife works for the Greater Lansing Food Bank.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. We just when we did our thing yesterday, we gave we didn't we
The
were
dwarves
picking.
are going,
There's a few.
"I'm being
we did
ignored
the
about
pledge
food bank."
yesterday, But we
Help!
we've done the food
16.
bank before. So.
Help!
Actually, it's more.
Yeah, we can't do anything.
Yeah.
Alleviate trauma. You
I'm
didn't
sitting here
take it?
looking at my feet right now.
You didn't take alleviate trauma?
I don't think so.
I don't know if I can do anything.
Not to help him. No.
Yeah.
Keep the ogre off him.
I mean,
Yeah.
so he hit me with a club over the head?
Basically, head
Bumped
and
you.
shoulder. Right
Jogs
through
your
here.
memory.
I did not take alleviate trauma.
Right through here, and I mean, you.
Bad cleric.
You had lost some
I
teeth.
had taken it before.
You
Yeah.
took sausages
Couple
instead
ribs
of
probably
healing
gave
spells.
That impact.
I took
Somebody hit
sense
one
divine
left.
magic.
5.
So,
Yeah,
someone
he
said
almost
pheasant
killed you dead
jogging
out.
his memory.
But he did knock you away from him at least. If you weren't a
Sorry,
dwarf, you'd have gone 10 feet.
Not take
but
that.
Being a dwarf, you're hard to shove.
Oh my gosh.
So he kind of spiked you into the ground a little
Basically,
bit.
and drove him 10 feet or 5 feet away from him, and then
It's a
when
19-point wound. I'm gonna have to rest for like half a year.
Yeah, that's why you have clerics. Because yes,
Clerics can every day can heal you.
Because yeah, you. I mean, he just collapses screaming, holding
Yeah.
onto his shoulder from that hit.
This is like
So
rehab.
there's this thing that I
Yes, this is the rehab wound.
Half
that
a
you wrote
year.
down the wrong name of, so I gotta find it again.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, it's what'd you say, cause fear? But it's not cause fear.
No, it's
It's-
something about emotion.
Modify emotion.
Modify
or something.
emotion,
Yeah.
but I don't have that much typing.
Yeah.
Cause fear lets you know what it does. It's harder to find. So that was, let's see, 15, 16, 17.
Moderate emotion.
Moderate emotion. Gideon is coming back with his scimitar, desperate to save his dwarven friend and really hoping the ogre doesn't turn him. The ogre failed his defense roll with a fumble.
Oh.
So he is so elated over having smashed the dwarf that he doesn't even pay any attention to the little guy behind.
You're gonna have dwarven pancakes to breakfast.
Oh, he missed his threshold of pain by 1. Gideon just gets a perfect shot into one of his kidneys. The dwarf goes, ah! The ogre goes, oh! But he need 1 more point of damage to threshold of pain him. But he is hurt. I mean, he is on his, or barely on his feet, weaving now in agony as he's trying to keep fighting. Let's see, Gideon has a speed of 8. Oh, that's funny. 18.
Oh wait, that's me.
So you've swung it back up again? Or
Yep.
you,
I'm going to because I can't get to it in time to. I was going to try and cause fear, but he's way far away from me. So
another sling bullet comes screaming in.
not great again. 9.
It still hits.
Okay.
He can't run defense to save his life. He should be good at these.
So not much damage either. 6.
Yeah, with all of the blubber, that one didn't hit nearly as
Yep,
vulnerable
yep,
point.
yep.
But it still left another nasty bruise on
Can
him.
I move also when I'm doing that? Or can
You can walk.
Oh, as a walk, so that's half a square.
Half a square,
So
basically.
that's fine.
Keep thinking you should be up any time here. 19.
That's me.
There you go.
Attack.
Dives back in with the dagger.
19.
Yeah, that hits.
All right.
He's got a D8 minus 3. You know?
Wow.
Oh, because he has a minus 3.
But he has a
behind him.
bundle of hit points,
Yeah,
though. Yeah.
and good armor. Or good DR.
Yeah, good DR. Yeah.
1 pin for another point of damage. So 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 damage total.
You heard him, because again, he is breathing and struggling. 20.
That would
Do you
be
even
me.
feel it?
That one, you know, we felt, because he's, oh!
9. Huh?
You hit.
I hit
He
him.
got a 6 on his defense.
Holy moly!
He's terrible.
All
So he is
right.
That's the
turning-
thing is he's terrible at defense,
He's
but he has like a
turning
bundle
and
of hit points
twisting
of
and
DR.
trying to
stuff.
fight off everyone
Terrible
around him
at
and get to the
points.
dwarf
Or
for
terrible at
attacks.
defense.
And as he does that, you bring your broadsword around.
That's 6, and then
D3,
yeah,
which is exploded.
9.
2 plus another 3, so 6. Yeah.
So you had 6, 7, 8
Yeah.
plus. I'm sorry, you had 6, 9 plus
9
2,
plus 2,
11
yeah.
plus 3, 14.
14.
So, would you care to describe this?
Yeah. So the is it all one hit or could I do
You
like
can do multiples. You're killing
yeah?
something.
So I'm gonna come down like this, and on the downstroke I'm gonna reverse it and come straight back up like that,
All right, so you
and
bring
just
it down,
basically go.
you rip a hole in him and one of the already wounds, and then you drive the sword back up. And he just slowly, like a toppling tree, collapses over in a pile of gore and death.
Oh boy. I'm gonna go look
And
at the
you finally, as he's coming over,
pancaked dwarf.
start to recover from the horrific pain of your wound.
I'm gonna pick him up and kind of stand him up.
Hang
And,
on, no, get away. What are you doing? Stop. Get. Stop. Do you know how to cure people?
Oh,
Move.
I'm gonna rub some dirt in it
Oh,
and
God.
send him on his
Rub
way.
some dirt.
So you're barely looking. You
Oh,
see
don't
the
rub some
barbarian
dirt.
reaching over you, and the cleric goes, "Leave him alone! I got this."
Don't do the dirt.
I'm looking up at both. I'm looking up at this guy
Yeah.
and the half.
He's got a handful of dirt. Like, don't do
It's like I have. It's like I have a handful of dirt. I have
Yeah.
bacon grease. It's
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
You're
Yeah,
trying to see
exactly.
through one eye that's almost swollen shut.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
get back. Let the little one have at me.
All right, we'll start with the obvious things. And 27, that's fine. So that's -1.
One better, and you feel better.
You know I had a 19.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah.
One's not helping a whole lot here.
Takes all day off the first wheel.
Hello, Kitty.
Exactly.
Also, you finally put
hold
his jaw
still.
back into
I was
something.
gonna say, like, I've seen the boxers. This is how you do. You take some of that grease and you rub it on the cut above his eye.
Put
That's what
his jaw back into socket.
Yeah,
You take the little chilled piece of metal
Right.
and just stick it right
Stick
in
it right there.
I mean,
Exactly.
how many legs does a dwarf need anyway?
All right, and then I will actually use a healing spell.
Any mass healing spells in there?
no.
I have
Not
this.
at second level.
I have this unidentified healing potion.
We don't know if it's a healing potion or not, but
What happens if I use some of my ointment?
That will speed. It won't do anything now, but it will speed
It'll
your
speed
healing.
your healing for
give
later.
that
which you'll
healing
need.
potion to the dwarf.
I would advise using the ointment for sure.
I'll use
Yeah,
one.
I would say use the ointment. So
and
put a
then
star
I
by the
will,
wound.
so you got a D4.
Allergies cream.
The best I can do for you is a D4.
D4 penning.
Do you have both?
It is penning. I don't have.
What kind of cleric?
I
are
took
you
sense
goddess
divine
are you?
magic. You never know.
You never know.
There's no magic in
That's
this
quite
world.
useful.
2.
Induce sobriety. What's fun in that?
Yeah, I
So
don't- I
2
don't
more
even know
points
why I
off
have
that
that.
wound. It says,
Oh, really?
lays his hands on you, and you feel the healing power of his goddess flow through you.
Yeah, I took cause fear at my second level. Because it would have been useful for like this.
Again,
It's 1d4
we have
minutes
this
of
potion
fear.
of
That's amazing.
wondrous
Goes off,
healing
really.
that we don't really know
And
if
this is
it's
the type of thing they
healing
use it on because they're
or
dumb.
not.
They use it on could do good mental saves.
All right, he's offered me a potion, and I'm desperate. I'm grabbing this potion, the russet one,
Yep.
drinking it down.
The whole thing, the entire potion in one swallow.
I don't know any better.
Yeah.
Your gender is
God, my potions love you. $11 points of healing.
Wow, so you
Whoa.
roll for that then. Okay.
Because we don't know what
It's
it is.
2d4 penetrating in this case. That's the second one he's had that just goes berserk on healing.
You're feeling much better now.
Ooh.
Yeah, as you heal, you guys watch as his jaw literally reforms, his ribs pop back out into place as this thing heals a majority of that wound.
could I see the bottle a little?
The empty bottle.
And it's blood flavored and bubbly.
How much healing was that again?
11 points.
11, okay.
That was on top of the 2 that I gave you.
Nice.
So. Actually, the 3 total that I gave you. So.
I rinsed the bottle out with a little bit of water. I try to get just the
Influence
any
minor.
healing that will come out of it.
Dude, put that on my shield. Are you actually wounded? Did you do first aid on you?
Not in this
No,
one.
it just
I'm just curious.
no.
Anybody
my-
else get wounded in this?
But
my fate-
I mean, I'm still
That's
kind
the, I
of
can't
lingering.
redo that one. Yeah.
Gotta be from previous.
Right.
I'm back on my feet now.
Yeah, you
You know,
probably
I feel
should.
pretty good. That wasn't that bad.
It was a healing potion then.
It was.
I mean,
Wait, I heard the question mark after that.
yeah.
Oh, that was a long pause.
I did advertise it as a unidentified healing potion.
But you were pretty sure it was a healing
I
potion.
think it was a
I mean,
healing
some
potion,
potions
not a
heal
vial
by
of
curing
acid.
your wounds. Some potions heal by killing you.
How is that healing if it
Well,
kills
you know, you stop hurting, right? Like you don't feel anything. You're good, right? I mean,
I
You-
got
you
something
spent
that'll
too much
take
time in the
that
kitchen,
pain
my
of
friend.
that bullet wound away.
No, I was pretty sure it was a healing potion. I mean, I drank it, I tasted a sip of it, it didn't kill me right off, so I assumed it wasn't poison. That adds 2 other possibilities.
you know.
All right.
It's a potion of impossible strength, or it's a potion of healing.
Why not?
There's only
Just checking the time. Look on the tape clock.
Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, how we're doing.
quickly gun it to the other door.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh
Let's
wait,
go.
search this room for treasure.
All right. You do find amongst his bedding, which is a whole bunch of blankets and straw and things, as you're searching through, you unwrap what appears to be an actual tapestry. And it's actually really nice, other than the fact it's dirty and gross. But you're pretty sure Gideon can appraise, because he can appraise everything. Ooh, nice roll. You're pretty sure this is like a 50, maybe even 100 silver piece tapestry.
I told you
If it
about
gets
the
cleaned up.
tapestries.
And it's going to be fairly bulky, but
this? No.
so you also find in among like a pile he's got piled up a lot of nice looking junk, but with Gideon's help and his appraisal recognizes there is a necklace in there that's a true silver necklace, and I'm speeding things obviously, but there's like a brass spittoon that's not really worth anything. The necklace, you're guessing, would be another about 25 silver pieces.
Any suits of armor?
I write it.
No,
Seems unlikely.
I'll just write it on my character.
that's fine. I
For
mean, it's
right
not gonna
now.
matter,
That's
but yeah.
fine. I was gonna say we're getting to the end of this thing, hopefully. So.
And with the magic of GM needs to keep things moving, you get to the other door without further incident.
Yay!
Yay!
This door, you realize the runes on it are different.
Uh-oh.
At the very top is the name as before, if somebody would, of Thornton the Great. It starts to recite and stops. It says, Great Dwarf here for, and that's the last word. And then below it, it states, the Great Plague, do not enter. You also realize this door is slightly ajar. It's been rolled back about that far. And the room inside, there is some light coming out of it.
I'm gonna try to see if I can peek inside.
Okay? You peek around, and what you see, I'm just going to draw it because it's easier. You see a large room.
I gotta say, playing the rogue is pretty fun.
Yeah.
You're not a rogue.
Thief.
You're a thief.
Uh,
Burglar.
I didn't bring my mini. There is a dwarf standing here with 2 kobolds flanking him, facing something in this wall. You can't see a lot just peering through the opening, but this room is lit. There's torches all along the walls, and a standing torch here, 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 and here. They're all lit, giving the room quite an illuminated glow. And he is doing something with the wall, but you can't tell both of this distance because it's in front of him. He's facing the wall at this moment.
Incineration, yes.
How many kobolds are there?
2.
With wings.
Well, 3. I apologize. 3.
3 kobolds and the dwarf.
Yes.
Flash of light, searing pain, poof. Cloud of ash.
So
Attack on 3. 3,
Wait,
2, 1.
we've just been attacking everything and having all this combat. Why are we trying to talk with them?
Yes, with our swords and daggers and stuff. I get what you're saying, dwarf.
It's aggressive negotiation.
Charge!
Alright. You yell that. And let's roll initiative. You guys, well, actually, you're initiating the fight, so you guys can all start on 1. I'm assuming you discussed it, so we're going to go.
D10, right?
You don't have to roll anything this time.
We're gonna start
You get to
one.
go on 1 because you're ready and you're ambushing them.
Sweet.
And they blew their rolls to hear you. I gotta find my right cards. Hold on. Okay, he's gonna go initiative. I forgot. Oh, jeez.
I thought there was a purple worm miniature on the table somewhere, and I
Yes.
was trying to for whatever reason, the whole discussion of the purple worm, I had nothing for reference.
It's right there.
It's right there.
I thought that's where you got it from.
No, he told me it was the sound of a purple worm.
Kind of
Because
So that's where I got it
bent
from.
Yeah,
in a
like
way
it's
that just does
playing
not
it.
understand.
That's weird.
Alright, so you yell charge. And who's throwing the door open?
I am.
Alright, so you have 1 second to fling the door open on 1. That's pretty much all you can do on 1 because you guys can't charge through a closed door.
All right.
2.
Move me 5, please.
The dwarf starts jogging in. You can move Gideon.
Does he move 2?
Yeah, I'm just trying to decide if he would charge. No, he's the guy with the staff up. Probably would just charge forward with his scimitar, so move him 2 then.
I'll follow behind him.
Yeah, you can just move me up 1.
And you're running in behind them. You do see the dwarf reacts that fast. As you guys are running in.
How do thrown daggers work?
You can be going faster than a jog, but if you're jogging, you need to, because it's a knife, you need to draw it, which is free, and then it's 4 seconds of aiming time,
Okay.
unless you want to throw it unaimed. And he is indeed doing something in the wall. It looks like he's got a hold of something and is trying to twist it or turn it.
Right.
And Oh, and he raises hue and cry. They're coming! Stop them! Stop them here! Stop them now!
Oh, jeez.
3. 2. Go ahead. No, 2. You start with 3.
I'll start running out.
Yeah, I'm gonna start jogging. Move me 2 forward,
So
please.
you're sprinting.
Sprinting for you is 10.
Okay,
Yeah,
sure.
because you got stubby legs.
Sure, sprinting.
I just want
An
and
AM.
a half.
I'm
And
2
Gideon-
seconds into aiming my knife at a
Okay.
jog.
Gideon will just go straight at him.
And I'm gonna stop there and aim. So. That's on 3, right?
That was all on 3. 4.
2 more for you.
Uh-huh.
2 more for Gideon.
Yep.
And you?
Nope. I'm aiming.
5. So you got your sling up over
Yep.
your head and starting to aim. So Gideon will move into contact with that first kobold.
You up to here? So you're in contact with that kobold
Yep.
too?
Now here's the problem. You sprint into contact, you're going to have to run past him. Which you can do, but you'll have to slow down next time and you'll wind up going 5 more feet.
Okay.
Which is not an issue where you are right now.
Okay.
Alright, let's see. So, we have 2 in contact. What is the reach on your hammer?
Mine?
Yes.
Half a foot.
Okay, I can't. Hopefully I don't hit you because you went the other way. You're right in my sling path, so I might hit
So,
you.
they
Oh,
are
that's for
actually
you.
using spears. So, they have slightly, the guy you came in contact with has slightly more reach than you.
Has he gone in initiative yet?
Yes.
Oh,
He
crap.
actually, because of the hue and cry, he's going this round. He got lucky. And he said, but Gideon's still longer with the scimitar because his arms, or he's, I'm sorry, spears is many. He has a long sword, he's using 2-handed. Gideon, though, is slightly longer because he has full-length arms. So Gideon's going first, and then he will go, and then you will go. And he actually deflects Gideon's swing with his sword. Slaps it up and away. And slashing back at Gideon. Ooh, and he gets Gideon. That one-handed fighting is coming back to bite him. So as Gideon tries to stab him, he deflects it up and then he brings his long sword across and hacks at him. Yeah, I think it's the first damage he's taken like the entire game, so you know, it's about fair now.
He's too pretty to damage.
Yeah, he apparently is not that pretty. 9. So he takes a nasty slashing wound. Ooh, that's threshold of pain. And Gideon gets cut right across the body and collapses in pain at his feet. This is the TPK I've been waiting
Wait,
on.
Gideon collapsed?
He failed his threshold of pain.
Jeez. So can you put his mini?
Yeah, if you would
level?
lay Gideon's mini on its side, well, I figure out how long he collapsed for.
Goodness.
So he's down and as this long sword lays him open. Yes, this is the first kobold you've ever seen wielding a long sword. This is one buff kobold.
Jeez.
He's no longer puppy people. That's like Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
I mean, he's for a kobold, he's the equivalent of Arnie. You know, I mean,
Right.
he's still a kobold, but he's a little dog man who's over 3 feet tall and wielding a sword with both hands. And dwarf. You get your when you come into the fight. This will actually be on 6 because you have to wait for that second. So on 6, the dwarf swings. That'll be the first thing that happens, and everyone else can then move or fire as they wish. This is the second.
12.
So he's at -4. Even with the -4, got my people all wrong, messed up here. He still just barely manages to duck under that one.
Dang it.
So you bring it across, doesn't make any noise, and he just barely ducks under that swing. Are you moving up, Barbarian?
Yeah.
That was about 6.
Okay. Yeah, that was on 6. And move the other little kobold 5. Now that guy and you are now coming engaged. The one who's not engaged yet, yes. He's actually going for your mage thief. And he only goes 5 feet. He jogs that way, holding his case. He's got the spear. What is the reach on your sword?
3.5.
3.5. Goblin spear. Still got you beat slightly. So he's poking you with his spear.
Okay.
And then the next second you go. So roll your defense.
which is D20.
D20 plus whatever your defense is there.
Okay.
Any purple? Yep, there you go.
10.
10. So you try to get your up, but just expecting to smash him, surprised by the spear length as he drives it at you. It is only a 5-point wound before armor. He doesn't get you very solidly.
5-point wound before armor.
And your DR is 2, I think.
1.
Oh, it's 1 because you never.
Well, I'm assuming you took time to fix it. We kind of jumped through.
Then
so.
yeah,
That's
so
true, we
it
did
would be
hurry.
3.
So you take 3
yes.
points.
You
Yes.
take 3.
Okay.
So I'm assuming you took time to fix it. We've kind of
That makes sense. We had to hurry it up. Yeah.
So that's 29.
Yep, and then the 3 in the box.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, and then what comes next? So that was all 6. Let's see. And so this guy is speed of 10. 7.
All right.
Throw
I'm
my
on
dagger.
7.
Okay. So you're throwing your dagger at.
The
Am I likely to hit a compatriot at this angle on the leader?
Almost impossible.
okay.
Unless you fumble.
Same idea.
I'll do that.
Sling that guy. Perfect.
You have a few more people in the way.
Do I? Of that guy?
Well, which guy? I guess.
The guy on him. The guy.
He looked like he was throwing at the dwarf, right?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm not trying to throw at the dwarf. Yeah.
Oh, that guy. Okay. I was
Oh.
trying to figure out who you. I can't tell who you're pointing at.
Yeah. Okay.
All
The-
right. So the leader kobold, the sword,
Leader
the
kobold.
long sword shield. Kobold.
Yeah. Crap roll. So 12.
Okay, you do not hit him. He ducks under it, just by blind luck, but it doesn't hit anyone else either.
All right. I can also. Can I throw in jog still, or?
Yes.
All right.
But you and the other kobold are meeting.
This way.
With your throw, I'm going to rule the kobold got to jog to you because that's all he was doing. So you're going to have to, if you're doing that, you're fleeing from him.
When you're, by the way, you're right in my sling path. Just so your FYI.
So I would
running
be
into my sling path.
You're trying to come to a stop, throw a dagger, and turn around and back away. That kobold is going to get to you before you can pull all that off.
Oh, okay. So.
So he's engaged you. You're not going to be able to run away unless you want to give him a free shot at your back.
Okay, then I'll just let him come
So
to me.
go ahead and fight, unless this sling bullet or something
unless I do
horrifically
some
massively nasty.
amazing damage. Not with that, I'm not going to. So I didn't 1, but it's a 2. So
Yeah, so you fire
I
at
missed.
him, but between the chaos of
I
everything going on,
absolutely missed,
the scream of pain from poor Gideon, who rends your heart,
yeah.
and the fact that he's a little tiny kobold. So move him up 5 feet to engage with you,
Okay.
with the mage thief. And he is trying to drive his short
Frickin'
sword.
Do have my other dagger
Yeah.
out if I don't know who has longer reach.
He has longer reach.
I
with
would
his
imagine he
short
has a
sword.
spear.
Oh, I thought you
he's
said
got a
short
short
sword.
Oh, short sword. Sorry.
What is the reach in your dagger?
It is a half.
Plus you're through this round, so you're not going to be able. You're going to be slower
Okay.
because you threw and now you're bringing your dagger back to stab him. There's just no way you're going to.
Gotcha.
I think he has you in reach anyway, but.
Okay.
All right. Well, roll your defense. Either way, you get your full defense. -4 because you're one-handed. So D20 plus your defense -4.
Oh, okay. 19 on the die. Plus 8 minus 4 is 23.
That is actually enough. Despite being slightly off balance from the throw, you managed to kind of offhand your dagger and knock away his attempt to stab you.
It is a 19 on the die. Isn't that something?
19 is near perfect, so you get to punch him in the face.
All right. 15 plus, I don't know what punching is. 2d4 plus 2.
Whatever it's your base attack, which you can look
Oh,
up on the
5.
blue one.
So 20.
20, that will hit him.
All right.
So it's D4 -2 on each die.
All right. Still pins though, right?
Yes.
So 4 again.
Boom!
So last one was a 2.
And
So
actually, I
it's-
have good news for you. You're a thief with a dagger. You get your dagger damage, which is still the D4s. Keep the roll, but you don't have to take the -2 per die.
Oh, okay. So
That's 3 4s and a 2, right?
yeah. So that's
But subtract
10,
1 from
11.
4 plus
Yeah.
3 plus
3 plus 1.
1 is 8
11.
plus the 2 from the other die.
No, it's
So
11
that's-
plus 2 from the other side.
Yeah, so it's 11, and then I have plus 2 damage.
So 13.
13.
So yeah, as he swings, he leaves himself open. And that probably. Oh yeah. See, he screams in pain as you slash him, like literally across the face. Take out an eyeball. He's not dead, but he's down. Threshold of pain has been failed.
Wilhelm scream.
Well, that worked.
Yeah, I did.
Hello, Dwarven Dagger. I'm gonna call you Matilda.
What was the second count that you?
Let's see. This was on 7,
Okay.
but
Yes,
you didn't get your swing. You should, because you engaged. He speared you,
Okay.
so it should be your swing. Now.
Oh, right.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you just got.
I forgot you engaged. Yeah, you engaged and didn't get an attack, right? You didn't attack.
You haven't done your attack yet because he had the longer weapon. So you go.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
it's true.
Now. Against
So.
Reroll the goblin.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
I
One.
know how you feel.
So 3 total.
It's your second.
World of Fumbles is your friend.
Oh my goodness
Especially
gracious.
when you roll well on his defense.
So yeah, I was gonna say. So it's got to roll here. It might be more than 1,000.
And what is your total?
What's your total then?
3.
3. So by 18. So roll your D1,000.
Okay.
You really got to stop rolling ones, or don't, because it's really funny.
6.
600.
4.
640.
8. 648.
And plus 150. 798.
798. Yeah.
But again, he doesn't get his free shot because you got an even number. Automatically inflict damage to a nearby ally.
Oh
Roll damage dice.
boy.
Guess who's nearby?
You can attempt a feat of agility to deliver only half damage.
All I gotta say
Should
is
probably do
the
that.
dwarf really anybody's
Attempt a
ally?
feat of
I
agility.
mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna attempt that feat of
D20 plus your
agility.
feat of agility.
D20 plus the
So
feat of agility.
as you're there fighting this guy, trying to keep him off of your injured friend, his wild swing from his broadsword slaps your hands. It's either really bad or really good.
It's a 1 again.
Okay, so roll full damage.
Oh my
He just he swings at the kobold, goes too high.
I would
and the
like you to know
broadsword
that he rolled 2
slams
1s
him,
in a row. In a row.
Yeah.
trying not to hit you.
Holy crap, man.
And then he penetrated.
Okay, so that's 6, 7,
10
10.
plus a D3.
Yep.
2.
11,
2
12. You do not have
plus-
to add your strength. bonus to
Okay.
it. You take before armor a 12-point wound from your buddy over there.
Did he attack aggressively by any chance?
Him?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Alright, so 12.
Minus your armor.
Jeez, man. 10.
You sure look at that potion worked well. That
I'm
beats you hit your
really
threshold of pain,
sorry
doesn't it?
about that.
That is exactly my
So roll,
threshold.
see if you collapse in pain. As he brings the sword across and just lays you
I rolled a
open,
19.
which your roll is an 8 or less, so that's
very
what
bad.
that number is. So that's 55 seconds of pain. Alleviate trauma.
I didn't think it was going to
I
come
don't
out.
like this game.
So you slash the dwarf badly, and he collapses screaming in pain.
I'm really sorry about
Would
that.
you tip my dwarf over for me, please?
whose team are you on? I know the dwarf deserves getting stabbed, but we can do that later.
And you see, again, that dwarf against the wall, who's kind of half watching, going, good, kill them all, and he's struggling to turn something. And he can't roll to save his men.
This one needs to go right there.
Yeah, stop using that one. That guy's betrayed you.
And so does this one.
Yeah,
This one needs
yeah,
to
yeah,
go
I
there
was gonna say,
too.
yeah,
You really gotta stop
I
rolling
got
so high
more
to push
dice.
it.
Hold on.
Oh, shit, you're the dwarf, the tough dwarf.
Yeah.
You don't roll a d20, you roll a d12. Because you have a special
Oh.
tough guy. So re-roll that threshold of pain with a d12.
I'd like to retcon all the way back to here as well.
No, screw that. Just roll.
12.
Well, the good news is you're only down 20 seconds, so on 27 you're back on your feet.
Oh
Instead
my
of,
lord.
There,
I'm
that's
trying to
better.
help here, man,
That's better. I got my dice out.
because you're a tough little guy.
Stop rolling 10 dice. They like high numbers, man.
I know.
Borrow some of yours for the low numbers.
You should keep your
8.
other side over here.
So can I stop? I don't want to sling. I want to walk. Can
Absolutely.
I start that? Okay. So I'm going to start into. I will get to a sprint, but right now I can just go to jog first.
Go to
right?
jog,
So,
1 square.
so 1, 2. Jog's 1.5 for me, isn't it?
Jog for you is 5 feet.
Okay.
A walk is 2.5 feet.
I thought jog was 1.5.
No, normally a jog it's half their distance.
Yep.
So a jog is, for a human, a jog is 10 feet.
Right.
For a halfling, it's 5 feet.
Okay.
A walk is 5 or 2.5. A run is 7.5 feet.
Okay.
And a sprint is 10 feet.
Okay. But I can go from jog to sprint right for next turn.
Yes, you can go right to sprint.
I'm good
assuming
with
you're
sprint.
getting your staff, your club out.
I'm not.
No, you're just running up with your bare hands.
Yeah, I know what
Magic
I'm doing.
time.
Yes.
Okay. 9.
This guy's threshold of painting,
Yeah.
so I'm just gonna walk past him. Sorry about the eye.
10.
Me.
In order
You
to
just went on 7.
Oh,
You ripped him in half on 7.
Yep.
yeah. That okay. I didn't know
Yeah.
if that was from the first one or if.
Then you count from there.
Okay.
to
So,
backstab
yeah,
the
I have a while still then.
this
You
guy,
won't be able to do a backstab
I won't.
because he knows you're there.
Sorry,
But
rear
if you want
attack
to do rear attack, you could be standing right there.
that
yes.
square, so I can run to that square.
Yeah, but then you can't stop. So remember,
Could
if you
I
run, you're going to keep
move
skidding.
to here, and in the run?
You can try.
But I would be leaving his threatened square, so I'll just move to here with a normal jog. So either the kobold or the dwarf, I don't know. He probably has range on me.
Dwarf is not trying to fight you. He's trying to turn what appears to be some kind of a key in the wall.
All right. Well, I'm
And
going to.
Kobold,
stab.
actually, Kobold is not engaged because everyone engaging in collapse.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's going to spear you.
Everybody's
Okay.
dying around him.
And he will actually turn to face you as you charge in.
Yeah, I think we're probably gonna die here.
Yes,
Could
very
be.
likely.
I've done TPKs
It is
before.
very likely. He's looking that
23.
way.
You managed to duck under his spear blow as he tries to stab you.
Wouldn't that be just
The kobold, with the help of barbarian, TPK'd us.
Right.
11.
That I'm gonna attack the guy with the spear since the dwarf isn't fighting me
Nope.
yet.
See, I always figure ending a one shot
23?
or a short campaign on TPK is always classic.
Oh,
Yeah,
absolutely.
it's true. It's
So
absolutely
you
classic.
stab under his spear and drive your dagger
Will
into
not be the first one shot that I
5, 6, 7.
Alright, he takes it. He definitely didn't like it, but he takes it.
I'm gonna attack the
I never got
darkness.
to end the slavery, guys.
It's true.
Well, that's the monologue, or not monologue, epilogue.
You're assuming you didn't get TPK.
Right.
Yeah, Joe.
No, we come back as zombies and go into the town and eat
You
everybody.
should say that.
Ended the slavery. Done.
Anybody else on 11?
Nope.
Yeah.
12.
27. Count faster, please.
Everybody does. So you see whatever he's turning is starting to turn, and he is just putting every ounce of muscle he has into turning whatever it is he's trying to turn. 13. So you're moving past the kobold?
No, I'm right next to the kobold. I haven't moved past him.
Well, but no kind of run. I mean, he's busy engaged with the barbarian.
Oh, wait. That's a run, right? So I need to slow down. That's what I was going to say. I just realized that. So I need to slow to,
Jog at the fastest.
A jog.
Stop next turn.
wait, no, but if I run to here, hang on,
Next turn
I was
you
here.
jog.
If I go here,
Yep.
the next turn I can just move one square, right?
Right.
Okay. That's what I'll do.
All right. Let's see. 14.
That's what I'll do then. Okay.
15.
Now I'm casting, by the way.
All right. So you start casting. What's the casting time?
4.
Okay. So you begin calling upon the power of your deity, clutching your divine icon. The dwarf gives you a dirty look, but seems much more interested in turning the object he's shoved into the wall than he does in dealing with you. I gotta check one thing. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Gideon recovers from his pain on 15. So he will stand up. 16.
That would be me.
Okay.
I'm gonna attack that kobold again.
Gonna attack
Wait,
the
you
dwarf.
attacked me last time. What do you mean again?
Oh,
Kobolds,
I'm
dwarves
gonna
are all
attempt
the same. They're all like.
Oh, short.
Hey, that's better.
12.
It has a 1 in it, but it's not
Kobolds and
the...
dwarves are the same.
All about this high. I can't really.
They all look the same from
They all look
up
the
here.
same
You
from
kind of
here.
have to get down, and you're like.
Right.
The kobolds are like, dog people,
So
and
8.
I'm like a hairy
That should be
dwarf.
3.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
10 plus your 3, so 13.
So 13 to that kobold.
Oh, with a cry of pain, he collapses.
Cool. Knock that dude over. He's still alive, just
He is alive. He just failed his
knocked out
threshold.
that
of
field.
Can I move over him then?
You can, but if he recovers, you're standing over the top of him.
Yeah, which
That-
is
that-
Fair
he's
warning.
defensively could be a
Yeah, he's
horrible
gonna
situation.
stab up at the nice
Now, you don't know how fast he's going to recover.
meaty bits.
Okay, so I can't like one more time
You
into him.
can. On your at half of your speed, you can hit a helpless opponent. So your speed is what normally?
Your speed is at 9 normally.
So in 5 seconds.
You can.
So
kill him.
on where we're at 16. On 21,
Oh yeah, I can coup de grace.
you can stab him again. Just a regular attack on him. If you take 10 seconds, you can do what's called a coup de grace, which is a guaranteed kill, but you have to spend 10 seconds doing
It's
it.
probably not worth it.
He's a little faster. Being a thief, he can do it in 3. Assassins do it in 2.
I know I want to get over to the dwarf guy.
Right, I
So-
figured that.
I'm gonna try. And
But it's
handle
just
it
a
before
swing
you
at
get
him
there.
because he's not protecting himself. Is double speed or half as long. Okay, Gideon, and we'll try to stab the guy who threshold of pained him.
Okay.
Not successfully at all as he swings his scimitar, but the guy manages to deflect it away with his longsword.
Okay.
And 17.
Can I move? So my weapon is reset.
Roll your weapon.
I would like to move in behind the dwarf.
Roll your feat of strength as that kobold is trying to prevent you.
Oh, is in half. Okay, feat of strength. 13.
Yeah, no. You try to push forward, and he just shoves you back like,
Yeah.
like the dwarf would.
Okay. Does that mean I lose my attack?
No,
Okay.
but you do have a -1 because of the.
I tried to move. Right. I'll stab the kobold. Oh, that's crap. 11.
He deflects it away with almost disdain, and then because it's his initiative, proceeds to try to swing at you. So roll your defense. Don't forget the -4 because you're fighting one, and the -1 for your movement.
I do have my other dagger out. I had plenty of time to draw it.
Sure you did. So just the -1 for movement.
So that is a 26.
You were hit.
I was hit at a 26.
Oh, wow.
Ouch.
This guy's really.
Don't
strong.
suppose a +1 dagger gives me +1
No,
defense.
but your good luck is the natural 20 is not a crit because he wouldn't have hit you without a nat 20. So it's just a normal hit.
Ah, that's why.
Nice.
Got a crit, but it wasn't a crit because he would have hit you.
Because he would have missed if
Right.
it hadn't been for the
Exactly. Yeah.
crit.
Yeah.
It's a 12-point wound.
Jeez, dude.
So
9-4 armor.
Uh,
I'm going to bet that beats your threshold.
it does. Is there a way to use luck to reduce
Absolutely.
that damage?
You can spend up to 12 points of luck to reduce the damage.
I would like to spend 3 points of luck to drop it below my threshold of pain.
What exactly happens that
Oh, here we go. 5 minutes. Come on, Joe.
In his disdain, he comes at me with his overconfidence, and then I parry between it with my two things and look at him in the eyes. And while we're gazed, his crit slowly becomes a not crit as I'm like,
oh, he slashes across but doesn't get the deep penetration?
pull it to my left.
To the left, to the left.
So, ow.
The key thing is about half turned now. Oops, no.
I was gonna say you moved the marker.
Wrong thing. $18.
Okay. Spell goes off.
All right. And you are casting.
I'm casting Call Sphere on the dwarf.
I believe that's a mental saving throw.
I believe it is.
Yeah. Roll your mental save. Oh.
Jeez. Barbarian attacks me. The foodie attacks me.
Yeah.
Moderate emotion. You sure don't want to do a move here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, you reach out and slap your hand on the dwarf. Whack! And roll a d20 plus your level. Plus
Is that what
2.
it is?
Yes.
That is a 17.
You feel the power of your guide go in, but as you touch him, he manages to turn slightly, almost by as he's turning the key by accident, and just by lucky break, you don't get as good a contact as you want, and the spell doesn't affect him. Yes, he has luck points.
His luck points.
And yes, he used them.
Oh, this is like the Hackmaster equivalent of legendary resistance.
Absolutely it is. Luck points.
Wow.
Bullshit points is what he has.
It's all fun and games when he does it to me.
Yep.
19. 20. 21.
Come on. 27.
22.
Hang on.
I mean, I'm just gonna let him turn the key because after we kill these guys, what are we going to do?
No, we're not going to turn the key.
Absolutely going
No,
to turn.
you
No,
definitely
we
don't wanna
are
do that.
absolutely
Wait,
going to
do
turn the
something,
key.
or can I keep going?
Hang on a second. Don't do anything just yet, guys. Give me 1 second.
I mean,
I'm looking at something that...
Plus, it's a dwarven room, right? So it's got to be dwarven goodies.
yes.
Dwarves don't usually keep
Might be,
Cthulhu
might
white
be
ones.
some dwarven maidens locked up in there.
Oh, never mind.
Let's leave.
Because I have first level spells, but they don't do anything.
If they're still maidens, that means that they're horribly ugly.
I guess, yeah, no,
So
so
will,
I'm going to attack
Do
him.
the deed.
Alright, so you
No, they're just
pull out your claw
Yeah, club him.
and go ahead and take the swing. The dwarf.
The dwarf. 20?
Nat 20?
No,
Or the purple worms
18.
behind that door.
He can't spend that
Get
much
him?
luck. You hit him.
Gideon.
So he's focused completely on that, and you just bring your stick across.
That's explodey. 7, 8, 9. That's it. No, not plus anything, so 9.
Okay, he takes it and just continues focused on the key.
Okay.
Oops, I'll put it back there. Put it back. 23.
Yay! I will stab the kobold. Is he still engaged with me?
Oh, yeah. You and Gideon, I'm out.
Yeah. But Gideon's got the advantage.
Yeah, he's turned towards you because you're going after the boss.
Woo! Crap. It's 13.
That will miss. He manages to deflect it away. But Gideon gets the easy shot and hits. Barbarian should be coming up pretty soon, right?
Yeah, 25.
Jeez.
So Gideon lays another slash across this poor little guy who's just an innocent friend and
Just
actually drops him. He
Innocent.
cuts across him and the kobold cries out in pain as the sword lays him,
This one?
scimitar lays him open up
Oh,
and
nice.
goes down. He is actually down.
Hey,
So he's dead?
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that
Can I
that
move
doesn't
him, or-
matter.
I'll leave him there.
Never mind, go ahead. I was wrong. Go ahead. Good. You're good.
Wait, all the kobolds are down?
Yes.
Yes, I
dwarf.
believe all the kobolds are down.
Yep, you're good.
I was waiting for him to turn the key.
The initiative counter? That thing's cool.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's really
You don't have to use it, but it makes life so much easier.
I
Sure.
was trying to figure out a way
24.
to streamline initiative in my campaign.
Since the dwarf isn't actually engaged with me, can I reset?
25.
That would be me. Can I move here
No, I want to move
to
there.
get...
Absolutely. He can't talk to you right now. You're in the
don't
middle of a
listen
fight.
to him. Yeah.
Well, I was going to move there.
Well, you were slow.
No, it's I get to go too.
And
He's bigger.
I'm going to attack. 5.
Yeah. Even though he's totally got his back to you and is focused on the key, you don't hit him.
All right, but I will stab him. 23.
Nat 20. What? He got a perfect defense. Unfortunately, he is at this point not set to stab you, so he doesn't get stabbed.
Rough.
Does he get a 20? D20?
Yeah, if you're from the side.
All right.
So again, he is actually ducks at the right moment, and your sword hits his dagger, and both of you deflect each other's attacks. And then the kobold that was down from you stands up,
I wondered if that guy was going to stand up.
and he's trying to stab you in the side. Roll your defense.
Was that on 25?
That was on 25.
The dwarf's like, yes, I know.
No, come on, come on, come on.
I know, I'm like,
17
It is hard
plus
when you fail
7.
it hard.
24.
4.
So you catch it on your shield and knock it away, and he's never going to get through your shield. 26.
Reset if I can.
No, not at this point.
Engaging, yes.
You're engaged and still in a fight with him.
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to wander away, you could theoretically wander away, but
He
you
doesn't
can't
have a
just
weapon,
stand there and reset. Not that well, he's got one. He's got a battle axe on his side, but
right? But it isn't drawn.
Right.
yeah.
So I can just step back.
Yep. I should put his speed. I probably shouldn't throw Gideon out. 27.
Yeah, it's me.
So the dwarf leaps to his feet.
I stand up.
Ha
And you attack the barbarian.
Oh, wow.
That's how you stood up.
Right.
So make a threshold of pain check.
I rolled a 19 on guys.
You're out.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to be laying here for a while.
All right.
So I stood up. Is that my whole?
Pretty much.
One
That's,
second.
you're
Yeah.
a stab fair. What the heck is going on?
I reset.
And you hear with a crunk the key finally turns.
Oh boy.
Finally. Jeez.
There's a clunk and then nothing. And he looks shocked. And then immediately, I believe this is where I give up.
Kill the dwarf.
Good cleric, I surrender to you.
Damn it.
Not to me, you don't.
Defend me from these barbarians.
Don't attack him, guys. I'll be very cross.
Screw you. Kiss my hairy white butt.
I'll be very cross.
They're all going to die.
What?
Let me explain something to you. I have to show mercy to those who deserve mercy. I have to show those mercy to surrender. But I don't believe the church would find fault with me if they were to believe you were releasing a plague upon the land.
Doing nothing but surrendering to a fine... In any case, 28.
Yeah, there you go.
28.
Yep.
That kobold. I'm gonna whack it. Can I whack at that kobold?
Sure. You got easy move up and whack him.
I'll coup de grace begin coup de grace this
All right.
kobold.
So on 31, you have your...
So I'm whacking at the kobold.
I'm actually 28 should be mine
Ah.
also. I'm gonna also whack at the kobold. I'm respecting the dwarf surrendering.
All right.
I don't
16.
think others
Yeah.
have to do that necessarily. But
Bonk.
Yay! Oh. 11 points of damage to the kobold.
19. I don't know if he's still alive even. But,
He is.
so 19 to hit.
It's probably not conscious, but you would not have known it.
That's fine. So 8 damage.
So between the two of you, you crush him between your club and your hammer. Bonk! And he collapses in a heap.
Dead. Alright.
Yeah, he's dead.
Cool.
Dad.
So, just from a viewpoint, I mean, Barbarian, are you reeling up to hit this guy?
Oh yeah, I'm swinging
All right,
away.
so he's
I'm
bringing his battle axe out.
I'm like Ken Griffey Jr. getting
Now,
ready to
don't attack him. He surrendered. Don't.
hit a home run.
Your goddess will remember this, cleric. And he
What am I
brings
supposed to do? What do you want me to do? I just killed the kobold who was attacking me. I can't defend you with what am I going to do? My goddess will remember that I would defend you if I were able. I'm not able. Sorry.
And on 29,
Can I reset?
yep.
Okay.
Please, the dwarf is starting to jog away. So move him 5 feet to the side of the barbarian. And that'll be the next one. 30.
I'll follow him.
And he is bringing his battle axe down on...
I'm not trying to hurt him, by the way. Literally trying to...
Watch your friends kill him.
No, I mean, I can't do anything to defend him.
Roll your defense, please.
The only thing I
Oh,
can do
he's-
to defend
he's
him is
going
take
to
the hit
attack
myself,
me?
which I
Yeah,
can never do.
you're going to kill him. He's not stupid. Yeah, so as you're turning, he, with remarkable skill, brings his battle axe around, cuts under your shield. Oops, D3.
Wait.
How about that?
I just remembered, I had the silver necklace this entire time.
Bloody hell. He did. It's good for you. It's horrible for him. 4D3. He got no threes.
No threes.
1, 2, 3, 4. It's 6 points before your armor.
Wow.
6, so 4 only.
Yeah.
Only
Which, I mean,
4,
that's not a horrible wound, but this
it's
is 4d3.
Terrible on 43.
It's almost as bad as you can roll.
So much
So
for
he
your
slashes, but he's
surrender.
fairly distracted. Yeah, it's almost like he didn't want to die.
So much for your surrender, though. You didn't surrender.
I tried.
You're not surrendering if you're swinging a weapon.
That is true. Let's see. His speed slower than bejesus. 31.
Dead kobold.
I wanna take a step this way. 5 feet this way.
So jogging towards.
Yep, right there.
Okay. And he will continue to jog. When was your next
In
attack?
the corner.
34.
So you will get to swing on him because it's close enough as he's jogging.
This guy's
away.
never played chess before.
So you do get your attack this
Okay.
faster because he's leaving your area to jog.
Jeez.
Jesus Christ. 6.
That was one higher than last time.
Even with the fact that he's got his back to you, oh, that's the wrong guy, so maybe not. I rolled the wrong guy. Nope. Even with the fact he has his back to you, he manages to avoid your hit.
What gives here? You hit me, you knock me out forever, but you can't hit the bad guy.
Gideon will charge
back,
over
by
into
the way.
combat.
In the
with him.
back, nonetheless.
Wait, are you trying to tell me that
Gideon
that's not
moves
Fignag?
2 steps. 1, 2, yep.
Shit!
And brings his scimitar down at him.
Or a kobold, for that matter.
Go kill the
Gideon
dwarf.
does hit him.
Wait. Dwarven slavery is legal here. Take him alive.
No. I mean, well,
He deserves it.
It's
technically he's
Yes,
surrendering.
take me alive.
If he wanted to surrender, I couldn't resist that. So I
He
couldn't.
did try to surrender.
I can't, regardless of slavery, which I don't like. If he surrenders, we have to take him alive.
So can we bonk
that's up
him?
To you. If you want to take him alive, we can do that.
I'm going to bonk him.
So he takes a slash from Gideon. Does not go down to it. Let's see. That was 1, 2, 3, 4.
Just want to get one good hit. Just,
You got one. It was beautiful.
Yeah. It was a really good hit. Yeah.
Yes.
32.
I want to take a 5-foot step this way and whack that guy.
Yeah, all right. He's pulling away as you do it,
Wait,
but you
no,
still
no.
can take the swing.
this way, right?
Yeah, yeah, right there.
So go ahead and take your swing, and then back the dwarf into the corner there. Because then turn him if he's
Oh,
not, so
baby.
he's facing out of the
18.
corner. That will definitely hit. He's distracted. He's just trying to get back to the corners.
11 points of damage.
He, surprisingly, is still fighting. I mean, he'd love to surrender, but
I would graciously accept his surrender.
you can talk your friends into it.
Friends,
33.
but they're not here.
That is true.
You know I'll accept his surrender. I've already made that clear.
I'm resetting.
Okay.
I made it clear that I'll accept his surrender because I can't not. It's part of my religion.
34.
I'm taking a 5-foot step following him. Can I...
If I could jog away.
This is Gideon.
Yeah.
So I'd have to go... Can I get to this square right here?
Give me a feat of agility to squeeze past Gideon's flailing scimitar.
You're pretty good at it.
Yeah, I know. That's why I figured you might try it.
Where is this? 6 plus 8 is 14.
That's more than enough. So yes, you slide into that spot.
Alright, cool. Oh, and I get to attack, right?
You do.
Sweet. Nat 20.
Nice.
You critted him.
Nice!
Okay.
I do believe it should be Aruga.
Aruga.
I consider that
On
I
a
like
crit.
bonk better.
On a crit.
Arugula.
Yeah, it should
All
be
right.
something better.
Is that arugula?
Critical hit.
What sort of vile
And then
man phrase
what's
is
your total attack? I'm sorry?
Your hammer
Total
says
attack.
arugula.
Total on your attack.
God.
This
How
is-
horrible would that
27.
be?
Did you remember you roll a
I'm gonna
d6
use
penetration?
I'm not a vegetarian.
I'm totally
D20
giving my
guys.
players a
D20
plus 1
penetrates
hammer
on
that when you hit it says arugula.
So that's a
Arugula.
24 plus
Arugula.
7 is 31.
And if you crit it says
Okay, roll
rutabaga.
Kohlrabi.
You are a sadistic man.
You really are. It's very good.
15 plus 4, 19 points of damage.
Okay.
When it is, this says jackfruit.
Yeah.
Move modifier. 27, kind of 3, so it's 24. 34, 43 is your crit severity. D10,000, please.
D10,000.
So the first one is the thousands die.
Double zero.
0, so it's either
Zero.
a 10 or 0. If you
So
roll
it's
all
a-
zeros, you got 10,000.
Right, if you roll all zeros, it's 10,000.
Hundreds die, or
So 400,
so 400,
40,
48.
8.
448. It's a crushing weapon. Roll 3 more damage dice.
Ooh. Wow.
5, 8, 10.
And more. So that will kill him.
And you turned him into beef
If he
stroganoff.
hadn't been, he would have been
Congratulations.
automatically threshold of pain, and you count him a compound fracture of his leg. So you bring your hammer through.
I bring my
Yep,
hammer
sorry.
right to his kneecap.
Yeah.
It doubles it the wrong way. He crunches down to the ground, drops his weapon, kind of braces his hands around the ground. He's like kneeling there, begging for surrender, pleading to you. It's your deity, it's your faith, etc. What will your God say? And just as he's saying that, the hammer comes down again on the back of his head. His head goes down between like the floor. It's just this crunching sound as his head just collapses.
Well, his head's now beef stroganoff. Sweet.
So you feel a coldness. From
Would
your
you stop
voice.
it? You're making me hungry.
You're watching murder a man who was pleading for his life.
What can I do? What can I do? You tell me, oh great God.
This is exactly what you
Ooh,
could do.
Sarcasm with
Nothing.
your God.
No, what I will actually do though is, regardless of, I know the game is over, this is all, but for flavor, I'm still going to, because he wasn't innocent who pled for his life, I will still give him last rites. He did plead, he was an innocent.
perfect.
Innocent. Insofar as he pled for his life at the last second, which is a freaking,
It's
somebody
fun.
needs to plug that rule hole, but
Yeah, I don't get it.
It's deliberate. It's
Yeah.
not designed to be plugged. It's
Yeah,
on
yeah,
purpose. That's one of the
Anyway.
downsides.
You should see some of the stories that. Oh, I'm sure you have.
Yeah.
Some of the
Some of
most
the
powerful
stories.
goddess of healing. That's one of the downsides.
yeah, of course. Yeah.
My favorite fallen paladin stories was his wife was an adulteress, and they had to put her to death. He had to put her to death.
Yeah.
Right, and he fell from that.
No, I love my favorite Fallen
Where are
Paladin.
those screens from?
My
That's
favorite.
Torg, the other role-playing game.
My favorite Fallen Paladin
That was the other
story
one I considered running.
are the ones who you got it. Are the ones who there was a
Did
group
we
of
find the
them.
medallion on this guy?
Oh yeah.
Actually, what you find, the medallion, is what he had inserted into the lock.
Okay.
It is the necklace. It has a key on it. That's what he had inserted in turn. You see the back wall is littered with runes. I'll get it out. Of vengeance, and specifically against humans, and punishments upon the humans who dared to defile this great site.
See, we solved the problem.
Now I'm
too.
going to look at this
Well-
human and that human and point this out to them.
Yeah.
Well,
Both of them have done great evil against
So yeah,
this
I want to hear
war.
this
this
resolution.
would have been really cool if we kept going, but I don't want to.
Yeah.
What you find when you get back is Tiwado is gone. The town has been, well, the town is still there, but most of the people are dead. Actually, everyone you find is dead, but a lot of them are still shambling around. A horde of zombies came through the town, killing everyone, and anyone bit by them became a zombie as well.
So
There's
is
now a
that
zombie
what
horde
is that what
across
the
land.
Turn of the Key did?
In the official campaign, it's a little later, so
Yeah.
you're back at town and can deal with them. But it awoke a bunch of classic infectious zombies into the town that sweep through the town, infecting most of the town, who then go off in the zombie horde. Because
Oh,
you,
wow.
That's what it said about the Great Infection.
Yeah, the great
A la
plague.
George Romero style.
basically, it's a George Romero zombie invasion.
Nice.
Yeah, the actual game is modular is a much longer campaign if you run it that way. I mean, this whole dungeon, there's like 5 levels. I just covered them all in dirt.
Yeah.
It just took you to the level that I wanted, because I wanted to complete
Yeah.
the storyline.
Yeah.
It's designed as a long campaign.
Well, this was super cool. Thank you for running.
Yeah, it was very cool.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was a lot of fun.
I actually quite love this system from what I've seen of it so far. I mean, yes, there are some very disappointing parts where we're like smacked right out of the game.
Yeah, but it's hard on purpose, right? Like it's supposed to
It's
represent
supposed to
the
be.
old,
It brings an element
the
of
old
grit
school D&D
to-
where things
yeah.
were very difficult, you know, but not so difficult that the Hackmaster makes up for some of the holes that like
Yeah, first
D&D
edition.
Basic or First
Yeah.
Edition had.
Well, the interesting thing is you are effectively taken out of combat, but you're not dead,
You're not dead.
Right.
No.
right? And
Well, and I know you didn't take it. I don't blame you.
Yeah.
One of the spells that a lot of clerics can get is alleviate trauma,
Yeah.
which cures a threshold of pain.
And the
failed
reason I
spell.
didn't take it is because our last 2 games we haven't had a need for it at all.
And that's why I
So-
threw it. I mean, these were the scheduled
Yeah.
critters, but one of the reasons I want to make sure you got to this level was because this had the big nasties that could hit you with that. Kobolds are rarely
had
going
I
to
seen that
threshold
come
of
up, I
pain,
would have
though.
definitely taken
What were
it.
those for?
This was his spell points. It's
Yeah,
a spell
he
point
gets-
system. He never cast any magic because he's a
Correct.
wimp, but I mean,
well,
I didn't really see the point.
Firefinger would have been awesome.
I was trying to tell you when you were talking about the paladin thing.
I mean, it's a
earlier.
D3 pen.
I think I
Plus
mentioned it
bonus
before.
damage for more spell points, plus bonus range.
It's a one-shot trick.
It is. Spells in this tend to be. He doesn't have very powerful because he's a
Yeah,
mage thief,
Mage Thief, yeah.
so he only has the lowest level spells still. But they tend to be more powerful, but you don't get them like you do in D&D. There's no cantrips, any of those things.
Yeah, so if you're gonna go mage, go full mage.
Full mage is definitely, if you're looking to do magic, full mage is the way to go. And be aware that you're not going to be like a D&D mage throwing magic every fight.
Yep.
You're going to have that
Rolling D6 for your
decisive
hit points.
magic for this point or another. You're going to decisively influence a combat or two.
Right. Well, one of the things about Hackmaster that's nice is it has enough customization that even as a mage you can be able to do something
Oh,
besides
absolutely.
be a mage.
Hey, Alex, would you blow that candle?
You don't have to be a thief mage, you
I
can just be a
need
mage
to,
who uses some particular weapon or something. You can be
Though
able to-
I found that the thief part of the thief mage was a hell of a lot of fun.
Yeah, sure,
The
yeah.
daggers.
I like
daggers
the
is-
thieves in this. And again, the big thing thieves run into, or dagger users, is things with tough armor.
Yeah.
Okay.
In my other campaign, one of the other ones I ran, one of the main characters was a full halfling thief. Death with daggers on most things, but ran into something with a DR of 8. Most of the time doing nothing.
You don't mind if I keep the shield?
Absolutely not. You're welcome to keep them and give them back, whatever you'd like to do. But so penetration's your only hold.
Yeah.
And even with that, you're doing a couple of points a lot of times.
But if you
Whereas the
look
dwarf with the flail who has 2d8 damage.
at penetrating on half the numbers of your
Well,
dice.
in this situation, wasn't as easy to flow around them as it was here. It was.
That was something, you know, when I was talking about the speed of the sling, which I wasn't fond of, but it does a D4, D6, which means it pens a
how
lot.
bad is
So-
how bad is an unnamed shot?
-4 to hit.
That's not
It's
too
not
bad.
terrible, no.
Taking
It's not
5 off the
awful.
count? Is it
takes
5?
5 off. It takes 4 off the
4
count.
off the count. I think it's
So
-4 to hit.
4 off the count, -4 to hit.
So you get two
Not bad.
basically instead of one try to hit, you get 2 try to hits.
Right.
Right.
So you
At
try
minus
to
4
you get a
each.
negative 4.
Yeah.
It's
So
close to that. And again, I mean, if you look,
I mean, it's give and take a little.
It's not bad. It was fun for sure.
So Joe, I was trying to say
I
my
know it's
my
harder too
paladin
for you
story
because you
that I
came in
like
kind of
was the
halfway
fall.
through.
yeah,
it
but
last time.
still, it
It was,
was.
and I think I might have told
It's
this
an
before, but I like
interesting
the one. So it was this
play
council
system.
of paladins, and they finally together had come together and rid their land of evil.
Okay, yeah.
And after they did that, they were like, okay, now what? Well, let's rid the land of the chaos that takes place here. Then what? Well, let's rid the land of those who aren't good. Like, and
That's when you start falling.
I would say they became evil because they were killing everybody.
Right.
If you weren't lawful good in their eyes, they killed you. That's what ended up happening.
That's
And
one
they
of,
fell from grace because of that. Like they clearly were becoming evil. They were killing everybody. So.
So yeah, if you're a level 20 fighter, you have a -4 speed in addition to any
I had a-
specialization. That's when you start running into
I had a
the
group of
evil.
paladins that had worshipped this benevolent god of humans. And this benevolent god took care of them until humans took too much and killed it. And became an undead god, therefore as all of his paladins fell.
Yeah.
So I had an entire campaign that revolved upon this fall of a god
Yeah,
and
yeah,
the fall of his paladins.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean the character sheets are yours if you want them. I'll take them back if you don't. I
I'm
don't
good. I
care.
already have a million Hackmaster
Yeah.
portfolios. And so.
I'm good either way.
Character
with that.
folios. I have a bunch of those.
If you want to remember him,
I'm
I
good.
got those.
I got so much.
two
I don't
weeks.
have a lot of it now. I've traded a bunch of it in, but I
Yeah,
have
a
so
couple
much.
of region characters. Feel free to make your own if you're
I have the original,
so.
I know.
like 4th edition,
Yeah.
whatever you
A
have.
big old donut hole covered
the-
with sprinkles about
The DM
Shadowrun.
screen. Have you ever
I
seen
highly
the
recommend
castle
not,
DM screen?
because
Yeah, I have
it'll
that.
take
Yeah, nice.
hold. days.
That's the door.
I enjoy making characters, but I doubt I'll take the time at this point.
It's an awesome system, but it takes days.
It does.
Like I said, I know a big old
I always
donut
look up
hole
character
about
creators, so I
Shadowrun
don't
and
have to
stuff.
actually do the work myself.
Where are the
Yeah.
other? Do you guys have coasters?
I've
I
already
figured-
put mine in there.
I figure I'll bring like
Mine's still under my drink.
one of the
I'll do that
major
in a minute.
classes. If you guys have your heart set on a technomancer, I won't run.
What's the tech?
It's a person who uses magic to run the matrix.
Right, which I'm
The
not gonna.
computers in this are all.
Oh, you're not allowing that? Okay.
It's like
They're-
a,
they're a
it's like a
weird
mini
rough
game or
one.
something.
It's a whole another system.
Where
Well,
the only that one person
it's
gets to run it.
Not as much in 5th edition. I will say that having played Shadowrun since first edition, it was its own separate game.
So what can happen is that while the guy's hacking, the wizard is doing his wizard arcane crap, and the guys with guns are shooting up the place all
Right.
at the same time.
Yeah.
But they're all doing different things.
But yeah, the key is anymore with the 5th edition. Let's see if this will still work. Nope, I'll have to get home and spray it. Thank you though. With 5th edition, because everything is wireless, and they did away with, because 1st edition did the kind of neuromancer, you move into the matrix and you like travel down the paths, and it became a pain because it was its own mini game. And while you're doing that, nobody's doing. Whereas here, it's just I'm going to use my skill to hack into his system and turn his cyberware
So
off.
what is it you said you're not letting people play? I'm not.
Technomancer.
It's technomancer.
Oh yeah, no, never mind.
They're kind of cool, but they're
Yeah,
also
but
they're
they're-
complicated enough. I wouldn't run.
No,
them.
I wouldn't want to.
I just so
I feel like the
They make-
Technomancer is what the Artificer becomes.
So does anybody know at all what they want to play? Is anybody familiar enough with the system? Know what they want to play? 'Cause
I have no idea.
I know you
I
probably
will
don't.
probably see what other people are playing
So-
because I'll play anything.
Well, that's kind
so
of why I
before
was
you play,
asking.
watch Johnny Mnemonic.
I already know the system very well.
And-
so-
Yeah, that's
well,
I know
the
the
movie
system
Bright.
well enough. that
well enough.
I've been
the
playing
movie
it since
Bright,
first edition.
right,
I played
is
it
literally-
since fifth edition.
That's
literally
what I was
Shadowrun.
asking. So
I've seen that
because
one.
we need so let me ask you guys if you have a general idea. So they have like somebody who runs all of the machinery, right? That's a so you get to like
Rigger.
run a little drone or a little like
The
tank
yeah,
or
a
like,
rigger tends to
the
run
rigger,
robots
right?
and
Yep.
things.
So that's the thing you can play. Another thing you can play is your classic fighter type, right? That's a street samurai, right? And that's a guy who like he has lots of enhancements and lots of like be able to big like combat stuff like his combat enhancements. His body's full of cyberware, right? So that's the thing.
Yep.
You
Drone
have
junkie.
your
You have your
Face.
magical
your
adept.
your mages people, right? Your adepts.
There's two magic guys.
Right, you have
so
mages and adepts, right?
So you have your wizard, and then you have your adept, who is more like a monk.
Although in 5th edition, there's less of a difference between them.
Then there's your decker.
Your
classic.
decker, which
So
is
he's the
your
guy who hacks
hacker.
in
Your hacker,
everybody's
basically, yeah.
everybody's shit. So like everybody's got a personal area network on them. So their guns are wired to their phone, which is wired to a bunch of stuff. So a hacker can disrupt like communications and fake out communications. And can also mess up their guns,
Often
mess up their
open doors,
targeting,
things like that.
cause things to overload and explode.
There aren't
and then
character
hack computers.
classes. This is one thing to point
Deckers
out.
are a
This is pure
little bit
skill
right,
based.
exactly.
Oh,
Deckers
yeah.
are a
Pure
little
skill
bit
based.
skills
exactly.
you
So
have.
you don't have to
People
play.
tend to focus because
I'm just kind of giving you the
But it's
archetypes.
just-
pure skill based.
That's the only other thing there is that I can think of is a
So-
face. Right?
And there's the face.
There's the face.
Because
So
like I played
face is
so
all charisma.
fighter
all-
ones.
There
Didn't
is-
have much
there is the
cyborg, but
idea
had
of the
cyborg and
tank.
magic.
Yeah. Right.
So he's just some guy who really, takes like a troll and then bones up on a whole bunch of armor. So
Right.
he's really hard to hurt.
And I will say, in my opinion, of all the years of playing, super specialized characters don't work as well in
Street
Shadowrun.
Samurai, I'll try
Because
that.
you tend to have
the
to do
cybernetically
more
enhanced.
things. So having the street samurai who fights but can't talk to anyone tends
Right.
in most campaigns I've been in backfires horribly on you. Because eventually you got to talk to the bouncer at the door. And the fact that you can barely put two sentences
So,
together means you're
I-
never going to get in
I have a
bar
preference
to get
for-
to a meeting and things. But
I would either like to play the face or an elven mage. So those are the two that
I'm thinking Phys
particular
but I'll
too.
see which comes in.
I like the elven mages because they're so mysterious and weird, and they don't like people. And I like that kind of a really interesting role play. So.
With the Street Samurai, can you be any race?
Yeah, but orc is kind of good. Troll is kind of good, right? For those.
Nothing beats an elven street samurai.
Elves are good, but
Well-
they're just a different. But the elves hate technology, so
They
it's
don't
kind
have
of.
to.
Yeah. So the elves have the highest agility, which is your
They
shooting
do,
score,
which is good.
which is your accuracy.
Right.
So they're highly accurate, but man, when they get hit, they go down.
They do.
They
Right.
must make wimpy elves, man. I had my elven tank. He never
Elves
went
are
down.
so much better at being mages and adepts. But
I mean, they don't go down.
We'll
right
go back
away.
to first edition. You see, when you
first
unrailed it,
edition.
when you had the little priority charts. That's
Oh
how you
my
built
Lord.
from first edition. Is you assign priorities to.
Oh, you guys still have the priority chart in 5th.
They
Yeah,
do.
but it's
They do.
like
You
it
could-
exists, but who uses it?
Right.
It's for those people like me who have been playing so long and just, and I don't love it, but who loved it so much they couldn't do without it.
Yeah.
But yeah, you applied, you had an A, a B, a C, a D,
Yep.
and an E.
Yep, correct,
And
yeah.
you had to apply those to magic, skills, attributes, money. What am I missing? There was one other. And if you want, and your race. If you wanted to
Yeah,
be
your
a
race,
metahuman,
that's exactly right. Yeah, races
anything but a human,
were
you had to put
higher
your A
cost, exactly.
in. You had to put your best attribute
Right.
in being a different race.
Yeah.
And the races were not good enough to justify.
They were not. In the
So,
original first edition, they were
For
not.
pure for game balance reasons, it was a bad choice. The only reason you would do it is because it was cool to play.
It
a
was
troll
fun,
or a
right. It was
dwarf.
just a role play.
It was a horrible choice for building an effective character. It was
And
hilarious.
everybody coming from first edition Dungeons and Dragons was like, oh, I want to play an elf.
Yeah.
That's like the only thing I
I
ever
was
played.
loved. I love trolls, but they were like the worst
Oh yeah,
race. But they
Trolls
were so
is
much
Trolls
fun.
is probably the thing I played the most.
The problem with trolls was because they have had a -2, what is it, int,
Yep.
will, no, -2 int, -1 will, -2 charisma.
Yeah.
And you couldn't start with a 0. So you had a
edition of
minimum
Shadowrun is
of
this?
8 points
Fifth? I'll look
of your
up some
attributes,
stuff.
which you got like
Yeah,
20.
I think the whole
Put
books
into
are
just having
findable
straight
online.
ones. Literally the worst attributes you could have.
There's
I'm
also
gonna
a
Even though they
character
got the
maker.
boost to strength, it never worked
But
out
Is
because
it a nap?
you put
it
points
is.
in strength,
Okay.
but you had none left.
I
I
like
have to
playing
get the
Trolls
core
because they were
rule
fun.
book.
That's
for,
what
that's why
But they were never
Pathfinder
worth it.
is
man.
One of my
next
favorite,
by,
it was a
so.
5th edition character, was a
Yeah.
troll mage. Because 5th edition.
Oh yeah,
is
Troll
what
Mages
they
are
were
fun.
able to
I
do.
played one of those. Yeah.
Troll mage
Really fun.
who dressed up like
Yeah.
a ganger
Nice.
because he never wanted to get the Gak the Mage
Yeah,
effect.
troll mages
So
are
he
fun.
he was like a PhD, multiple PhDs in magic and thaumaturgy, super brilliant, and he walked around and when he was on it with a spiked mohawk.
Looked like he was a ganger. Yeah.
And he had a torn wife beater T-shirt, and he carried a combat axe in one hand and a shotgun in the other. And then when he fought you, he blasted you with magic.
See, and
Yeah.
my favorite thing, the
'Cause
reason why I
nobody
like Elven
gets
Mages is just because for people who haven't played it before, that's why I like it.
Yeah.
Is introducing the idea of the elves, and the elves live in their Tír na Nog, and like they don't interact with people, and so when they do, it's on a very like
What are they, highly xenophobic?
they're highly xenophobic. They do
I
not like the
play
other
street
races
elves.
at
I don't
all.
play these silly
so,
sissy elves like him.
So yeah.
Because
They're
see,
highly desirable. Everybody wants
all
to
of
beat
the
them.
races-
Yeah, everybody wants to beat them. Yeah, but they don't really
Right.
like interacting with anybody.
all of the races
It's very
came
fun.
from humans.
Yeah, they were all humans. right?
Basically, the concept was in 2011,
Something like that.
there was
Yeah.
magic flows back into the world.
Right, magic came back.
So suddenly, elves and dwarves start being born to people.
Yeah.
And thus they come back. Well, goblins and trolls, especially early, did something called goblin eyes, where they'd look like a normal human until they hit puberty, and suddenly, in a horrifically painful, drawn-out process, mutate into a troll or an orc.
Well, that's fun.
Which, now some people are born that way and it's not a problem, but frequently it still happens. Tends to lead to some mental instability because you went through this horrific sequence of pain. Plus, tends to freak the heck out of the normal humans who
Yep.
gave birth to this wonderful child that ended up being black
And
and this
there's
9-foot-tall monster.
Whole modules written about. You know, their son has goblinism, and they
And there's,
wanna,
racism basically is now different races against each other, less
Right.
white-black. There's the group,
Yeah, in fact,
What's it they
almost
call
no white
themselves?
black. It's all just like
I've lost the name, the group that's like pure humans.
yeah, they're pure humans.
They
There's
got some name for it, but they believe all other races are bad.
And
they
I
go
know I
after
said
them.
the elves don't like other races, but they're not like as in they want to kill other races. They're as in leave us alone.
Go away. This is our
This
little
is our
nation.
land. You
They
leave
have a
our
couple
land
of
alone. You go
nations
take
and
your
nobody
land and
should
leave us
bother them.
alone. Yeah.
Meanwhile, the U.S. completely fell apart.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like there's a Sioux Nation, which is
Yep.
Native Americans that have their own
And
land
there's
now.
the United Canada and
Yeah,
American States.
UCAS, United Canada and American States is
Notice
the
how
United Governments.
Canada gets mentioned first.
Yeah.
Corporations, that's
Who,
because
who, developed,
UACS
who,
didn't
who
work.
developed the game? Where are they located?
Oh, likely Canada.
Seattle.
Probably
No, they're from Seattle.
No, they're from Seattle. You're right.
They were in Seattle, which is why Seattle was the main.
Seattle also was the main city.
It's
Yeah.
the main
Might,
city
might
for
as
it.
well be.
Yeah, but Seattle was the main
Canada.
city. But UACS just sounds weird,
UCAS does.
UCAS. They
Float
call it
better,
UCAS.
yeah.
But corporations.